The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The best players on the planet are proving their mettle at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Since losing his first game, reigning world champion Gukesh has been unstoppable, going on a 5-game winning streak, climaxing in an epic round 6 takedown of living legend Magnus Carlsen, cementing himself in clear first place. One grandmaster sits alone atop the standings. Will he pull away from the pack, or can his dominance be halted? Day 3 of fantastic chess coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, chess fans across the globe, welcome to Day 3 here at SuperUnited Rapid Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. The story of the day was the match between the former world champion Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh, the current world champion. Just an incredible victory by Gukesh in the final round of the day yesterday. And today, many more stories to be told from Zagreb, Croatia. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Nazi, Yasser, and Miro.
Some surprises in the rapid portion of Rapid and Blitz Croatia. There's one clear leader, but the best in the world are closely behind. Live coverage of round 7 from Zagreb starts right now. Hello everyone, and welcome to our show. I'm your host, Nazi Paikidze, and I'm thrilled to be here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Nazi, thrilled to be with you, and you too, Miro. It's wonderful to have you both in studio. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. Well, Zagreb, after 6 rounds of rapid chess, has really introduced 2 stories. First is look at the great names that are languishing on the second half of the field. Prague, Alireza, Fabi, whoa, you don't see that. And then the emergence of the world champion Gukesh as a formidable force in rapid chess. Didn't see that one coming either. We'll see what today will bring us. Nazi, the honors of the standings.
Let's take a look at the standings. A lot of surprises, like you said, Yasser. Current world champion Gukesh is leading the tournament with 10 points. In clear second, it's Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 8 points. And in clear third, American Wesley So with 7.
And in the SuperUnited Rapid and Blitz, tell us the format.
The time control in Rapid is 25 plus 10. In Blitz, it's 5 plus 2. There's no draw offers allowed. In Rapid, they play single round robin, 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, 0 for loss. Starting tomorrow, it'll be Blitz. They'll play double round robin with a regular scoring system.
And we're in day 3, but tell us the schedule.
Last day of Rapid, only 3 rounds left today. Starting tomorrow, Blitz will have the first 9 rounds tomorrow. The last 9 will be on Sunday, and we might see playoffs if necessary.
Ooh, tell us about that. And Miro, tell us about our tournament leaders.
Well, let's once again look at the standings, and there are some little peculiar facts here. First of all, top 3 do not feature Magnus Carlsen, which is a big surprise. And if you pay attention to the results of day 2, only 2 players were in plus in the second day. Okay, let's look at road ahead for Wesley So, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Gukesh. Wesley, well, after a quiet day yesterday, 3 draws. Today, he's going to play Alireza, Firouzja, then Prague, and then ultimately round 9, the leader Gukesh. Well, second position in our standings, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, my pick for the winner, by the way, faces Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, Alireza, Firouzja, and then Prague in round 9. And finally, Gukesh, after tremendous performance yesterday, today he might continue his path, facing Anish, Giri in round 7, Ivan Saric in round 8, and then in round 9, head-to-head against one of the leaders, Wesley So. Well, and let's introduce other members of our commentary team, Anastasiya and Cristian from Zagreb, Croatia.
Thanks, Miro, and welcome back, chess fans, to the final day of Rapid here in Zagreb, Croatia. Just an incredible, thrilling event so far. But of course, the talk of town yesterday was the big clash between the former world champion Magnus Carlsen and the current world champion Gukesh. And we had another world champion here in the studio commenting and giving all his insights on that game and what a statement he made when Magnus resigned. Take a look. And knight to d4.
Okay, fine.
Resignation. Gukesh. Wow.
So that's yeah. You don't play before.
First reaction.
Big. Look, very important day. Yes, I think it's the now we can question Magnus' domination because it's not just a second loss, but it's just it's a very convincing loss. So again, it's not miracle by just Gukesh kept benefiting from Magnus' terrible mistakes, but it's a game that was a big fight, and Magnus lost.
Huge statement from Garry Kasparov. They're the 13th world champion. Anastasiya, your reaction to that?
Yeah, first of all, I was so happy to see Garry Kasparov here in the studio. I mean, such a historical moment for all of us. 3 generations of world champions united with one game. Garry Kasparov commenting on the game Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh was really special. And let's not forget we had actually 4th world champion in the studio. You know that Cristian is also world champion. Okay, under 16. But
okay,
still,
well, thank you very much. Yes,
I just wanted to mention
a youth world champion.
We had
yes.
also one former world champion, youth champion.
Those don't count, Anastasiya.
No, but speaking about champions, we had also a very nice, I actually was a witness of very nice chat while Garry Kasparov was talking with his students from Kasparov Chess Foundation, young talents who are taking part in his training sessions. So they were chatting while walking around the stage, and they were just so close to the game of to the table where this historical game was played between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. So Garry was chatting with them about the moves, obviously, about some turns in this game, and after that he said, guys, now it's time to get used to the stage. Now that we are here, maybe in a few years you are going not just to walk here, but to play by yourself on this one. So
it's just incredible for these youngsters to have Garry, who understands the gravitas of this moment, of this historical day, and the impact that this type of moments have on these youngsters, and have them in the playing hall next to the table that it happened at. That's just an absolutely incredible experience, I have to say.
Yes.
And I'm sure we'll have a lot of incredible moments and unforgettable moments in day 3 as well, and a lot of clashes coming your way. We'll be here to give you all the insights and have the interviews with the players after the rounds as well. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya. Thank you, Cristian. Very inspiring indeed. Nazi, pairings, round 7. Let's do it.
Let's have a look. Wow, the day starts with Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Alireza Firouzja against Wesley So, Pragg against Ivan Saric, and the current tournament leader Gukesh against Anish Giri.
We'll keep an eye on that one.
Another great match, Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely. They're fighting very hard, Nazi. What are they fighting for?
They're fighting for the GCT points and for a lot of money. The first place winner gets 40,000, second place 30, third 25. Beautiful prizes for everybody. And if someone wins this event outright without playoffs, they get full 13 points, otherwise 12. Second place gets 10, 8, and so on.
Everybody's trying to make the playoffs, top 4, and you go to the playoffs of the Grand Chess Tour in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as we see Fabi coming into the stage.
He finished the day yesterday on a high note. He won his last game against Nodirbek.
Thankfully, that was finally a breakthrough. He's played okay, but he's just not had results. And of course, he comes in as a kind of a pre-tournament favorite, along with Alireza and Magnus. And so languishing at the bottom half is not what we expect from Fabi.
Not at all. And we see all the players are at their seats except for Magnus.
I think it was an overstatement there by Gary yesterday. That was my first reaction. Losing a rapid game? Who can't lose a rapid game? Come on, it happens to everybody. What was really surprising was that he put so much emphasis into it, like it was the worst thing that ever happened. No.
Here we see Gukesh, tournament leader, who's on a roll, 5 in a row.
5 in a row.
In Rapid, that's more impressive than winning a lot of games in Blitz, right?
Yes. We've had a 9 in a row in the Blitz. I don't know what the biggest streak
In Rapid?
in the Rapid is.
It might be Gukesh.
It might be this one right here. Hikaru had a nice, MVL had a nice streak. We'll have to ask Ben Underwood, our statistician. Anish Giri, he could have a lot more points.
Yes, he's having a great tournament, and he did leave some points on the table.
Right.
And do you think in this game both of the players are playing for a win? And here we see Magnus arriving on time.
We would say just in time.
Just in time. And there's the handshake.
And immediately he reaches across the table to press the guy's clock. That's hilarious.
But we'll start with Gukesh's game. We'll see how the world champion...
No Joko piano, bishop c4, but the Rui Lopez. And these days, Miro, it's amazing to me how many new discoveries they seem to be making in Joko piano, ways of playing the Rui. With a6, without a6, knight e7, the conventional Berlin. Knight f6.
Actually, I saw Gukesh was playing knight f3 yesterday, the first 2 days, so he just switched to e4 today.
Exactly, mixing it up.
So a bit of a surprise for Anish, I'm sure.
Yeah. The Berlin with d7, d6 instead of bishop c5. Playing bishop e7, very solid. Against the Joko piano on move 3, you could play bishop e7, the Hungarian
defense.
Yeah. So this is like an improved Hungarian defense? Can I say that?
Could be. What I know, Yasser, there was a very short period in my career when I picked up playing Berlin, and d6 was my move to go. I've copied it from Vasily Ivanchuk.
Yeah.
So the bishop c5, of course, was a very topical one, but this d6, low-key, is a very solid line.
Exactly. Bishop d7, almost a kind of a classic. We would say in the old days that this move, bishop d7, introduces the positional threat of knight a5, forcing the trade of bishops.
White could avoid that by starting with bishop a4 right
Exactly. I'm more used to black rushing to play rook e8 and bishop f8 just to make sure that the move d4 doesn't come with impact. Very slow start, I would say, Miro, to this one. A soft
opening. He has
opening.
played bishop a4.
And he has played
And
bishop
and after bishop a4, you still have 48 games in the database.
Okay.
And what white does with bishop a4, I'm thinking, it's kind of a statement, you cannot stop me from playing Joko piano, in a way. Yeah, so you still have all the plans of bishop returning to c2, knight starts maneuvering knight d2, f1, g3.
Right.
There'll be a long positional kind of phase of the game before any decisive action. That's the feeling here.
All right, let's just jump, if you
Let's
don't
check in with
mind.
Fabi and Magnus.
Absolutely, and look at this.
Very happy to see this opening.
When Magnus wants to play for a win, of course you go to the Caro-Kann. What we both agree. Play aggressively with black. Play the Caro-Kann. Advance Caro-Kann. Bishop
With
f5.
early knight d2, knight b3, the idea to delay black's c5 breakthrough.
Right. To really try to put the kibosh there. But knight d7, a kind of a, hey, look, I might insist on playing c5, knight f3, and the first pause, a7,
a6.
a6.
That's a bit of a rare move. I myself play either knight e7 or h6.
Yeah. If you do play something like this, the idea is I can trade the knights and then play bishop b5 check, or I can play bishop b5 check right away. So the move a7, a6 is really telegraphing he really wants to play c5. I'm more or less...
And he's done it.
More familiar with knight
Developing
e7.
the king side first and then focusing on c5 or f6 break.
And here we go, c5, c2, c3. This is like my match with Spassky. Funnily enough, I have played c4, knight e7, knight c6, and b5.
With this move order, with early a6?
It's something very it transposes. But I always liked expanding on the king side, especially when the knight is in front of the f4 pawn, because you can't just go g4, f4, and kill my bishop. But c4 was my antidote. Miro, tell us the theoretical stories behind this position.
Yeah, what's interesting, it's of course been seen, and the c4 is the most popular move. Not too many games, let me check. Yeah, 12 games only. However, computer doesn't like c4.
It doesn't.
There is no kind of direct refutation or something, but if you ask computer, it prefer to play it slower, like to go h6 or to go bishop e7. And an immediate c4, it says, yeah, well, somewhat better for white, knight d2. And I would expect you go c4, you expand with b5. Immediately. However, yeah, computer says h6. You have to take care of this bishop on f5.
Right.
I imagine you want to develop your pieces, and this would be a nice way to develop knight e7, later on to c6. But after knight e7, white has knight h4, exchanging the bishop and immediately getting an advantage. So black has to take this into account. These ones are usually very, very complex on strategical side of things.
We have seen h6, by the way.
h7, h6 immediately.
Yes.
Well, if he is not afraid of white capturing on c5, that means, yeah, you can play h6, you can delay c4 for a bit. However, the counter-argument could be that white plays bishop e3, and then if you go c4, this one is a bit more harmonious. The bishop is not locked on c1, so that's one reason to play c4 before you go in h7, h6.
Exactly.
h6, castles, and we are waiting for the move from Magnus Carlsen.
And Nazi, how do these two players match up?
Oh, I'm sure they've played many times.
Wow, they have indeed.
29 draws, 20 wins for Fabi, 53 wins for Magnus, and this is just rapid.
Yeah, that's a big plus for.
I mean, their World Championship match ended with the rapid, right?
Exactly, that was the whole tiebreak.
We do see c4, b5.
Yeah, for those in our audience watching, if you don't mind, Miro, if you could go back to castles for just a moment, because you made a very interesting, without h6, apologies.
Yep. Over here.
Yep. Yeah, so if you don't mind, one more time, c4, knight d2, knight e7, knight h4, bishop g6. Now, for French defense players, and you go knight takes,
knight takes.
g6, h takes g6. For French defense players, they would say, hey man, haven't I achieved the greatest thing ever? I've gotten rid of the bishop on c8. I've got the yes, and knight c6, and then... And the computer says it's better.
Yeah, it's much better for white.
That's I know, isn't that remarkable?
Yeah. That's what computer. So our understanding of these positions was a little bit inconcrete, I want to say.
Yeah.
So we thought, okay, if these positions are playable with the bishop on c8,
right?
Whenever I exchange bishop on c8, it must be even better, right?
Of course.
But it's not always the case.
Yeah.
And like now, looking at the moves computer has for white, the next few moves, the plan is it goes g3. It actually artificially castles, goes king f1, king g2, and starts pushing the h-pawn forward.
Exactly.
And then you're, kind of in the middle of nowhere. You cannot castle short for real, because h-pawn and attack on the king side comes very fast. You could castle long, but then you do not have the counterplay with opening the queen side, because that's where you're king at.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I have lost a very, very nice game to Larry Christensen on the black, where he did exactly what you just said. He traded on g6, he played g3, h4, he put his king on g2, and I was completely outplayed. It was a very, very nice game. And therefore, we are seeing Magnus, including the move h7, h6. Current position, how does the engines evaluate?
Yeah, well, the engine still tends to prefer white a little. And from what I know, the plan is to go knight e1, either immediately after some preparation. So basically, the knight on f3, as Nazi pointed out, it's in a way of
F4,
the
G4.
boarding. Yeah. So knight to c2 and knight to e3, and then you start rolling with the pawns.
Right.
And black, in the meantime, of course,
starts
is gonna
rolling with the
organize
pawns.
b4, and that's why it's so complex,
Yeah.
right? So black is a little bit faster, one would say, but white's attack objects are more material, so to speak. You with black, you're attacking my c3 pawn, I'm attacking your king.
Right.
So if my attack is more successful, guess what? I'll win.
Yeah, right.
So that's why it's like black has to do this little balancing act. Like you want to be fast with your counterplay, but also make sure that white is not getting to your king.
Both players are kind of following what you've suggested. Knight e1, knight
e1
e7.
played, knight to e7, so knight goes to c6, very likely. There have been examples where black would go g5 and knight g6, right?
Yes.
Trying to,
Actually,
it really depends.
Fabi popularized that line with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Right.
And I learned from Fabi.
Sometimes you just go g5, knight
Yes.
g6, and try
Exactly.
to secure some space on the king side as well.
Knight c2, just a,
Knight to c2, so the knight indeed goes to e3.
have you been training these players?
I've learned from the engine. Yes.
Nice, knight c2. Nazi, where would you like to take us?
Well, let's
Thank
check
you,
everybody's games. Let's go with Pragg against Ivan Saric. Pragg needs a win. He's
Okay.
-1, right? Yes.
Yes.
He made a lot of draws and only one game lost.
Guess what? Ivan Saric.
He's having a great tournament.
Yeah, but he seems to also be enjoying a Najdorf revival, if you will. F2, F4, and the poison pawn
I think
was featured.
in the last 3 of Ivan Saric's game, it's been Najdorf.
Exactly.
Every color.
Both sides, yeah. And he's acquitted himself pretty well. Now, Queen F3, boy, that's such an old move. I've forgotten everything.
It's becoming popular again.
Today's players are really interested in playing early Queen F3s, Queen G3s.
Yeah, I've even seen Queen D3 with the same idea. To
Exactly.
put the Queen on G3.
H7, H6. It's peculiar for me. You played the move Queen F3 as white, intimating, threatening. Aren't you scared? I'm going to double your pawns.
Yeah.
And black says, you want to double my pawns? You're welcome to do so.
I'm actually surprised by
this
Pragg's
is
choice.
Yeah,
after
this is
H6.
not an endgame to be afraid of. I mean, these pawns are not easy
This is
to
typical of
attack.
like a rouser endgame. When you start with knight c6, you get those endgames often.
Precisely.
But here,
So
bishop
H7,
D2.
H6. So after H6, pardon me, bishop.
That's very unexpected, right?
Very unexpected. I thought bishop E3, but okay. Whoa, E5, also unexpected. Knight F5. I'm sure this is all theory, but it's just theory that I don't
I think
know,
we're
and that's
in
why.
new territory actually after
Are we?
bishop d2. I think maybe e5 was a novelty.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it to you.
Yeah, you're right. That's quite tricky because, well, this structure was, say, the one that we have on the board was knight f5, and so I'm sure I've seen it, but not in this position. So there is one tricky line. Let me think. I think his song was queen e2.
Okay.
And then, like, white wants to castle alone and capitalize on this X-ray, so the
Right.
rook against the queen. And then you can go, I think, e5, knight f5, and sometimes something like that happens, even though the engine laughs at me now. Right. Here, h6, bishop d2 has been played, but less than you think. It's about 20 games in the database. And then e5 had only one game.
If you don't mind, apologies. Why would you put your bishop on d2 and not e3?
That's a very, very good question.
And we will answer
that
only to premium members.
Yeah, exactly. I imagine now with the bishop on e3, black would have queen a5 check, and you have to return.
Gotcha.
So at least I found one argument for
There you go.
why you would prefer the bishop on d2 over e3.
Gotcha.
Anyway, bishop d2, e5, knight f5, knight c6, and this is where our theory ends, because the only game that was played in here was bishop c4. So knight d5 is the new move. Bishop takes, e takes, and the engine very much likes how it looks forward. Yeah, but bishop e7 is what the engine suggests. Then white just goes c3, and it's very, very kind of positional, understandable strategy. You fight for the light squares, for the d5 square. And by knight of standards, I want to say the knight on c6 is somewhat misplaced.
Right.
What you want to have is the knight on d7, so that you trade on d5 and put the other knight on f6.
And you get to fight for the d5 square.
Absolutely. And then, again, it's a very intricate position to play for black, because like if you do anything like, Trafferet, that just castle short, you might get steamrolled. Castle long, g4, h4 comes very quickly, the bishop develops on c4, and you're struggling with your own counterplay for black. Yeah, so an opening success for Prague, if you wish.
And if I can be so bold as to sacrifice a pawn, I mean, knight d4, knight f6.
Yep. Knight to d4 is a possible move. However,
Not really
here you
Yasser.
cannot take with the queen. Computer just says, no, queen takes, loses.
Right.
So you'll have to take g takes, and then it's queen d3, and once again, white is planning for c3. So that it gets a little bit different.
Yes.
So now black builds the center, white goes c3, kicks the knight away to c6 again.
Okay.
And very positional. Now bishop e2 and quite possibly castle short. So it's a different different
king
type
side.
of animal. But once again,
The
I
king
prefer
side.
white here.
Yeah, if we put the f6 pawn back to g7.
Yeah, over there. Put the pawn back and put the bishop on f6.
Yeah,
Then I'm very
and-
happy for black.
Exactly.
Being as it is, it's not
Yeah.
that nice. Yeah.
By the way, knight d4
This is
by
what the board-
Ivan Saric was played. We might be seeing this position pop up.
Yep, knight f6, gf6 played. And yeah,
Queen
the only choice for white is like, do you go to d3 or d1? Computer clearly
I like
indicates
d3.
likes d3, and
Yeah.
who wouldn't?
Exactly. Who would not? All right. Thank you, Vero. And where
Before
are we
we
going?
check a new game, let's
Yes.
go quickly back to Fabi and Magnus's game, because
Sure.
Magnus played this move h5, which in Caro-Kann you don't see often after you have just played h6.
Hold on. He just played h6. Ooh, well, okay.
So it's quite
let's-
interesting.
Okay,
stopped
so
at
we
knight
left
c2.
it here.
Yes.
Bishop 8 makes sense. So
You want to put the knight on f5.
right. You're anticipating that we could trade knights. We're a little bit, since black is a little bit more cramped, piece trades are to be h5. Okay, so from white's point of view, if you give white a free hand, white would like to play knight e3, g4, and f5.
Yes.
So h5 shuts it down, but the problem is, it's like David Bronstein said, when you play a move like h5, it's like an invisible force that pulls a needle and a thread, and you're going to play g6. At a certain moment in the game, you have to play g6 to defend the pawn on h5. Then the bishop on h7 is
Hopefully
going to
you
be
can get
crying.
the bishop back to f5 first before you play g6.
Yeah, exactly. h5, are we in a novel territory here, Miro?
Well, absolutely. I
Yeah.
think we've left theoretical waters long time ago.
Okay.
There was one, I'm not sure I'm allowed to call it a miss, but there was an interesting idea for Fabi, like really promising, it seems.
Please.
When he played g3, so now Magnus to move, computer says you should take on c2 and go, I think, knight f5, but in essence, you go knight f5, g6, and now returning to a conversation, this is a good French, supposedly.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good version of French. And Fabi had an interesting option to go rook f3 and put the rook on h3, and computer actually says that's a very clever idea. So
You've made a
again,
weakness on h5.
yeah, like what do you do with black? You can go knight f5, and then white puts the rook on h3, go here, and apparently this pawn is not very safe. And the moment you move, yeah, so let's say white does, okay, computer plays a4, for instance.
Fine.
So the pawn is hanging sometimes, and if you ever go bishop g6, there's a pin on the h file, and white can go g4 so that you cannot take.
Nice.
So that's a clever
That is
setup,
very
putting the
clever.
rook on h3.
But it's quite unnatural. I've been playing Caro-Kann for like 20-something years. I've never seen rook f3, rook h3. Have you?
Yeah. Well,
So that's why I'm so surprised. Eh?
Yeah, rovers, yes, but only when
Not
the
a
king
Caro-Kann,
is there,
yeah.
not just.
Absolutely. So the problem with this structure usually that white wants to go g4, hence h5 from black. And now if you go h3, the most straightforward, then of course black puts the pawn on h4, and you never ever going to disturb a piece on f5. right? So therefore, G3, it's not just a G3 move, it's a preparation to go H3 and G4. Yeah, so that's quite understandable.
Taken on C2.
He gave up the light.
So capture on C2 happened, G6, yep.
And then we return to
Knight
our
to
conversation.
F5 and very solid frame.
Yes, we got rid of our light squared bishop. By the way, no, seriously, that rook F3, rook H3 maneuver is really worth remembering.
That's surprising.
That was nice, really good stuff. How does the computer eval this position? Because
Knight F3 play.
from White's point of view, White is slowly. Fabi wants to play King G2, H3. Put the rook back to H1, put the bishop on D2, and one day, G4.
Yeah, that's the feeling. The White has to be better.
Right.
And, the kind of the flow of the game, if it's not interrupted by some like tactical blunders or something, that White slowly gets G4.
Right.
Black has some sort of a fortress attempt, if you will, like G4 and then just holding and trying to avoid F5. So, say Knight F5 now. White, let's arrange G4 somehow. Yeah, right. King to G2. Black say, I'm not even sure, bishop E7, H3. Okay, those moves are not the greatest, but just like bear with me. Rook B8.
Right.
And then White, say, goes G4 and Knight G7.
Okay.
And imagine a setup like this. Not very inspiring for Black. No. But then Black just sits and waits, prepares B4 maybe, but also you have to be careful because he is so crumped on the king side that if you start opening here, White might consider going B3 himself, opening the queen side and coming at you from the left side of the board.
Right.
So, again, if this position is reached, that this was my weak moves, this is much better for White. And that's what White aspires to achieve here.
Right.
Yeah, after Knight F5. So Magnus will have to be very, very clever with his moves not to end up in a really bad position. Like, for instance, the line I've provided, I imagine after H3 you could consider H4, so that after G4 you anchor the knight on G3.
Knight looks a lot better on G3
than G7, if you ask me, right? Yeah. Even though computer still says like White's better because of such a huge space advantage.
Lovely.
All right.
Thank you, Miro.
Before we go to our key matchup, Gukesh, let's check in with Duda, who's currently in second place.
He was having a quiet but a very effective tournament.
He already played all the leaders in round one.
I noticed that he's playing the bottom half of the field in this day 3. Check this out. Okay, it's... What do we...
C3.
C3 and A5, A4. Nodirbek. That's a very original idea by Nodirbek. Queen C1, C5. It's impossible for me to guess the player's moves. And now
it's probably
C4.
all theory.
Yeah, right? Okay, we're
a little confused.
Very, very confused. Help us, Miro. What is going on in the game between Duda and Nodirbek?
It's a very, very rare line, of course, as you would guess.
Yeah.
Position after Queen C1, only seen 5 games played. That's not very much. No. C5, DC5, Queen A5 seems logical continuation, even though no games at all.
None.
So already we left, the charted territories. C4 computer doesn't
C4
like
looks like
really.
a strange...
D takes, Knight E5, Knight H5, Black gets to...
Capture.
Exchange the bishop, I imagine. And the tactical point is that after Knight C4, you actually grab the bishop despite your queen is attacked.
Exactly.
So that's the little trick. And of course, in this case, Black just wins because after capturing C1, there is also B2 hanging.
Oops.
So Knight H5 was possibly being missed. And then, well, the move not to end up in a really bad position would be bishop D2. Queen to C5, Knight to C4. But then compared to, sometimes you have something alike from the Catalans.
Yes.
Right, but then bishop would be on E7, rather passive, and the pawn would be on E7. So that's actually White who gets the space on the queen side. So this seems to be like exceptionally good version of these Catalan structures. And Black is slightly better already according to an engine, even though, yeah, potentially very, very, very symmetrical structure. The bishop e3, knight d2, maybe white just develops and neutralizes the initiative.
Thank you, Miro. And Nazi, the Duda, his road ahead?
Let's have a look. He's currently in second place. He's playing a player who's not having a great tournament.
The understatement.
Last
yes.
place at the moment.
Yes.
Next round, he's playing Alireza, who normally we expect he would be playing for the first place, but now he's in the 9th. In the last round, Pragg, who's also at -1.
And again, Pragg is a player who in 2025 has basically won everything.
Every possible tournament he played.
Yeah, those three players, big names, like you said, languishing. Knight h5, nice. And for Duda, he's got the white pieces in this round. I'm sure he was hoping for something.
Yeah, he did not get any advantage in the opening, and he's also lower on the clock. He's down to 10 minutes against 18. Yeah, opening didn't go his way, but maybe he'll still find a way to find an advantage. One more game left.
Wesley So. In a third place coming into this round 7. He is up against Alireza and Wesley on the block.
Piano. So Wesley, first day he had all decisive games. Yesterday, all draws. What do we expect today?
Yeah, there's some pattern going on there. Knight takes d5. You've got these double pawns on f2 and f3. The last thing that's going through my mind is the move a4, a5, because I'm usually anxious to play a move like king h1 and rook g1, making sure I don't get mated. Or I'm anxious to actually
get rid of it.
Get rid of my potential weakness. But I'm not thinking about a5. And this was his idea. He wants to use his queen as a defensive? No, wait a minute.
Just to activate the queen as well?
There's... Do I see a pawn?
Where?
Check.
Queen. Oh, you are seeing a pawn.
Yeah.
But there's
This guy's hanging.
Oh, I have knight g3. And if you take, then I have rook d1. So first I had to move the hanging knight from e2.
Exactly. That's what... So very, very good. Rook d1. And I take, but very good. But on the other hand, knight g3, knight f4. Okay, he didn't play it. Let's just...
Rook d8 is on the board.
Okay, so a5, queen d6, queen a4, rook d8, knight g3, a6. And we're up to date with the players.
I don't like Alireza's pawn structure. I'm stating the obvious here.
How do these two match up, Nazi?
Let's take a look. I'm sure they've played many times.
Wow. Whoa!
Wesley's actually ahead. So they've played 30 draws and +2 for Wesley, 15 wins against 13.
Impressive by Wesley, because Alireza, such a dangerous player.
One of the best rapid players in the world.
Right. Wow, we just saw the move knight f5. We're going to hold our horses here. And tell us about the probabilities and pie charts. How are things changed thus far?
We know that pre-tournament Magnus was a huge favorite, 68%. Firouzja was at second place with 11% and Fabi in third with 10.
Now, I just want to bring your attention to Gukesh. He had his chances of winning statistically was 3/100ths. I'm trying to figure that out. 0.3%. No chances, essentially.
Well, he didn't like that.
Yeah, as we roll forward.
After day one, you can see Carlsen increased his chances 80%, but Alireza and Fabi dropped down.
And Gukesh increased enormously.
Tiny bit.
Enormously, percentage-wise.
Yes. But let's see now after day two.
Whoa. Only.
So Gukesh is leading the event. He's in the 4th place.
7 point. That's crazy. He's leading the event by 2 points.
We believe in Magnus's blitz skills. That's why.
That's what's going on.
56%. And then Duda is in second with 18, and Wesley third.
Now, in these rapid and blitz events, we've seen it time and time again, the player who wins the rapid usually wins it all.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the GCT history. In 2017, Magnus won the rapid, then the blitz. In Paris. In St. Louis, then that was Levon Aronian, then Hikaru Nakamura in 2018, again Magnus we see in 2019, and in Paris, MVL. Every time, rapid and blitz.
Great names. Great names. And
there's
again,
more.
There's more.
It continues.
You win in rapid. This
the
is what
trend
happens.
continues. And in 2022 and 2024, we remember there was Alireza who dominated the GCT events. Wow. Who's it going to be this year?
Great names there. I just wanted to catch up because a lot of moves have taken place. After the move A7, A6 by Wesley, we saw the pieces getting vacuumed. Knight F5, attacking the queen, check to the king on G1, queen G4. It's a bit of a surprise for me that Wesley went knight F6. I was expecting him to somehow try to keep pieces on the board, considering the pawn structure. Bishop C5, nope. Knight F6, change. Wesley says, gift me the pawn.
2 bishops.
And it's 2 knights versus 2 bishops.
But the pawn.
Bishop B1, okay.
Yeah, normally when you have 2 bishops, you expect
you don't see them on
very aggressive bishops, not
right
on the first rank.
Right.
Yeah, I think Wesley has no problems in this position.
I agree with that. I mean, and I start to think, how do I plant a knight on the f4 square? Can go knight h5, knight d5, try to bring a knight to the f4 square and to pressure these pawns. For Wesley So, on the black side against Alireza, I think he's going to come out of this opening feeling good about his position. Does the engine agree, Miro?
Well, gives around equal.
Equal.
It gives around equal, but apparently Black had a chance at advantage somewhere around this point, and possibly even one move earlier. But basically the idea was, you look at it and you understand, yes, White's plan of improving would be knight g3 and something along the lines of this light squares. And the engine was suggesting as one of the moves to go king h8 to be ready to meet knight g3 with f7, f5.
Very sensible.
And then, then knight g3 is no longer a good move because knight g3, f5, the knight is once again restricted and Black is ready to jump to f4 and so on.
Very aggressive.
So it's not like Black would have a good, big advantage immediately, but king h8 was sort of an attempt to play for an advantage. I think, guys, you've missed one funny moment over here.
Please.
Because if my student would play knight a5, bishop a2, and back to c6, I would seriously criticize him. But when Wesley So does this, and I check a database, and it's like 10 games with this, that probably means that they're up to something. There is a certain point in here. I imagine they prevent a4, a5 expansion this way.
You lose a tempo to stop a5.
But doesn't it look strange?
It does.
So like you spent 2 tempi in a position where you still did not accomplish the development and so on.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's very, very peculiar line, this one.
That's modern openings for you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Miro.
Let's check back in with the tournament leader.
We've missed some game, haven't we?
No, we checked all of them. Now let's go back to Gukesh's game.
Gukesh versus Anish. Okay,
a
lot of developments have taken place. So when we left it, we had seen the move bishop to d7, essentially, provoking bishop a4, h6, knight d2, and it sure...
All typical moves of Ruy Lopez.
I mean, it's sort of like both players show great understanding, right? They bring the knights over to the king side in true Karpovian style, and the move c7, c5, all well-rehearsed, I want to say, lines. Knight f5, so Gukesh is the first to establish his knight on the good square.
And we're seeing on the screen that is Giri's foot shaking. I think that's a habit of a lot of chess players when they're nervous.
I get the little, for those, the Chessable had this marvelous course by Anish Giri where they do a commercial with Anish And Anish is at home in his study, and he's on his computer, and the camera pans down to his foot, where his foot is shaking, but his little boy is riding on his foot, and the little boy, his little son, is so very happy. His daddy is hard at work with a shaking foot. Let's catch up with Anish and Gukesh. Huge game for the standings. Knight g4, knight f6, and what have we? What do we have here?
It looks very equal to me.
Yeah.
Does white have some small advantage they can take advantage of?
Well, exactly. The pawn on c4 has been artificially isolated, right? You can't play b5. So on a good day, you can imagine Gukesh trading queens, putting
and
his...
using all the pieces to attack c4, right?
Exactly. So one question that I might have is I always look at the forcing captures first, right? Like takes.
White's probably happy to trade h-pawn for the c-pawn.
True, but we'll play one more move.
e5 hanging?
And d2 was my... Okay, hold on. Maybe you can hold... I thought I was going to get the pawn back, but if you can hold it with rook c1...
And I can kick your king out, rook out pretty soon.
Yeah, I can see knight f3 is
knight d4 coming in.
on your agenda. Okay, it looks like Okay, so I agree wholeheartedly. Trading the h3 pawn for the central c4 pawn is good, but okay, I think that's a good point. And here, well, if I think I'd rather be white because of the weakness here.
Yeah, you have some rook a4, rook b4 ideas. You can keep an eye on both pawns, b7 and c4.
Did Gukesh manage to squeeze out an advantage in the opening?
Well, not much, to be honest. Your assessment is right. White, well, tiny bit more pleasant, but nothing major. And in fact, black doesn't take on e3 according to the machine, but keeps the queens, goes to c8.
Okay.
And I guess the reason why I said the knight on f5 looks very nice and all, but there's not really an attack going on black's king.
No.
So in a way, white would be happy to get the knight on e3, right? And therefore, you're not exchanging. King g2 and just does something. King h8. It's a very strange position, to be honest, because it's very hard to, once again, very hard to describe what you have to do, even if you've given unlimited time with black. Like, what's your plan?
Right.
Right. Well, maybe somehow you could say the g6 knight is no longer that great, restricted by the g3 pawn, but a lot of things have to happen for this knight to be moved away. So eventually, like if my knight teleports to g8, if this pawn is defended, maybe I'm looking at g7, g6 to kick this knight out. Right. But same goes for white. Yeah, knight on f5 is an achievement, but then the bishop on c2 is not doing much. There is no real attack here. Yeah, maybe king g2, h4 and something along these lines.
To threaten h4, h5 just to kick the knight out.
Could be. Could be. So maybe your argument, like, yeah, let's exchange so it's safer, no queens on the board. But now, apparently there is something going on because bishop h3 becomes the top move of an engine. Because apparently king f8, you have a problem. White lifts the rook to a4, b4, and one of the pawns falls.
What you wanted to do.
Yeah, so bishop h3 becomes the kind of the main line. But then after knight c4, white is just clearly better, and you were spot on. This line doesn't really work for black. Rook to c1, and then knight f3. In fact, black has to go knight g4. You trade, and then you just like go king g2, and I guess b4, bishop b3, bishop d5. Yeah, so this one's like much better for white.
Thank you, Miro. And how do these two players match up, Nazi?
Let's have a look. I doubt they've played many games.
I was about to say, not too many, but...
Nice advantage for Gukesh. 5 wins, 2 losses, and 6 draws.
Anish is not the golden rule. Golden rule is you beat the juniors when they're young, and he didn't do it. He didn't do it in time. And their standings, Anish is actually in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, he's at 50%, and Gukesh, as we know, is leading the event with 2 extra points. So very important game for the standings.
Absolutely. By the way, after queen... Anish did not retreat his queen either with queen c7 or queen c8. He simply defended his queen with the move rook c8, And Gukesh said, that's fine. I wanted to play a rook up and over. I want to play rook a4, rook b4, and I want to go after this b7.
So with the queens,
pawn.
it's like a standoff. Neither of them want to take.
Yeah, right. Queen takes e3, knight takes e3 will benefit white. And, okay. Intriguing game going on here. Miro, if you don't mind, I'm going to toss it in your direction.
You should check Magnus's game. I think a lot has happened there.
All right.
Magnus and Fabi. Knight did make it to g3, but didn't stay there for too long.
After great effort.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely mind-boggling position here. Yes, what can I say? So, I don't know if we can go back because, yeah, a lot of things happening right now. Castle, the best move was just played by Magnus Carlsen. Believe it or not, but the engine advocates for capturing e4, which you would expect, but guess what? With the rook,
Nice.
not the bishop. Well,
wonder
it just
why.
changed it. It just changed its mind. I don't know. It was saying rook takes, and then now it changes its mind. I was thinking rook takes actually makes sense because you cover d5 and then you're going for f5.
Right.
But no longer does it like it, and apparently because of a funny tactical thing, knight goes to b2
what?
wants to go to d3, and if you take, I guess it's bishop a3. Yeah, bishop a3. So knight b2 is a little tricky.
Sorry. The king is. I was thinking f5. You take on b2.
Yeah,
I go
f5.
queen h6 check.
Rook to b2
Check.
check. Yeah, you are not taking with the bishop. Okay, we figured something out. All right, so rook e4, even though it was engine's top move before that, but after castle it's no longer is. Maybe let's be a little bit more
Practical.
sensible and just take the pawn. Yes, so pawn takes, rook takes, but I think this is what Magnus wants. So knight to b6 and then to d5. If you survive the direct attack now, after say f5 or
Instead of
something
knight b6,
like that.
is there some tactics with bishop a3? Or it doesn't do anything?
Bishop a3 you could play, but then just queen c2,
something on
I
b-
guess.
rook b-
Just queen c2,
I wanted rook b2 and to get the knight on d3. Does that work?
rook to b2, I'll
h4
have to
is
take.
hanging.
Knight takes, and
h4 is
and then
hanging.
h4 is hanging.
I don't want to lose
Who
might
put the
not
pawn on
be-
h4?
Which might not still be the end of it. Knight d3, at least you shut down the attack, but you're 2 pawns down.
2 pawns,
So
yeah.
e4 was a pawn sacrificed, and then
That one.
h4.
Bit much.
To be honest, like looking at the engine's evaluation of plus 0.7, being 2 pawns up, I'm actually thinking maybe black has compensation. Rook b8, rook
b8
b2 being one idea.
f4.
Yeah, so it's
is
still
weak.
very tricky, to be honest. Because like the main line goes king to g3 and then bishop to c1, whatever that means.
Yeah.
I
It
don't
is
like this
like-
for black.
You know, in human terms, it's just a completely, messy position. Let's call it this.
Messy.
Queen to d5 and so on. Right, so that's exactly what you like to see. It's like when Fabi plays Magnus, not the boring rook e1 Berling, but something of that nature. Yeah, like very, very complex strategic fight.
What's funny for me, if I look at this position, looking always at the potential of the pieces, I'm sitting there, if I'm white, I'm just dreaming of playing the move queen h6. I just so desperately want to.
Yeah.
I want to take on e4. I want to play
that's
f5.
why you wanna go
I wanna-
f5,
yeah,
yeah.
like, and yeah. So I liked rook takes e4. Once you put it on the board, it felt right.
No, it felt not bad at all, right? But apparently this knight b2 is very strong.
Okay, and just pause.
It's
it for
hard
a
to
second.
understand. Yeah.
So f5.
Don't we want to go f5?
We
right?
do. With
Okay, let's
every-
lose one game against the edge. Yeah,
Exactly.
not for the first time. So e takes,
We'll take it as well.
we take, and they take.
And we retreat the bishop.
And we retreat the bishop to
there's
not
knight
to
d3.
d3 but to c2. But then, nonetheless, black goes knight d3. I guess we are just not getting there
And
because the
queen-
moment we play queen h6, there's queen e6, offering the queen trade, and then queen g6 comes with a check. So I'm guessing we've done the right thing, but we ran out of attacking pieces. So
Exactly.
basically, all of our stuff is here in this corner of the board,
Right.
on the queen side. So we had the right idea.
Okay, so in this position, hold on, that final position that you just
Final
had.
position.
Final position.
Let me see. Knight d3.
So we take on d3. You take on.
This is very, very
I
depressing, by the
understand.
way. Yeah, so
Yeah.
pawn takes.
And it's like really strange. There's an open g file, But because the bishop is on e7, it just covers everything. There's no queen g5 checks. I mean,
Black king is safe here somehow.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
You just look at the position,
And again,
open
like
g5.
queen h6 doesn't really work,
'Cause of
right?
the
I think
queen
queen
e6.
e6 this way or another. And if not for queen h6, black's going to play king h7.
Right.
And then black's going to use the h file.
Yeah, that's annoying.
So, yeah, so
Okay.
while optically it looked very pleasing, yeah, let's sacrifice an exchange and go with the attack, apparently it doesn't work.
Okay. I'm going to go to the game of Duda for a moment because he, again, comes into today's round 7 as the second, in second place. Queen, see, what are you doing there?
I'm not liking this.
He's fishing. He's fishing as Duda.
Is his queen safe there?
I wouldn't call it safe.
Wait, rook a7, where do you go?
I go b6.
Oh, b6.
I just, by chance, I happened to realize that he does have a bailout, but okay.
But I can take and then take, never mind.
So
Rook
Duda
c8 is
officially
fine.
joins Pawn Grabbers Association.
Yes.
With his queen on b7.
A gold membership, issue him a card today. But okay, how does Nodirbek? Okay, if
Do you
play
see the
rook
time,
b8,
guys? Do you see the time?
my
Duda's
God.
down to, yeah, like
2
below 2
minutes.
minutes.
So this was kind of a desperate fling. And how do I take advantage of this? Do I go knight to d4
You
now?
know what? I can start with rook a7 instead of rook b8,
Oh, sorry.
current position.
Current position, rook b.
And then on queen b6, I want to play knight d4.
Now knight d4. Okay, so same idea. You're just getting your rook
Out of the way.
off the diagonal, right? And you're threatening knight e2 check. That looks like a very decent idea. And the problem is I can't play rook e1. Then you trade queens, take the rook.
Yes.
If
So
I
how do
have
you
to,
defend e2?
yuck, do I have to do something stupid? No, that's really stupid.
Yeah, because I can take on f3, then you have to take with the pawn as well.
Yes.
Not very pretty.
Not very pretty, but
I can take on b6, then c1, and then start picking up your
pawns
Queenside
on the
pawns?
queen side.
maybe
Makes-
rook b8 is better here. I'm not sure, or taking on c1.
Or taking on c1 and taking on b2.
Yeah.
We're talking a huge advantage
those
for black.
bishops.
Yeah, no, I mean,
This
you're
is
going to
how
play.
your 2 bishops versus 2 knights should look like.
And this is how we're taught to play chess as well. I mean, strategically. So wait a minute. Rook a7, queen b6. Miro, jump in here because for Nodirbek, who's having an awful tournament, this could turn around.
That's a huge chance. You're
Yes.
absolutely right. And kudos Nazi for spotting there after queen b6, knight d4.
Yes.
Well, almost winning. It's +2, and the best you
Not
have
big.
is like give away this pawn.
Oh dear.
And then, yeah, no, it's like black is dominating here. So
Right.
in fact, after rook a7, you'll have to be very, very inventive not to lose on a spot, which is, again, don't quote me on this, but computer says knight a3, the move which I
not gonna
doubt
see.
people are going to find. Knight a3 attacking the queen with the rook. If you try queen c1, risk queen c8 with a check.
Very important.
But black goes queen d4. Your problem with the queen remains. You have to go to b5. Queen takes d2. I guess rook takes c6.
What else?
And rook c6, bishop c6, and queen b2. It's actually very similar.
Yeah, we
very
got
similar.
the-
So 2 bishops, full control. Black is just like completely dominating this game.
But
Wow.
he didn't play rook a7.
He didn't play rook a7.
He played rook b8 and knight d4 like you were looking at.
Rook
Right.
b8
Is it still good?
is like drops significant portion of the advantage. Rook b8, queen a6, knight d4.
Now
and
he's played rook
You have rook
e1.
fe1.
And you
Yes, that's
didn't
the
have
difference.
that when the rook was on a7, because we could have played queen takes b6
It
and
makes a
rook
big
takes
difference.
c1. Oh,
Yeah.
not to be overly critical, but this seems to be Nodirbek's problem, is that he's just missing that one nuance. Rook a7 versus rook b8, his advantage is huge.
Yeah.
When white is able to play rook e1 defending e2, the advantage is not so big anymore. Okay, wow.
By the way-
I'm going to go to Gukesh. if you
Yes,
don't
I
mind.
think he's made some progress because Anish did take on e3, and we were thinking that was not the best move for black.
Right.
Because now white has a beautiful setup where I can attack both your weaknesses, c4 and b7.
Yeah.
I can go rook b4.
I'm sure Anish's
Can play knight
plan
d2.
was to play knight to d6, defending b7. Oh, pardon me. I have rook b5.
Rook b5.
Yeah.
Maybe, I wonder if bishop a4 is good, but
Well,
probably
at
not
least
right
in
away.
that case, I would be able to trade rooks.
Well, but you
right?
just trade, don't b5, go h5. Yeah?
Oh, h5.
Oh, is e5. E5 was
you.
so nicely protected a moment ago. Takes. Look at this. There's a pawn.
Rook b4 is on the board.
Rook b4.
Can Anish instead maybe just trade the b7 pawn for a5? Just take on a5 immediately?
It's not desirable.
Right, because now a6, c4 are both weaknesses.
Exactly.
But at least we have an active
And
rook.
by the way, Anish said, that's my best bet. Rook takes a... Yeah, I got to take on b7. I could take on c4, but...
And Neil, let's not forget that h5 move is still available. It's a very unpleasant
Yes.
idea for black.
No, this is just...
I feel like black rook is the only good piece.
Gukesh is just having some fun, but let's pause our analysis and throw it to Cristian in Zagreb.
Some updates from Croatia here on the scene. We have the seconds of Fabiano Caruana and of Anish Giri, that is Miguel Santos from Spain and Jan Smits from the Netherlands, and they're discussing the games with each other. It's very cool to see all of these players, all of these grandmasters just chatting away and trying to understand the games of their pupils. They're not checking the engine, they're just looking at the screen with the moves and trying to calculate themselves. It's a very, very complicated position in both of those games, but specifically I was chatting with them as well about this game of Fabiano and Magnus, and it was quite intriguing at this particular moment after the move knight to e4. We were discussing how do you displace that knight from e4, and one of the ways was to go bishop to c2, but another way that we sort of reached consensus for was knight to d2 to try to take on e4 and preserve the light square bishop on the board. The engine liked the way Fabiano played with the move bishop to c2, but from a practical perspective right now, what we have on the board, queen to d1, rook to b2, take, it just feels like one of those positions that it's much easier to play for black, for Magnus, because whenever you take on e4, you're giving away your light square bishop, and that allows my knight, especially this beautiful knight on b2, to potentially jump to d3 as well and disrupt white's position severely. So right now I'm looking at the clock as well, 2 minutes for Fabiano, 7 minutes for Magnus. The tides have turned, and take a look once again at the seconds. Jan Smits on the right and Miguel Santos, Fabi's second, on the left, looking at the games, trying to analyze everything and understand what's happening on the board. The tension is high around the playing hall, in the playing hall as well, and let's wait and see how these games progress.
Thank you, Cristian. As a second myself, I know that feeling of anxiously looking at the games. I wanted to go to the game of Pragg and Ivan Saric for just a moment. When we left that game, that was this very unusual open Sicilian. Remember, there was a pawn on f5. That got munched by
Sacrificed.
Sacrificed is a good way of putting it. And Pragg had a very nice free play alongside his two bishops. But just at the time that Cristian was talking, I thought that Ivan had missed this very important move, bishop to b6. And if you move the rook on d8 and allow rook takes d5, we're going to be shaking hands very soon, as Ivan's position is just terrible. And when we came back,
the exchange instead of giving up the d5 pawn.
Exactly. He's given up the exchange. d5, bishop takes d8. I'm assuming he wants to play bishop takes d8. No. This is just...
This is looking very good for white, so this will be Pragg's first win if he converts this position.
And unfortunately
First
for
loss.
you, Ivan Saric, his first loss, because he's actually played a very, very good tournament. And this is the first time I've seen him not only in bad position, but behind significantly on the clock. Looks like Prague is doing very well. I want to turn it over to you, Miro. Where would you like to take us?
I was actually looking at this very sharp position, trying to understand what's going on in here. And apparently d5, even though looks very natural, you just move the pawn to e4, so you want to continue advancing the center, was like a big mistake. And instead, black could disturb white's king, white's queen side with b5, b4. So after d5 and all of that happening, there's now the position on the board.
You have to play d3?
Quite peculiar, yeah. Like you take on d8, that's what computer was saying not so long ago, and then cd5, cd4, queen d5. Well, objectively, of course, good for white, but still the game's going. So instead, computer says, you know what, g4 is strong, which is like not so obvious. You allow d3, queen goes here, but the thing is, I guess this pawn just drops on e4. Your pride and glory, this pawn on e4 just drops because queen d5 you're running into rook d3.
And on
rook f4, there is still rook d3 and queen c6.
Queen
I mean, it's like you absolutely collect everything, and you end up collecting the rook on f4. So that's crazy, right? Rook f4, and you say, you know what, this pawn was protected by my queen on g2, and I'm about to show you how. And that's quote-unquote easy variation with sacrificing.
Snooker. Billiard.
Yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, very, very nice geometrical motive. I'm guessing it's just bad for Saric, and it's a pity because he had a fantastic tournament so far, and even in this game it was...
No g4.
No g4.
We do have the position with queen d5 on the board, as your first variation is the one that's currently on the board. Players are getting into time trouble. Nazi.
I'm hearing that Wesley is now worse against Alireza.
A big game because Wesley comes into this round.
He's in third place.
In third place. Okay, well, wait a minute. It's a rook at d. This is technical stuff. Come on. We've got time trouble.
Duda's in big time trouble.
Yeah. Okay, there's a game.
20 seconds for him and his position. Whoa.
Where did his hold on. Go? No, there's a queen. There's a queen. Duda has only 30 seconds on his clock. Is that right? Am I reading?
Yes, that's right. And it's two rooks against the queen.
But
unless black's king is weak, two rooks should be much better, right?
Well, yeah. Just
we're going to pick up a2 or e2.
I was having a problem. I was playing the illegal move queen e8.
I see.
That was my problem. So e2 is currently
12 seconds for Duda right now.
a3. He played it with.
Yeah, very few seconds.
Okay, so the normal imbalance of queen versus two rooks, normally the queen would lose unless the queen has a perpetual check or even a winning attack against the king. In this case, after the move bishop f8, it sort of feels like
black's king is safe.
The palace is,
protected.
Yeah, the moat. The bridges are drawn and all that good stuff. Knight f4. So it looks like Nodirbek. Wow. And
he has a very good chance to win this. It's not going to be easy because he's going to lose the a4 pawn. If he could keep that pawn alive, then it would be an easy win.
Sure. So the immediate e5 and or g5, just to disturb the knight, is running into knight d3. And that's a tempo against the rook, which explains why the rook just played itself from b2 to a2. So if we go queen a4, I'm assuming it's going to be e5?
Yes, and then taking on e3.
And knight to d3? Knight h3. I just despise the move knight h3. Knight d3, rook e2.
All the games are now in time trouble. Maybe we could jump to Gukesh's game. He has 13 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, 13
he
seconds.
still has an advantage, but it's not that easy to convert.
And
especially with no time on the clock.
Knight went to d2. I'm assuming we're about to see knight to d6, just protecting the pawn on c4. a kind of a funny dream is this: the bishop on c2 could potentially be tickled. I don't know.
And also h5 still hasn't been played, but I guess now it wouldn't help white that much. e5 pawn is completely safe for black.
And the knight is rerouting
So how do we make
itself.
any progress here?
I'm
with
thinking
white?
knight. Well, first of all, it's Anish to play, right?
Yes.
And his clock time, by the way.
He has 3 minutes. Too much time.
Whoa! Sorry,
Yes,
3
it's-
minutes for Anish. How much for?
15 seconds for Gukesh.
15 seconds for Gukesh, who is coming in on riding a 5-game win streak, a cinco.
Yeah. So there's a move for Anish, rook b5, which apparently equalizes or makes position close to equal.
That's a nice
Getting
move.
to the b2, to kind of the core, the anchor of white's pawn structure on the queen side, like rook b5. Because if you trade the rooks, I guess black
There's
is
nothing.
totally fine.
Yeah,
And if I take on e8 first and play bishop a4, it's still nothing.
same story,
Everything's
right? You're gonna,
trading,
yeah.
King back to e7. So rook
Yeah,
b5.
so f5 kind of forces it, because b2 is hanging, we have to trade.
Now, Anish is probably aware of rook b5 and all that good stuff, but he's also aware of the 15 seconds. And he's thinking, like, maybe...
Do you think he wants to put pressure on Gukesh?
Right. Maybe I should play the move knight d6 and just
I was
play.
going to say he would have rook b5 available anytime, but no, not anymore. Gukesh played rook a8.
Okay. I'm thinking this knight on g6 needs to find a better job. It's not working.
Well, I think if you move that knight, white might have f4. I might get some
Okay.
activity finally on the king side.
Well,
and he's about to do it.
Well, he just wants to get his knight. Play it, say it.
f4 immediately.
And
Gukesh,
boy,
he was ready.
he was ready. So what is the big idea behind f4? If you provoke me to play f6, why did the inclusion of f4 and f6 benefit white? You want to gain more space? f5?
Can I play b3 and also play on both sides? I know I'm getting rid of your quote-unquote weak pawn, but it's not weak anymore on c4. I can't win that pawn.
Well, like Korchnoi says, the pawns are only weak if you can attack them. Weakness is only a weakness if you can attack it. I'm not sure. Are you really threatening to capture this guy? I could play knight to d7, knight to c5.
Rook a7 played by Gukesh.
Rook a7, check. Sorry, my screen's a little messed up. Knight d7, natural
Yeah, I'm
move.
starting to like black a little bit now. I feel like our rook on a7 is not as good as it was before.
It's not impressive. And by the way, even less so, you mentioned b3 a moment ago. You just
now
put,
it's too
now it
late.
makes no sense, right? Because the knight... Whoa, what's rook a2?
Yeah, rook a2 is coming. He will have to play knight d1 and passively defend now.
Whoa. We're seeing a big swing in
I'm
tournament
worried
leader.
about that rook. Can black play king d8, king c8, and just trap it on b8?
King d8. So the idea is
How do
what-
we get out of it?
And
I mean,
if you
you
go
have to immediately
check-
check. Knight c8.
C4 is
C4
hanging.
is still hanging.
But that is a funny. You were going to go and trap the rook. Yes, but c4 is the culprit in that.
But black could start with rook a2, make you play knight d1.
Yes.
Once c4 isn't hanging, then I can go for that idea.
Now we're talking. I like rook a2, knight d1.
It's
He's
been
reaching
played.
for his rook. Rook a2, knight d1. This is a
seconds.
funny. Miro, jump in on this one. Nazi's come up with this great idea of just trapping the rook.
Absolutely, and you know what? This idea works. So rook a2, knight d1 is a must.
Rook
Yeah,
a2,
knight d1
knight
is a
d1.
must, and then king d8 is a clever move. If you give a check, you actually lose. After knight c8.
He's played knight
He played
b5.
knight b5, which is a different.
Oh, but
I mean,
is
rook
he
is
threatening
still
knight
trapped.
c3?
The only move for white is bishop b1.
Which he has
And
found.
He
did,
found.
Yeah, he did find it.
Oh,
With 5
of the
seconds,
rook.
by the way.
Wow. Okay. Bishop b1, attacking the rook. Now we don't have rook takes a2, which would be very desirable and to trade because of the intermezzo. Rook takes d7.
So now Gukesh has time. If Anish moves the rook, he can play rook a8 and just free his rook from those threats of being trapped.
Okay, but rook A1, rook A8, knight C5?
By the way, Anish went rook A5, not A1.
He went rook A5.
Which might not have been the best. He's also getting into time pressure now and just making solid moves.
Knight to D6. I feel like there was a missed opportunity there, Miro, that Anish had some chances. Okay, Gukesh is gaining some space now on the king side.
And gaining a lot of time. Now it's about equal, 30 seconds against 40.
Wow. Okay, chess isn't just always about good moves. It's about keeping your nerves in these situations where both players are short on the clock. I don't know if we've got a shot of Anish's leg, but I'm seeing Gukesh.
Is nervous. He's fidgeting.
Yeah, you can see the nervousness on Gukesh.
Which we don't often see. He's always so calm and collected.
He is remarkably poised during play, isn't he? Knight b6, attacking the rook.
What's a safe square for our rook? To not
where
worry
we
about
don't get trapped.
H8? No. Because then I can
Knight
cut
e8,
yes.
and maybe I'll cut you, right?
Maybe you'll have G5 and bring the rook
to
back
B8.
to life.
Okay, so could Anish play knight to C8? No,
I think
just
he's repeating
knight D7.
for now, knight d7. We might see to remove repetition if he's worried about the clock.
And yeah, I think Anish is saying, okay, I like to put this game to rest. I'm willing to take a draw if you are. What's the clock times?
Well, it looks like 3 seconds for Gukesh.
3 seconds. Oh my goodness.
Knight d7. Okay, after rook a8, I think
That's the
35.
3-time repetition. So to
Down to
avoid
8,
it, he would
7.
have to play rook b4 or something? And wow!
He has no time. He's not better. And he's still refusing the draw. Incredible.
Exactly.
That's
And rook
spirit of a champion.
c5. Rook a5. Well, the rook somehow leapt over the a pawn. The rook went from a8 to a4.
But my question is, why would you continue to play this? Because doesn't black have more space and better pieces?
Yes, I think this is a misjudgment on the part of Gukesh. I mean, I appreciate his desire to play for victory more or less at all costs. But no, he does not stand better, not even...
I mean, it could be the overconfidence from winning 5 games in a row.
Sometimes you're buoyed by that. You kind of lose a little bit your objectivity. Miro, the engines are saying, who's better?
It's equal.
Equal.
It's equal, yeah.
Triple zeros.
And even, like whenever it shifts into somebody's favor, it's like 0.30 difference. So it's not
So while
that
they
much.
play this, should we jump to Fabiano's game? Because Magnus is close to winning and finishing his game. Because I
All right.
think they will play this endgame for a while.
Yes, fair.
Magnus.
Oh, Fabi's king is... Oh.
There's knight a2 now hanging also.
First of all, it's sort of like
Unless there's knight g5.
Magnus is material ahead, and he's attacking,
He's ahead on the clock as well.
and he's ahead on the clock.
And all white pieces are pinned down. This is
Terrible. And we can't play queen e2 because knight g3 is a nasty fork. So we have to play king g2 just to get out of all of these terrible pins. Our king is taking a walk. King h3, yeah. A2 is hanging. I'm sure he does. He wants to take that. A2 is hanging.
Yeah, white has no active counterplay at the moment. This queen f2 just shut it all down because he has to trade queens.
That must be a winning night ending for black.
Oh.
Although he just says, look, gift me the pawn. By the way, he's still threatening to go queen f2, so it's time for a desperado attack, right? Queen a5, queen b4, you got to do something.
By the way, we won't switch, but Alireza did win his game against Wesley So.
Our congratulations to Alireza. I think that's his first win in the tournament.
He's waking up for the blitz, in time for the blitz.
Okay, so here's the question. Do you have a perpetual check after queen f2? I could play queen c4, but then I give up the a3 pawn.
But then I have queen f1, so I would go for queen c4. I'm going to checkmate white's king.
Queen c4. Well, for those of you who whoa, he went queen f2. For those of you joining us late, Caruana saw a nice opening advantage, we think, for Fabi. But then some doubtful play gave Magnus a wonderful attack. And once Magnus got his knight to e4, I think that the tide had shifted and Fabi was on the back foot the rest of the game. Queen f2 resigns. He doesn't even go for a check.
When you need a win with black, you play Caruana.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Great game by Magnus.
Wow. We're going to return to our tournament
I think
leader,
we're going to
if you
see
don't mind.
Prague win. It's about to be a resignation.
Uh-oh.
Should we?
Let's check in on Prague and Ivan Saric. Oh, it's a
Extra pawn in the pawn ending.
king. So, hold on. Why is this winning?
Is it not?
I
I
go-
just saw an extra pawn.
An extra
That's
pawn,
it.
and for good reasons. King d4.
Okay.
I guess you have to play king f3, because king g4, I would go king e4.
Okay, that's nice.
That's
nice
kind of
trick.
a weird thing.
And if I start with f5, king g5, king g4.
Yeah, f5.
Yeah, it just went through.
Geez, f5. Apologies. Yeah, f5 was just winning.
But now, yes, king f2 was a correct move, because if you played king g4 and f5, then you would lose that pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, just showing the understanding of opposition.
Well done.
Oh, wow. Gukesh ended. They found a thermal repetition. It's a draw.
But, well, kudos to Gukesh trying to fight on in a position where we were really surprised. He was down on the clock, and it wasn't even clear if he wasn't
No,
worse.
He was worse, yeah.
Yeah.
Was
So
worse.
here, f5, king g5, king e5, king takes h5, f6, and
We're
the
much
pawn
faster.
coronates. Yes, that's it. And for Ivan Saric, who had played a really nice tournament up until this point, is going to bitter defeat there.
First loss, and we still have one game left. It's
Tell us.
Duda against Nodirbek, and I don't even know how to evaluate this.
Definitely better for black.
But is it winning? Is it enough to win?
It's progress that we have two-result game. A two-result game. I have won this against Lajos Portish in Olympiad. I had a rook and bishop extra pawns on the king side. I think I had less than this, actually. It's a terrible, terrible position to try to defend. You really don't have a lot of fun.
So what is black's plan? Create a pass pawn? G5, G4?
Play h4 and rook g3.
Oh, win the pawn.
Win the pawn.
But
Would
be easy.
Yeah, right? But the crazy part is the bishop prevents perpetual checks, right? Like if you just put the position with a rook on g3 and a pawn on h4. Let's say I go rook g5. Let's say I go rook g3.
let's say white queen is on d7, protecting the pawn.
Exactly. But then I want to play f7, f5, right?
But that will allow white to give you a lot of checks.
Except if I have a dark square bishop,
It's true.
right? That's the funny part. Okay, here we see
The rook is getting there.
it's really this is a very, very hard position to defend. It's not easy. H4, put the rook on g3, and then you see how Nodirbek could win it. It's still a lot of work.
Maybe this passive defense with queen on f1 is actually better, so you can cut me off with f5. Yeah.
Yeah. Jump in, Miro. Your experience, you've been around. You know sometimes these rooks and bishops can win. Is this enough for black in your experience?
That's a very tricky question, to be honest, because I see the engine affiliation of 000. So the engine is sure it would be able to defend, but I
Right.
know how hard it is because I've been on the, let's say, winning side with rook, bishop, and pawns, and
Yes.
I've been on the defending, and it's quite desperate. Like you shuffle around, you hold it, but then like one mistake and you're out.
Yeah. So the practical chances still reside with black.
course.
But the engine is laughing at the
Engine
attempts.
says, yeah, there's nothing to worry about, like as long as you're not blundering your queen or your pawn. But I imagine, yeah, there's like a lot of potential problems like to face over the board, even if black simply starts like lifting up the position, I don't know, somehow gets the bishop on e5, say goes bishop c3, goes f6,
Right.
puts the bishop on e5. At some point you might actually face g4 breakthrough.
And
pawn
h3.
takes and then pawn gets to h2. Yes, it's still not guaranteed by any means.
Right.
I'm also starting to
Don't
see
go
some
queen
ideas.
d7 here.
Alert.
If you play something like queen f1 back, can black try g4?
That was the pawn breakthrough that Miro was just describing. Maybe it's premature. You might want to analyze king g6 and stuff like that. But here, what Miro was saying, you anchor your bishop on e5, you put the pawn on h2, and that's how you could easily lose this position. So queen f5, rook g3. Clock times, if you Nazi?
Duda has less time, 10 seconds, against minute and a half for Nodirbek. I mean, he can gain time easily here.
Right.
Make so many moves.
Exactly.
And I'm sure arbiters are looking for 50 move, but g5 was just played, so it restarts.
The 50-move rule, any trades or any pawn moves, and the 50 moves reset.
With queen f3. So black bishop is awkwardly placed. If it was on f4, be a very happy bishop.
Well, that's exactly what Nodirbek is thinking as well. You know what? I'll try to put the bishop on f4. Maybe in this case, you start to think, you know, you don't want to make perpetual checks possible, but if your bishop was on f4, by the way, the king got chased over to the queen side, far away from it. Should the king have remained on g2?
Yeah.
The computer doesn't. The computer doesn't care.
Yeah, that's very. The position is very hard to analyze with the computer because it just doesn't care. It says it's equal, and also this is equal. I can bring my king to a2 or g2, whatever you like.
I see.
But optically, black does make progress now. Since you've mentioned, there is bishop e5, bishop f4, or there is rook d4, rook f4, which is another option.
Anchor.
Get the rook on f4, bishop on d4.
Yeah.
And then again look for g4 one day.
I think we have a very long game on our hands, and next round will be delayed, I assume.
Well, in fact, because this is the last game, just sum up there. We saw Wesley has lost. Gukesh drew. Our second place, Duda, is fighting.
We had all the 3 decisive results out of 4. Only Gukesh drew against Anish. Pragg defeated Saric. Magnus defeated Fabi. And Alireza won against Wesley.
Okay, a big win by Alireza. Also for Magnus, we saw a very, very frustrated Magnus in the first 2 days of play. He looked kind of angry to be.
I'm sure he's happy now.
Yeah, it's always nice to take down a huge rival.
Oh, in this position after queen e4, you can just go king h6. Bishop's not really hanging.
Please take my bishop.
Yeah.
Oops. Nice.
No, he's not doing that. He went king f6.
King f6. Okay, he's still thinking about anchoring his pieces.
How do we avoid?
Well, okay.
We need to manage f5 somehow, but how? The white squares are being controlled.
Exactly. Well, I think he's about to get there.
3 seconds?
3?
Am I seeing that right? Yeah. He made the move with 2 seconds.
By the way, Duda, in a couple of the games, has gone very, very low on his clock, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's used to it. He's very good at playing with 1 second.
Okay, so finally,
f5 is happening.
f5, g4, h3, he's kind of getting going. Still triple zeros.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm guessing, like, you can play f5, but also you have to care about your king not getting into perpetual check.
Yeah. By the way, not for nothing, but the last move with just here, I would have played check in a heartbeat, just with the idea that the king would be more vulnerable on d2 before playing e5, and if the king goes to c2, pushing the king away, and gaining time on the clock too, I might add. But rook e5 on the board. Time for king g6, yeah?
Yeah, Duda was looking up on the screen. He's probably counting since g5 how many moves have passed.
Exactly.
It actually has been like 20 moves already. Queen d4.
I remember a very famous game of Larry Christensen and Shahovic. He was a grandmaster from Yugoslavia, and it was a fortress, and Larry deliberately allowed Shahovic to make checkmate. That on the 50th move, he said, it's a draw. You can't checkmate me because it's a 50-move draw. And Shahovic says, I'm sorry, I made a pawn move 2 moves. And Larry had miscounted 50.
Oh, no.
It's like,
I mean, that's just
let's
tragic
say,
comedy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's say Larry was not a happy camper.
So I think if we push
Low
f5,
bump.
it's just perpetual right away. After queen d6.
5 perpetual right away?
I assume so.
Why would you make that assumption? F5.
You can actually hide on h5, right?
King h5.
Immediately. Well, I figured you're not happy on h5.
You're probably right.
Queen f6 or something?
G4. Remember the game of Magnus and
f5's on the board, by the way.
and Nepo, where Magnus, brought his king, and somehow Nepo couldn't make a perpetual check with his queen. F5 on the board? Okay.
Queen c4 played. Okay, so Duda wants queen g8 and perpetual that way.
Makes sense.
Can you play king f6 and start running towards the center?
Makes sense. I'm always looking at these G4 ideas. I guess queen G8 is really an issue here.
So then if you go king f6, I'm just going to win the pawn.
Exactly. So king f6. When do you feel like your practical chances, you've run out, or it's happening?
I think it's a draw. I would be surprised to lose this. 4.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
because
black king just can't.
it's all about the king. Okay, so where are we moving our king? Let's just say king d1, and I go rook here. I can't hide my king. You just check me.
I won't let you go to e4 f3. Yes,
That's the point.
that's the key. Yeah.
So you keep checking me, and the moment I step on e4,
Diagonal
then you're going to give me a diagonal check. That makes sense, because I was just dreaming if I could ever get my king to f3, I would be a happy camper.
Why is this king d3?
What?
Like, even though computer still says it's a draw, can't we go rook e3 and take the pawn?
I like the way you're thinking.
King d4 and then queen f8, right?
Yeah,
Perpetual
I
should
think
be
that's
there.
what he has in mind. But
Where is the perpetual?
rook
Would you
e3 check.
Oh, and then you have g4 available, but queen e8, right? That's how.
Yeah.
Rook takes. Queen f8.
Now king wants to run via h5.
No,
Why
he
did
didn't
he
even
queen
play
check?
rook e3. He didn't even play rook e3 check. He just dropped back with the rook. King e6. I assume he wants to meet queen c8 check with rook d7 check, and that was a clever move by Duda. He's taking advantage of the fact that now he can cross the e file and bring his king back to f1. Ooh!
What happened?
He left his rook hanging. I am not kidding. Nodirbek played the move king d5.
Oh my God.
Kept his hand on the piece, forgetting that the rook was
That was too much.
undefended. Oh, if he had lost that game with such a terrible move like that, there would have been a gnashing of teeth. Okay,
And Duda
now
would be in first, I think. Clear first.
now I think this was more or less my question to you. When do you feel like it's gone, like your chances of winning? And I think the queen on f6 is just such a It's powerful. It's so powerfully
Unless he
placed.
can do bishop g3 and g4. He still...
Chief pawn is hanging.
Yes, and if I sacrifice that and improve my king, it won't be enough.
I understand what you mean, yeah. It's like if you don't mind losing a pawn if your king gets to f4 or something, or something, a really good square.
But look, now with the white king being close to the corner and you sacrificing the g-pawn, it's not too far from this, wrong corner bishop draw, so that white exchanges the queen for the rook and the pawn.
Exactly.
So it should be a draw still.
Yeah. By the way, clock times we haven't.
I mean,
asked
last
you.
move was made with 2 seconds, I think. At some
2.
point. Yeah, I think both players have gone down to 2 seconds.
I think Nodirbek is. He's kind of pushing the envelope. I think Gukesh was pushing the envelope a little bit as well, but now you start to feel like, wait a minute, the clock is really whoa. Bishop c1.
Vicious, does he want to play f4? But then how do you make any progress?
The reason I say whoa, by the way, is in these endings, you really want to make sure all your pieces are very well protected. Loose bits fall off, that kind of thing. But bishop c1, there was no way of punishing that.
Will he repeat or will he keep trying?
At this point, I think I just repeat. I would play rook e5 and king d7 and just say, draw.
Good defense.
Well done.
4 seconds. Rook d5 play.
4 seconds for Nodirbek?
Yeah.
Because at one time it was Duda who was down to just a few seconds.
I guess he can try rook d2 and rook h. No, queen f5 defends the pawn. Never mind.
It just turned out that the queen is fabulously well placed on f6.
So playing f5 didn't help black at all.
The timing was wrong. Yeah. And also the problem is the desirable g4, hg4, the bishop is now hanging, so we can't recapture. So g4, we would be...
lose 2 pawns. Then
we
you're
would...
risking there.
Exactly. We're trying, I think, too much.
They're on move 110. This might be the longest game we've had so far in this rapid portion.
Miro and I are both big snooker fans, and in snooker, when you make a century, you make 100 points. Everybody celebrates and applauds. In chess, you make 100 moves. Everybody goes, "What's wrong? Boo, boo, hiss."
And for yes, I just fell in the same trap that you were describing. I was counting the moves since g5, and we were approaching 50, and then I realized, well, f5 was played not so long ago.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And again, it just so happens that the queen on f6 is just magnificently placed. And for Duda, moving his king between f1 and g2 is so easy. And the queen so hard to disturb, right? Because the f-pawn would fall if you played rook e6.
If this game goes long enough, he'll go back to 25 minutes. He just made move with 1 second.
Did he?
What? He's risking way too much.
1
if
second.
If he flags this.
You'd feel so terrible. Wow.
I think he realized that, so he made next 3 moves very quickly.
Yeah, just like, what am I thinking, letting my time click down so far?
There's just no new ideas left in this position. Can never improve your king without giving up too many pawns.
Exactly.
And he just has to
make a move.
A draw.
Accept.
King f1. Position has been repeated many times, it feels like. But his king is always on a different spot.
Yeah, c7, d7, d7.
Even
2 times here, 2 times there, right? Check. King f3.
Why not f1?
Why not
Still?
f1?
Why change it up? he did. Bishop d4? No, well, that makes no sense.
G-pawn.
So you come back bishop f4, and he can play like something like rook e4 now, but I don't have to take on f5.
Good, good, yes. You don't.
I'll just start giving you checks.
He's played bishop f4. I think that's a final admission that I haven't made any progress.
But look at his body language. No, he wants to try everything he can.
Yeah.
And I mean, who can blame him? He's looking for his first win.
Right.
And in this game, he's been close.
He was at some point completely winning.
Oh,
so
really?
Right, with the two rooks. Yeah.
This persistence is because of a huge miss, I imagine.
Carrying over from the previous moves. And again, his clock, he's thinking a lot.
Sticking down to 4 seconds, yeah.
Now, just a word of advice for the young players watching. You can make a move like king f1 and say, I'm going to play king f1 and claim a draw. And then the arbiter will tell you, no, this position has only occurred twice, and this, and you have to do this. And so you lose a minute. You give your opponent a minute. But then you get all the information you need to be able to make a claim in the near future.
Why is the king on a5?
I don't know. There was a queen on f6 a moment ago. I went into this wonderful...
Okay, some progress. King is advancing, but he can't go too far. He can't cross the c-file now.
Yes, but we're checkmating the queen. King a3, bishop b2, and checkmate to the queen.
Oh, wow. That's nice. Yeah, actually, that looks good. He's going for it. King a3. We're on move 125.
Amazing.
Are we going to reach 150? Very doable.
So, wait a second. After queen b6, instead of a check, weren't those pieces like
they're
you might have been losing a 5 pawn.
Bishop b2, bishop b2.
So the f5 pawn was pushed on move 92.
Right, which means
142 would be.
You're a math girl.
And they're not that far off, actually. We're on 128 right now.
So if we sneak our king to a2.
Can you hide queen a6?
No, I don't think I can hide.
Yeah, I think it's still a perpetual queen b1, and I'm using all the white squares to check you.
Look, and even if it's not like the king on a2 is all of a sudden
something
very
great.
threatening.
Yeah, it's not h2, it's a2.
Yeah, exactly. You want your king on g3 secured by your pieces, right?
Exactly.
Then we are talking black winning.
Right.
Okay, they repeated twice already. It's going to go king c4 probably. But then it's still queen d3.
Check.
Yeah. King c4 played. And after queen d3, is he going to head back? King b4, king a5?
It was just...
All the way back to the 7th rank.
I think he is, actually.
Because I don't see how else you make progress. Or change up the position at all.
Right.
Yeah, king a5.
Chess is an endurance sport, by the way.
Now, by the way, queen g1 wins the pawn. Queen g1.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And that's what I would do with white.
Yeah, I'd kind of start to say, look, dude, I'm going to punish you.
Then you lose h4 too.
Because you put your pieces where they're hanging. The bishop is not anchored. When the bishop was on f4, it was anchored in queen g1.
And Duda gained so much time, he has more than 2 minutes now.
And guess what? Wow.
If Duda wins this...
Also
now we understand why he's in
blue.
second. He has been opportunistic. What a
Also,
move. Queen
no
g1.
because pawn's going to come off.
What a move. Queen g1. And suddenly, where's the bailout for black? King b4, take a pawn?
Okay, are we losing 2 pawns? We're going to lose 2 pawns.
Well, there went number 1. And
You can't save both of them because bishop is so awkwardly
no,
placed.
I was going to say, I would
Well,
probably
white
play...
is actually winning according to machine. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, at least big advantage.
Better.
Yeah.
Big advantage. So the bishop needs to be on g3, and it's not
Okay,
there.
now I feel like black has a setup, like fortress. How could you possibly win this, right?
Now it's a fortress.
Now it's a fortress.
Now it's a fortress. There was like a very narrow window of opportunity for white.
Easy to miss that one. Queen c8. Yeah, okay, this should be a fortress because,
Yeah.
I mean, what can you do?
But it's funny that now it's Nodirbek who's making the draw.
So will we wait for another 50 moves now?
Oh no, I don't think Duda will play for that long.
By the way, this really delays the round. You can
Oh
see
yeah,
all of
he
the
was
other
supposed
players
to start already 5 minutes ago.
even.
Yes.
And I do,
These players will need a break.
yes, exactly. And I do believe that Chris Bird, the arbiter, will say it's a legit for the players to have 15 minutes between the games. Sorry, I
They'll
mean
get
10.
10 minutes,
10,
yes.
10 minutes. I knew that, I forgot.
King d4. Okay, I mean, there's still a chance to blunder because the king is not close to the rook and the bishop. It's kind of an awkward setup.
You know, it's funny, because the king is actually close to the rook, I think I would actually prefer a fortress with my rook on b4 and my bishop on b2. You know, it's like, and my king on a3, let's say. So, but okay, he's getting there. It's just, I don't want to allow queen takes d4 and some unexpected
Oh my God, I
moment.
forgot about that. He could lose a pawn ending.
That's what I'm saying. You know, like if my king is like,
But no,
and
king b3 and yeah, then
queen takes
catching with your
d4
king.
and you're still in the.
We might see that. They might just make it draw that way.
Right.
Yes. All right, no 50 moves.
Whew.
We're on move 145 though.
Good job hanging in there. Our endurance commentators, we get special.
They're smiling now. Playing till stalemate. There we go.
Wow.
The longest game for sure.
Wow.
What a fight.
And a very, very appreciative applause from our Croatian audience as we saw 3 decisive games in this round 7. Let's jump to Zagreb.
Over to you, Cristian.
Thank you, guys. Well, this is definitely what we want to see, and this is what the audience wants to see as well. These two players are fighting all the way until the end, and they're trying to take their chances. And both of the players, in fact, had chances in this game. And just to show you those final few moments, Miro, at this point, pointed out that after rook to c4, it does seem like white has a chance to win this one. Not with queen to f5, because after queen f5, you just simply create this setup with all of the pieces protected as black, and all you have to do is just keep the king close enough. At some point, white is going to have to sacrifice the queen for the bishop and the rook. But what he could have done was give this check. It's all about the awkwardness of black's pieces. The king needs to stay close to the rook and the bishop at the same time. And this bishop would love to jump all the way to g3 to protect that pawn on h4. You don't care about the pawn on f5 as black. You care about the pawn on h4. The same goes for white. Obviously, you would love to take the pawn on h4. After queen e7, king to b3, stay close once again with the king to the bishop and the rook. And I can go queen to f7, set up this pin. Now I have a huge threat in the position. King to d3, you lose one tempo, king to d3 finishes the game. So you have to get off this pin with a move king to b4. Now I can give you a check. It's a very nice maneuver, very difficult to see. Maybe you will spot it in a classical game, definitely not in a blitz encounter. Queen to b7, now if you go king to c5 and try to stay close to your bishop and your rook, I just simply go king to d3, your rook is tied down to the defense of the bishop on c3, and if you move the bishop anywhere, well, the problem is I go queen to c7, and your rook is going to be lost after queen takes c4. So a small opportunity there for Duda, and I want to show you another game, the one between Fabiano and Magnus, because Fabi, in fact, had a better position at one point in this time scramble situation. He's a couple of pawns up, but obviously black has this extra pressure on the pawn on a2. The pawn on a3 is such a tremendous thorn in white's position. what Fabi was trying to do is get to the black king, and he understood that he has to do that. He played the move h6, but not like this, not like this. What he had to do was f5. Now the idea is that if you take on f5, I go e6, I sacrifice another pawn. It's all related to the disruption of your pawn structure and me getting, with my queen, closer to your king. For example, if you accept the sacrifice, then I just simply invade with my queen on e8, lose the bishop on e7, and that's pretty much all she wrote. So after e6, after f5, in fact, black has to find some really powerful moves to stay in the game. Queen to f4, and after f takes e6, knight to g5, not easy, but you could see how this could turn into a completely different result. He played the move h6, king takes h6, and Fabiano panicked at this point, allowed the king to run away to e8, and after queen to g2, queen takes f4. This was the fatal mistake for Fabi, and after queen takes f4, black is breaking through because the king has escaped, and you're not going to be able to deliver that perpetual check. Just an incredible round. Let's take a look at the standings after this one as we go into the second game of the day. Gukesh is still leading after round 7. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, what an incredible escape with 9 points, still 2 points behind, and Magnus Carlsen fulfills the podium with 8 points. Just an incredible couple of last rounds remaining here in the rapid portion. Let's go on a short commercial break and we'll be back with game 2.
When you come to Croatia, you have to visit the city where I have found my love, Dubrovnik, and see a concert in this place.
You have to enjoy coffee on any of our squares.
And see the most beautiful Croatian building.
You have to learn all about our legends.
You have to party here.
Take a photo there.
Dance everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of history and culture, full of life.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest. Then off to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
When you come to Croatia, you have to find the nearest sailboat.
And visit one of the sunniest coastlines in Europe.
And drop the anchor at any of our 1,000 islands.
You have to listen to the biggest Croatian musician, the sea organ in Zadar.
You have to swim here.
Dive there.
Sail everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of islands to discover, full of life.
National titles are up for grabs as rising stars and chess legends converge in the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, for the 2025 U.S. Senior, Junior, and Girls Championships. Beginning July 15th, 30 elite players across 3 fields will compete for a total prize fund of $225,000. 2024 U.S. Senior Champion Vladimir Akopian returns to defend his title, while returning junior players, International Master Justin Wang and Grandmaster Brewington Hardaway and Abhimanyu Mishra will be fighting for first place. In the Junior Girls Championship, top seed Zoe Tang chases her first national title in what promises to be a wide-open field. Young stars and seasoned vets are ready to leave it all on the board. Catch all the action on the St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch channels.
When you come to Croatia, you have to refresh your mind by the pool.
and heal your body in our thermal spas.
You have to enjoy a massage by the sea.
And regain your smile in any of our dental clinics.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to swim here.
Relax there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of well-being, full of life.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a lot of decisive games in round 7. Let's take a look at updating standings. Gukesh still in the lead with 11 points. Jan-Krzysztof remains in second. And now Magnus Carlsen has replaced Wesley So in third place, because Wesley lost his game against Alireza.
Prague winning jumps up as well. And that
sharing fourth now,
yeah.
Wesley, Prague, and Anish.
And we have a Stump the Commentators section.
Players from how many countries have competed in the Grand Chess Tour?
Dear me.
Wildcard or participant?
I'm going to go with the maximum.
I'm going to go with minimum. I'm going to go with an 8.
23.
Okay, so once again, you're leaving me with the right answer. I'm picking B.
Okay.
Yes.
And
we're doing this on purpose.
But look, we've had so many players over the years. It's got to be 23. Come on.
It's probably 19.
Come on.
You're right,
yes,
sir. Good job.
Wisdom, age, glory, all of those things.
Well done, Yasser.
Well done. Thank you very much. Pairings for this round 8 coming up.
Let's have a look. Nodirbek is playing Magnus Carlsen. Anish Giri against Fabi. Ivan Saric playing the tournament leader, Gukesh. Wesley versus Prague. And Duda against Firouzja.
Those games, Duda, Firouzja especially, but also, I mean, Ivan Saric, he had a really nice tournament until he spoiled a position against Prague. Is he going to be angry? What kind of mood is Ivan Saric going to be in?
It's very hard to tell.
Yeah, because Gukesh, you know, I mean, he just got a streak stopped.
Yeah.
He is on that 5-0 streak.
But if you think of it, Saric, I think his objective was to be solid, because yesterday, for instance, he was getting very promising positions and he was kind of reserved to let's play safe.
Right.
And, yeah, it's very unlikely that now he goes all out and starts playing.
You know, if Gukesh wants to win this event, which of course he does, you have to take risks against the lowest rated player in the event.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Especially after coming off of a loss.
Right.
It's a perfect time to play something aggressive and take chances.
I must say, very calm-looking world champion Gukesh there. I mean, a moment ago we just saw him in this scramble, time scramble against Anish Giri, and he was definitely nervous.
The refusal of repetition when you're low on time and your wars, it's just
so
amazing.
Impressive. We have the most classical of the Ruy Lopez, and it's interesting that Ivan is waiting for the moment. Finally, he did play the move rook e1, b5, bishop e3. Now, everybody's been castling and saying, would you like to dance at a marshal? And many people have been saying, no, I want to play h3 or I want to play a4 and an anti-marshal. And it's been a while, Miro, since I've seen the marshal gambit at the very highest levels. But has theory changed? I mean, I think the players almost worked it out to a draw.
Wait a second. This
Bishop
last
B7.
move that was played,
C6.
It's really, really surprising, because honestly, it's never been a move, almost. So let's, of course, mention that C6 is considered to be the main move, while knight f6 was the move that Frank Marshall himself played in the first game
against Capablanca.
Yeah, bishop b7, I remember in Soviet chess magazines it was mentioned like a third possible option, and I think back then they were claiming, but it is refuted because of that and that.
Yeah. 126 games with bishop b7.
With bishop b7, so apparently something new was found.
So knight f4 was the big idea, and in that case you're looking at g2 and you're looking at d3, so the question is what happens after d4?
Maybe still bishop f6.
Bishop f6. Because, okay, bishop f6. And
yeah, I know normally it goes to d6.
Right, and we go backwards? And?
Okay, rook e8.
Just rook e8. And again, lots and lots of games from this one, Miro?
No, not with bishop e7.
Not many. Yeah, well, if I may...
Please, jump in.
Queen f3 back then was considered... It's not a main move, but back then it was considered to be kind of the quote-unquote refutation of the whole idea. So you go queen f3, and then this one's attacked and pinned. And then if you go c6, the argument was, like you put the bishop on b7, and I played queen f3, which sometimes I do anyway. Right. But apparently, once again, this engine is not very deep, but apparently it says like you might actually go bishop d6, and then rook d5, queen e7 actually wins for black, queen e1, and then, like king f1, the rook comes. So after bishop d6, the line is like bishop takes d5.
Looks good.
And black has c6. Don't ask me why, don't ask me what is that, but c6, that's what computer said.
Okay.
I'm sorry? Like bishop c6, then, no, black just wins here,
right?
If you take on c6. If you move the rook, then cd5, and this is, in a way, is a typical Marshall-esque position, right? So at first you wonder where the compensation is, but somehow, queen to c7, and later on a5, b4, and it's not your favorite type of Marshall compensation. You're not going for the king's side, you're not going for an attack, but still two bishops, and white's somewhat lacking development proves black's compensation for the pawn.
I've freely expressed my ignorance, and queen f3 certainly had my attention. But what is the refutation to d2, d4? Are you playing like Nazi played against me, bishop f6, and you're just saying you've got...
There is no refutation. It's just you play bishop f6, rook e1,
queen d7.
Okay, one of the things, rook e8 or queen d7.
And you just say, okay, this is typical.
Yeah, the only thing is our bishop's on a wrong diagonal. It's
wrong
not on
diagonal,
d6,
yeah.
But on the other hand, the other bishop is on a good diagonal on b7.
Okay. And if you don't mind, just one more move. I've got knight d2 to e4 on my agenda, and if I could play knight to e4, I would think I'm close to
I'm guessing
winning.
black's plan is knight f4 at some point. That's why I liked rook e8 first. Yeah, here you just play knight e4.
Right. And I'm threatening to take, right?
Yeah.
So, oops. So you're saying not queen d7.
Rook e8.
Rook e8, much better. Much better.
But Ivan's taking his time to figure out what to do after bishop b7. Let's check other games meanwhile.
Where would you like to take us?
Let's go to Duda. He's in second place.
I see a pawn on
Alireza.
a3. That was fast. Okay, looks like the Nodirbek is making a comeback in this Rapid and Blitz. All very standard stuff. By the way, the inclusion of moves king h1 and f3 is very peculiar, because you would think that white was prepped for f4.
It's a little too passive, right?
a5,
for white.
a3. Okay, I don't know what point we left theory, Miro, but it already feels quite unusual to me.
And can you tell us if this pawn push a5, a4, a3, is it too much for black, or it was the best thing to do?
a5's actually being played. I'm not sure if it's too much or not. Like, one little thing I can tell you, that there is this line, the classic, so-called classical Sicilian with knight c6. And after retreat, there is this line with e5. And later on, well, especially after, say, bishop e3, black's plan is actually to go a7, a5 immediately.
Right.
Right, a5, and then typically white faces it with a4. So in comparison, we've gotten over here where everything else looks very similar. White king is on h1. And the moment white plays f3, black goes a5. So I'm kind of claiming that it is very, very well might be the transposition, with the only difference that the king is on h1. Which I guess benefits white, but to what extent we do not know. And with the king on g1, and this structure is normally considered to be playable for black. The whole point is that, yeah, you would say a4 and a lot of light square weaknesses, but black's knight, it's extremely well placed on b4. And then it's supposed d5, and also sometimes, I don't know, this d5 takes, sometimes this is very annoying, like a pressure on c2.
Right.
Yeah. So A3. Let me check if there are no games after A3. So apparently we left theory somewhere
no
earlier.
transpositions.
Yeah, 11 games here still. A4, I guess. Knight C1. Oh, interesting. So Knight D2 was not played.
Knight D2, the
Knight
novelty.
C1 was, well,
previously
played in 3 games, yeah.
92 is a novelty.
Yeah.
A3, and the bot suggests that knight to C4, A B2, and rook to B1. And then the knight is nicely placed on C4, and I imagine goes to B6, D5 later on. And, well, computer likes white.
It's a hidden move, knight C4. How do these two match up? I suspect that they've crossed swords a number of times.
I'm sure they've played many games. Not that many, and very evenly matched.
7-7.
7-7 and 4 draws.
If it had been 7 draws, they'd played 21. I'll stand on the 21. A3, knight C4. I like that idea very much, that after A takes B2, rook B1, you put your rook on B2, covering A2, and you start to imagine in your mind's eye that you're going to play knight D6 and control the D5 square. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. Where else?
Check Magnus. Let's see how he's doing against Nodirbek. I wonder if Nodirbek had any time to rest in between the rounds.
I would have, I mean, here in St. Louis, I joked during the break that we'll just go from breakfast to dinner. That was quite the game. And if we're feeling it, I'm sure Nodirbek is feeling it as well. What was this? This was a Choco piano with an early queenside expansion. Okay. And normally speaking, you don't get to play D4, B4, and A4.
Looks like white has a lot of space, right?
Yeah, without some consequences. Knight C4, okay, the bishop goes back to C7.
Eventually you have to do something in the center. Will you take on E5 or just keep the tension
I think
right?
By the way, I think this is a very important moment to take because black, let's play a bad move. Just a bad move, rook A2. Because black, I think, is finally ready to now counter in the center with D5, which is exactly why we see the move D takes E5, D takes E5, and I suspect A5.
So we don't take with the knight? Don't want to trade?
Yeah, this one, yes.
The knight on C4 is very nice, and I want to trade it.
Yes. So knight F3 takes A5, just to, like you say, the knight is very nice, and you want to prevent the move B5. Miro, jump in on this one too. It looks like it's theory, but how deep are we?
In fact, no. We've left theory a couple of moves ago. So apparently the whole thing with early D4 is not that popular.
Right.
Like if you recall it properly, like usually D4 is played with the knight already being on G3.
Yes.
Right. So D4, rook E8 was still played, and then bishop D3 apparently is the first new move. Even though very logical, defending E4. So C6, anyway, we've gotten to this position, and computer argues that capturing with the pawn is actually better. Because, yeah, you're not exchanging the C4 knight, you're exchanging the F3 knight for white, which is not a great knight to begin with. You had the knight on F3, and black apparently like opting for knight F4 sometimes, knight H7, knight G5. To my surprise, it's just a barely like 0.20 for white. I would think, like, if you show me this position, I would think, yeah, white achieved a lot, right, on the queen side. Like A5, and then you have all this, all these squares, and bishop goes to E3. Yeah, computer says like perhaps black has the squares of for all the pieces. So knight on H7, G5. Yeah, queen, you just move it to E7, bishop to E6, and perhaps enough counterplay. Again,
remarkable.
Magnus understands all of those positions after, I don't know, playing a couple of World Championship matches in these structures. Yeah, he understands them better than anyone else.
And thank you, Miro. And how do these two match up? Let's guess. I'm going to give Magnus the edge, but how many games? Not that many,
look
right?
at that edge, though. 18 wins against 4, so...
That's huge.
That's too much, yes, and 12 draws.
Okay, I think Magnus got him when he was young.
Nodirbek became World Rapid champion.
And won against Magnus
Exactly.
to clinch that world
And I
championship
think he was
title.
only 20 then.
Yeah.
Or 19.
Yeah, and just remind me where we stand with these two players.
So Magnus is now in 3rd place.
He jumped with his victory, yeah.
And Nodirbek is in the last place. Hasn't won a game yet in this event.
So Magnus is saying, sorry, dude, but you're in last place. You're giving away too many points. I need your points.
You're the target now.
You're the target,
Let's
absolutely.
see how Fabi's doing. If he's recovering from his last loss, he needs to bounce back very quickly if he wants to have some chances and finish.
Well, the worst part about his loss to
Magnus
in just that previous round was it kind of felt like he didn't land a blow. I mean, that he played an ineffectual game. I don't mind losing, but I want to feel like I was a part of the struggle, not that I was just watching my opponent perform miracles over the
And it was
chessboard.
Caruana of all the openings.
Of all things, too. Exactly. Let's pick up from Anish. This is a Rasalimo, it looks like.
The structure tells me it's Rasalimo.
Yeah, and it's so weird to see these pieces of whites jumbled up like this. Knight on b1, knight on d2, bishop on c1. If I had a student who says, I have a problem with chess, I could look at his position and say, I've got a cure for you. F5.
It's F5 move. I think black is
Two bishops.
doing really well. What did white achieve in this opening?
I'm thinking. Hold on, I'm still thinking.
Trying to find something for white?
Yeah, I really am. So, no. After b3,
Came up empty?
no, it came up empty. No, I don't feel like white achieved anything in Fabi's.
In the Fabi's clock, he's only spent like a minute. Of course, we know Rasalimo was played in his match against Magnus Carlsen, so
he's very
he knows
familiar.
this opening very well.
And that's the thing, too. People don't understand that when you play a world championship match, you're looking at so many openings, so many defenses. You're preparing here, there, and everywhere. You can oftentimes carry that
because
preparation.
not all of it gets used during the match.
Very, very little, actually. Yeah. So you're carrying this information with you. And you play 5 world championship matches like Magnus, you know a lot about a lot of things. B2, B3. Doesn't feel like Anish achieved anything in this, but you're back, Miro, to Gukesh.
Yeah, I'm back to Gukesh's game, and even though it's like half a move being played,
right.
So Saric decided on queen f3 and Gukesh went bishop d6. We're witnessing bishop d5, c6 played quickly, and I kept thinking what could possibly be considered a refutation back then. I'm still thinking rook e2, but some people might ask, like, what happens bishop e4, and when you take, I perform a double attack. Like, very, very clever thing to do. Turns out not really. Rook e8, queen f4, and
mate.
f5, and it's back rank mate. So even though white is up material, but all of those guys are not developed. So c6, I guess it's kind of a new wave theory, 27 games here. One game being funny rook h5 move, which I do not think is great.
Nope.
So it's a choice between rook e1 and rook e2.
No, we just talked about it, World Championship prep. This could be one of Gukesh's preps that didn't get used.
Yeah, because let's say the logic goes like this. You know that I play the marshal, so you will target me in one of the main marshal lines. And instead of like changing the repetcha completely, I will target you earlier by playing a marshal sideline, which still is objectively sound.
And by the way, finally, the players did speed up a little bit with the whole rook e1, queen c7. And we have spoken about this, but winning the rapid is usually a prelude to winning the tournament. For those of you joining us late, we had a graphic showing how oftentimes.
Oh, we have a pie chart for it now. So 42.3% of players who led or were tied for first after rapid portion ended up winning the entire event.
Somehow that's disappointing.
That works
I did a beautiful setup. I was expecting 60%. 100% would have been excessive, but I was happy with 60.
26 total previous GCT Rapid and Blitz events.
So just think, by winning the rapid 42% of the time, the player went on to win the tournament.
Yeah, I was under the impression it was a lot more.
Remarkable.
Does it mean to increase your odds you're not supposed to win?
Yeah, exactly.
So the second place is better than the first?
Deep thoughts. Okay, Ivan Saric is a pawn up against our tournament leader, who wants to win the rapids, says Gukesh, because then I can win the tournament. Bishop e3, and you had mentioned b4, and guess what?
And b4, and guess what? The most remarkable thing about this position now, Gukesh's time, which is 26 minutes.
Oh.
Are we aware that we start
27.
with 27 minutes?
Yeah.
So all of that is analyzed.
Wow.
Yeah,
Impressive preparation.
Worked it out to a draw, I believe. Yeah, and now computer already slightly shifts in black's favor, like minus, well, starts to show minus figures, minus 0.1, minus 0.17.
What
there
did
are some
white
funny
do?
moves, like queen a5, for instance.
Wow.
Yeah, but even the most straightforward, just capture a3, knight a3, bishop takes a3, rook a3 and h6, and computer is not bothered whatsoever. Pawn down, but you've committed to g3, so you have like light square weaknesses around your king.
Mm-hmm.
So it's perhaps just impossible to to progress with.
The light square bishop after you play g3. Thank you, Miro. That first of all, whenever you said minus, like as black has the advantage, you're basically saying to me that somewhere earlier white made a poor move.
A mistake, but there is no mistake. That's amazing. That's amazing that if we trust the machine, it was saying, okay, white is better, then no obvious mistakes, as the machine itself would admit.
Right.
And then over here, after b4, okay, slightly shifts in black's favor. It's a mystery.
Very strange.
There's a logic glitch there, I'm just suggesting.
I'm guessing Gukesh analyzed this with the strongest engines, and he knows that black is not worse here.
I'm going to shift back to the game between Nodirbek and Magnus, just to see what happened. After the recapture on e5, we left it d takes e5, d takes e5, keeping a pair of knights on the board, whether it be this knight on g6 wants to go to f4, queen c2. By the way, an invitation. Do you want to play b5?
One of the games we already had, but can't remember which one.
Bishop e6, bishop f1, b5, knight e3, queen c8. Just pausing for a moment, it looks there is a great deal of symmetry, but then you kind of say, well, which pieces are better than their counterparts?
It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell. Okay, c4, let's go.
Okay, there's some imbalances now.
Kind of a concession.
Ooh, a5.
Rook takes a4 and a5.
Yeah, I think if we take on a5, black might end up being a little better, so maybe we have to push b5?
Okay, b5, and I'm assuming that we're going to play, it takes on b5, takes on b5, bishop b6.
Yeah, that looks.
Oops, sorry.
I think black has no problems whatsoever, and b5 has been played.
b5 on the board. Clock times?
They have plenty of time.
Well, I mean, nobody...
No. There's too many differences,
yeah, nobody came out ahead and said, my preparation's better than yours. Okay, let's continue our...
One game left, Wesley against Prague. We haven't checked their opening yet.
All right.
Oh, it was...
This looks like one of those
Maroczy.
wonderful Maroczy bind positions. Friend John Donaldson has been playing the black side of this variation of the Maroczy bind his whole career. Successfully, I might add, which is always surprising.
I was going to say, he must be one of the very few players who's doing it successfully.
Yeah. He and the grandmaster from Russia who went to live in Holland, can't remember his name. He had one of the longest non-losing streak. Oh.
Tivyakov.
Sergei.
Tivyakov, yes.
Yes,
Sergei
thank
Tivyakov
you. Yeah, Sergei also liked to defend this position.
But we like white.
Yes.
Of course.
White has an edge. Cool. Miro, the floor is yours.
Well, let's check what we've got.
Can you show us Duda Alireza?
Duda, yeah.
Yes.
Top 1 second. Yeah, it was something very funny happening in this one. Yeah, A3, knight C4, AB2, rook B1, something that we've speculated. And then this little move B5.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I don't know what to
Surprise.
think of it. I don't know what to think of it. Yeah. So, knight B5, rook takes A2. I imagine it's like still white seems somewhat more
D6
active
also
to me.
hanging?
Yeah.
But I'm guessing like black got rid of some weaknesses.
For the A2.
There's a very good chance that we end up like D6 is lost, C2 somehow, and we end up with 4 versus 4, right? So can we take D6 would be a question, right? But then there is bishop E6, right?
Right.
Then there is bishop E6. Yep, so I'm not really sure how to go about this B5. Because Compi says we take, and then we go bishop b6, which is somewhat artificial. And then we take on b2, and we play this position with white.
So we say the c2
right,
pawn.
the bishop did not develop to e6, right? The bishop did not develop to e6.
And we say the c2 pawn is better than the d6 pawn.
I guess maybe we put the bishop on c4,
hairs.
not the knight on c4.
Yeah. For those of you joining us late, knight d2 was the novelty in this one.
Absolutely, yeah.
Instead of knight c1. But b5, that's a crafty move.
Yeah, it fits Alireza. It's definitely in his style.
He sneaks in those moves.
But I think he's very happy with the current position because white has too many good choices. We don't know which pawn to take, b5, b2, d6.
Right. Yeah, that's tough. It's tough.
Let's go to Fabi. I think
Fabi's completely winning.
What?
Yeah, Anish
that
made some
happened
mistakes.
fast. When we left it, we just saw the move b3. We thought after f5, no advantage, but we didn't think there was going to be a disadvantage. Why is Fabi completely winning? Well, that's an awkward pin on the queen, and d5 is the big threat, right?
He's not materially up yet, but yes, positionally, I see the Valber saying black is winning.
Wow.
If you'd pay attention to white's move 16, when he took d takes e4. So I believe it's like, when you're stuck with the original idea and you're trying to prove the point of your previous play, because queen e4 was still available. There is no d5. Right, there is no d5 because of knight d5, and you would keep, the integrity of your structure, so to speak. Yeah, queen e4, white's not better, but neither white is, he's not much worse either. Right. But after d e4, bishop a6, and especially bishop b2, rook e8, there is no way back, because d5 is a huge threat. And what computer does, it goes like queen f2, then black captures, goes knight e5, and just wins the pawn on c4. Because next move, queen f7, and white piece is like the knight on c3, in fact, is terribly placed.
Right.
Speaking of double pawns, right? Like, I mean, we would sometimes say, okay, the c pawns are doubled, are weak. But with the pawn on b6, all of a sudden, white is much happier because at least you can jump to d5.
This is the best double pawns.
Yeah, there is absolutely no way.
So a Rasalimo gone wrong for Anish. He's mistimed it. d3 takes e4 is given Fabi a chance to seize the initiative with rook e8. And now Fabi, according to the engine, huge advantage. He's about to play d5. And for Fabi, he's in desperate need. I mean, I think his confidence might have been really shaken with that loss in the previous round to Magnus. But a win, you can certainly bounce back. And we see Anish at the board going,
Should have taken that pawn with the queen.
taken the pawn with the queen way back when I had that chance. And where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Let's have a look. How is Magnus doing? Any updates there?
We had just seen the position after b5, actually.
Yes. This players are
he played
fast.
bishop b6 right away. I thought there was going to be a capture on b5. He played bishop b6, c5, takes on b5, bishop takes.
Is he up a
bishop takes.
He sacrificed an exchange.
Yes, he did. Queen takes.
Does he have enough compensation? He does. I love his bishops. Those two bishops. And eventually the knight will be good too once it's on f4.
Whoa! But but wait a minute. Hold on. It's a rook. It's an exchange. They're better than.
The engine disagrees with us.
I like white.
Engine slightly likes black more.
Wow.
Yeah, yes. If you consider black going bishop d7 in this position, making
Bishop
you
d7,
take on a5. Yep.
a5.
And then takes on e4.
On
All of a sudden, we
e4.
understand why black has the compensation.
He's going to win
one flank. The rook is not much better than a minor piece, especially since we have a lot of minor pieces on the board.
Okay.
This is turning into such a dynamic position. Magnus is so good at those. He has the initiative right now, and he's played bishop d7. Yeah, I think he
so
loves
we might be
positions
seeing
like
this position. So just a second, hold on. I'm still trying to get the zen of what just took place because it was such a surprise. Wow.
Because we're looking at such symmetrical, equal position, and all of a sudden, material imbalance, positions all over the place.
Yeah. It's like...
yeah, he found a way to complicate things. And
well, complicate is one thing. It blowed up. The whole position just blew up.
I'm starting to like black, yes. And once I noticed pawn on e4 is hanging.
Right. Wow. That was quite the shift. It wasn't obvious at all. And for a rapid game...
You know, sorry to interrupt, but it's a very, very deep idea to go bishop b6 immediately.
Yeah.
If we return to this moment, because I remember you guys analyzing this, which I also thought was the natural thing, but then we give white the c4 square, and after knight c4, computer claims white to be significantly better.
Gotcha.
So bishop b6...
without the trade.
Right, yeah. So bishop b6 without the trade doesn't have this disadvantage.
Right.
And in fact, like black has more useful moves if you give black a chance on knight to d7 to c5.
But I think we're taking on b5 to not allow c5.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what we all thought.
Yeah, right.
But how about c5? And it turns out, yes, you take here, and then the rook's hanging, and I will take c5. But white says, you know what, but your rook on e8. Says, yeah, okay, it's just a rook, queen e8. And white cannot take c5 because his own rook is hanging. Bishop d2 you would be relying on. Yep, rook to c8, queen d1, because there were some discount attacks, and bishop d7, clever move. Dislodging this rook from the fourth ranks, and now this is what we are anticipating. I guess objectively, once again, if white manages to adjust the objectives for the game and say, okay, probably it went not great, I have to shape up now and make a draw.
Right.
It has to be defendable.
Right.
It has to be defendable for white, but it's very, very hard to switch from I'm playing for an advantage, I'm going to exchange up, oh wait, I have to fight for a draw. So that's a very, very tough position from practical point of view.
Totally agreed. Making that mental shift shows great agility. I don't really have that very much when I'm winning and I'm in that mode, like I'm playing for advantage, and I've misjudged the position.
And at least
it's very
in
hard
classical
for me.
time control, you do have time to adjust.
Exactly, not in rapid.
Not in rapid.
Not in rapid.
Let's go back to the tournament leader. Let's see how he's doing.
But then again, I just want to say for Magnus, that is really quite the remarkable trap that he caught his opponent in. When we left it, this is the Marshall Gambit, b4, a3, ba, and
he's going after the b2 pawn.
Black is better, says the computer.
Yes.
b2, b4.
He still has 19 minutes. That's incredible. What a prep. And Ivan's down to 8 minutes. That's a huge time advantage.
And by the way, with the move a4, kind of indication that that Gukesh is saying, look, I'm not even worried. I mean, you know, like I'm a pawn down, but who cares?
Bishop on d2 is just so awful.
It's a big pawn, isn't it? And sorry, you were about to say the prep is just amazing.
Yes, and if Gukesh can keep the pressure, not allow a lot of trades, the time pressure will eventually get to Ivan.
Absolutely. And
the white knight on c2, very passive. Ideally, we put it where? c5?
c5.
But can you get there in time? If we start right now.
So the two outposts that I would see are c5 and e5. So knight e1 to d3 would have my attention for sure, right? The other thing is...
probably bishop a6, knight d3.
Yeah, the other...
I think black's idea can be that once you play knight c5, I can just ignore it, play bishop b5.
Right.
Not trade.
The other thought that I would have is maybe I can bring my knight to F5 on a good day?
Actually, yeah, kingside is completely alone, right? But, well, Ivan went the other direction. He's
Knight
going to
A3. I'm not exactly sure, besides blockading the pawn, why we're so happy about putting the knight on the side.
Maybe he wants to free his rook and just leave the knight on A3. But where does the rook go?
I don't
have any active
Okay, so
plans.
we can't play H5. We can play H6. We can play Rook E4 with the idea of maybe Queen E8. There are light square weaknesses, right? You do have the pawn on G3. So I do like ideas
Queen
of
D7.
Queen D7.
That looks good.
Kind of looking over there. I really want to play H5, but Yeah.
Yeah,
Rook
you don't want
E4,
to start
Queen
with G6 because then you're creating holes in your own position.
Could I ask a question? I know it's rather brutal. I want to play Rook here with the idea of playing the Queen E8 and Rook E2. And my dream is for you to play Rook E1.
Yes.
Go ahead and open up that diagonal of the...
Maybe Queen D3.
Okay.
I'm thinking Ivan's idea might be to... Do I have time?
What, F3?
No, go to B5.
Go to B5.
But here now you have Bishop C6.
Right. I do have
Knight B5, I'm risking to be pinned, but right now it's working with the tempo, and I can maybe take on A4.
I like the way you're thinking. I'm just a little...
Your bishop's hanging on D6, so you have to defend first, and then I'll take on A4. Bishop C6, Rook A5.
Bishop A6, Knight D6, Bishop D3, and yes. So Bishop B8, Rook A4, huh?
Yes.
Bishop C6.
But
weird.
Instead of Bishop B8,
yep.
If you just back up one move, can you take on B4 and go Bishop A6?
Oh.
And then we're opposite colored bishops, but you have an attack going on my king side, so that should be pretty good.
I still will bail, right?
Oh, there's an... Okay, that ruins it.
I still will bail.
We need queens on the board for this to work.
Exactly. In any case, the thinking here is Gukesh is the one enjoying the moment, even though he is pawn behind. Duda, our second place, wait a minute, is that right?
Yes, he's a clear second.
Clear second. He's up against Alireza, Firouzja, and after B5, he didn't find anything better than your suggestion, Miro. Just taking on B5 and planting the bishop on B6.
Nothing better than the best engine moves.
Sorry, but you've got Anish Giri.
I just wanted to update you on Giri, Caruana. Yeah, Fabi indeed just won the C4 pawn.
Bravo.
Where was it? Yeah, Queen H5 was played instead of Queen F2, which might be the same. Bishop takes, Queen takes, and Queen F7. And again, if you return, there is Knight E5. So Rook F1, Queen C4, Queen F5. It doesn't do much.
Queen E6?
Knight E5.
Yeah, like I wanted to say black easily stops white's threats until I realized white doesn't have a threat. Because F7 is protected, so anything, Knight E5, Queen E6, black is totally dominant. So once again, you can say Queen E6 and you return the pawn on C4. Say we get this endgame, there is white's pawn on C4 and black is still winning.
Yes.
Because he's going to go Knight E5 and take it again. So it's such an unfortunate position for Anish that doesn't matter what he invents in here. Unless Fabi blunders badly, he should be able to convert.
Got it. And how do these players match up? I'm sure there's a ton of games between them.
Well, not as many as I expected, but Fabi has won 13 games,
2-1
6.
advantage.
Yeah, and of course a lot of draws, mostly draws.
But an opening error from Anish has netted him a terrible position right out of the opening.
Yeah, so far in this game, in this round, oh wow, I was going to say that Fabi is the only one who has a big advantage, but it looks like Ivan made a bad move and Gukesh is much better now. He played Rook E1. We were saying that was your dream.
Yeah. Rook
trade the rooks and play that endgame.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, as you can see, it got a question mark. We just take and then shuffle for the next 15 minutes.
Take and shuffle.
Because the white's knight is completely out of play.
It feels like you're playing almost a piece down, right?
And as we said earlier, white's bishop's not very happy either.
No, I understand taking, but am I asking too much from the position if I try to...
But then you...
I'm giving three
connected
connected
pawns.
pass
Maybe
pawns.
that's too much.
Well, but I'm also
You want
saying,
to checkmate me also?
Yeah,
Queen e3?
Okay, otherwise potentials for e3, right?
Yes, you're giving me some ideas now. I can push c4 and create passers. 3 passers at the same time.
I'm not finished with you yet. Fair enough. No, I just don't like the knight on a3 either. Play an endgame with the knight stranded way over there. Miro, jump in and tell us where
the truth is.
Yeah, where the truth lies.
One is not a great move. You're absolutely right. You could potentially play rook e4 for black. There's nothing wrong. White indeed has to take. And
we were looking
queen e2 or e3. Computer's indecisive as well. Queen e3, but yeah, it gives around equal. But why would you do this? Because rook e1, bishop e1 is already everything what you need with black.
Right.
And then from what I understand, the plan is exactly as you said, shuffle.
Shuffle.
Wait, do not trade the queens. So you don't want to trade the queens, not because you're risking to lose if you trade the queens, but you decrease your winning chances a lot. But now, well, according to the machine, the strongest move is to drop the bishop back to f8. We don't need this bishop. We somehow want to get to those juicy light squares. Ideally, queen gets somewhere to b3. I guess bishop a6 as well. It's very, very annoying for white in a practical game.
Right.
It's very annoying for white in a practical game because
you don't want to play you can't play b5. You don't want to play c4.
Absolutely.
Your pawns are stuck.
Has to keep the c3 pawn protected and has to keep protected like all those like diagonals, light square diagonals.
And I guess eventually we'll play the h5, h4 as well,
Yeah,
right?
that's one of the possible plans. Yeah. G6, h5. How do you react to that?
Right.
Well, it's a tall order for white to, to keep everything protected, and especially that Saric, I believe, eventually is going to go low on time.
Yeah, we're seeing
7 minutes already, and it's not that easy to kind of every move requires you.
I think we need to go to Magnus's game. A lot of pieces have been traded, and is he down a piece?
Yes, according to the FIDE rules. When we left it, he was down an exchange, but he had just gotten a pawn for the exchange. But look at it as, wow, that is a nice jump. Very harmonious pieces. And again, this extraordinary exchange sacrifice, I want to say, by Magnus, has led to a position where he had a minor piece and a pawn for an exchange, but really, really good coordination. He gave up an exchange for yet another pawn. So now what's the material balance here?
2 pawns for a piece, but
great.
King's position is not good for white. Knight e2 is checkmate in 1.
So we're about to see g6, queen has to protect e2, queen to d1, and then Magnus just has a great position. He's a piece down, but he has 2 pawns.
So you think black can keep playing this for a win?
I don't know, but I feel like
because he could take perpetual right now. They repeat it twice, so
right. But I would rather play black. You can't move with white, can you? Just tell me, like, whose turn is it?
It's black. Right
okay,
now.
h5. You can't move your knight. That's checkmate on g2.
So I'll use my bishop c3.
And let's say I play f6.
Okay, now your king's more exposed.
True, but it's...
Queen, you'll hide on h6, right?
Right.
So I'll start with maybe bishop b4.
Bishop to b4.
So that,
it's funny, I was about to hide my king on h6. Maybe I'll hide my king on g5.
Ah, you switched, okay. Bishop e7 should be good enough here, though.
For what?
For perpetual after king g5.
Where's the perpetual?
Take and queen d8.
Take and queen d8. Oh, because I was about to intercept you on d6 with queen d8. And that's a perpet?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah, I think you've got a perpetual check. Wow. Okay, I actually thought that Magnus was for choice, but okay, if...
Yeah, Engine says it's a draw. I think they're repeating 3 times. We're about to see. Well, I think this is the 3rd time, and we'll see if Magnus will play g6.
Wow. So if Magnus...
Let's update our position.
Oh, sorry. So if Magnus was to play on, he would play with the move g6, and then he would have 2 pawns against the bishop. And even though you've got this great knight on f4, this great queen on h3, it's not enough. Miro, jump in on that one. My judgment was completely wrong.
No, it wasn't. Like, Magnus has enough, of course, enough compensation. What he's missing is the badly placed piece. Like, when you teach people, you say, okay, now you improve your piece, which is not playing, but his pieces are ideal and it's still not enough.
Wow. For a rapid game, that game had a lot of content.
It was a mess.
Very, very, very nice.
But ended peacefully in a draw.
Okay, where would you like to guide us? Duda Firouzja.
I think Fabi is completely winning.
Yes.
I'm keeping my eye on other games, and there's no big updates. Yes, Duda's much better.
Okay, so when we left, Fabi had just collected the pawn on c4. He followed it up with knight e5, and I was thinking, okay, queen e6, let's just play an endgame with an extra pawn. Knight e5, knight d5. Anish, recognizing that his struggles were going to be terrible, is looking for bishop e5 and queen f7
Some
tricks.
counterplay, yes. But I think Fabi
Just said, give me the pawn.
Well. Yeah.
Give me the bishop.
And I like his last move, h5. You can have both major pieces on the last rank, but he's not afraid. Let's take a look. There's only 2 checks.
Check.
F8, another check, and king hides on g6 in plain sight.
Yeah.
And first rank is very weak for white.
And if we...
And let's not forget about the pawn on... Although I think rook f5 or something might checkmate, but yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 2 points.
Okay, so h5, nice move. And material and good
material position, yes. As long as he doesn't blunder something on the king side, some perpetual eventually. Yeah, it should be a very easy win. C3 was played, by the way. Anish played C3.
After the move H5, C3. Just to be annoying and disturbing. I would probably...
I can still take.
What?
Queen C3.
Yeah.
Take it.
I was thinking, I liked your idea of queen D3 and rook H. I liked your idea that was based on rook F5. So I thought queen D3, try to force the rook off the first rank. But queen takes C3? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's up 3 pawns now.
Sounds like that's really too much. 3 pawns is too much. I'm going to go to the Duda and Firouzja game because even though it's 5 versus 5, there's something in this position that I like for white. It's this backward pawn on d6, and the fact that I get to dominate the d5 square, I would find inspiring. I don't know if Alireza thinks his position is bad or not, but I would think it's easier to play for
Absolutely, it is easy for white. I think we can just take on d7, go knight d5.
Okay, munch, munch, knight d5, yeah.
So ideally, black in Najdorf, eventually you want to have f5 and some kind of counterplay. But here, that just looks like we're weakening our position even more.
It does. It does. Why am I trading on d7? It's not like I'm afraid you're going to take on b. So if I just go here...
Maybe knight c5 and improve...
Knight c5, and you're saying I just kind of stranded my own knight? Really?
Yeah, I think that knight did a great job already on b6, so maybe it was time to trade.
Okay, hold on. How are you recapturing? I assume with the knight?
Yes. If I'm not losing the d6 pawn, yes.
Okay, but that was my question.
Yeah.
What if I do aim my guns at...
By the way, Duda, listen to you. He didn't take on d7. He played... No, never mind. I thought I saw a move. Hasn't played yet.
Hesitant.
Hesitant, yes.
All right, but okay, I'm thinking for Duda, you know, he's keeping pace with Gukesh. They both made draws in round 7, and a win here would give him...
You could either join or jump over Gukesh.
And Ivan, let's go to the Gukesh game. And Gukesh traded the rooks, and like you said...
offered the queen trade as well, but Gukesh declined.
Shuffle. Well, it's all about...
He needs the queen on b3.
Yeah.
That's the winning idea. But getting there, not so easy.
Yeah, how do you cross...
Maybe he can do bishop d3, bishop e4, and also provoke f3.
I
weakness.
I think after bishop d3, I am going to play f3, provoked or not. I'm just worried. I'd never want to see the bishop having a good life on e4.
Miro, what does the evaluation say?
0.8, but for black, yeah, minus 0.8. However, there is still no immediate progress, demonstrated. I was thinking, like, disregard what computer says. Strangely, like, if we get the bishop on, it's white to move.
F3.
Let's do, F3.
Bishop to D3.
Ruins my point, by the way. Okay, so what I wanted to say that somewhere, like, if this endgame was to happen, let's say pawn is on F2, right? Yeah. Okay, now I'm lost because the pawn's on F4 and the king is coming. My idea was that despite these 3 pawns being connected, it's very hard for white to move.
To advance. Then,
no. Okay, so F3 is what we were playing, and then computer goes H5. Maybe it's not that easy to break through, to be honest. Maybe it's sort of a fortress. But then, on the other hand, white might run out of moves. Now I'm thinking, what white to move? The king H2, I thought, let's shuffle with the king, but king H2 allows some nasty stuff, like bishop F1
that I don't
and queen H3.
Yeah. That I definitely don't want.
So the recipe for white is like you have to sit and wait, but also you cannot really sit and wait.
Exactly. Ivan is having trouble sitting and waiting. He played queen e8.
Queen to e8.
That doesn't
while
look
attacking a4 pawn, and guess what? Black has a very strong move according to the machine. Bishop to c8, intending to invade here.
Yes.
So white will have to return with the queen, then you have a check. Wow.
Did he play it? Yes, it's on the board.
Bishop c8 on the board?
Yes.
Wow. Dare I say, that's the first time, we've already mentioned that Gukesh played well and so, but that's the first time he shows something that world champions have, that I understand this position better than all of you guys, engine included. I mean, I felt this vibe.
Right.
But that computer was saying, okay, white is better, and Gukesh says, you know what, you are wrong, all of you, including the machine.
Right.
That's absolutely incredible.
And by the way, you play
C8,
G3,
brilliant.
who has the light square bishop. I mean, queen H3 check, a bishop F5, bishop E4 mates you by itself. You don't need the bishop on F8.
Right, and indeed, like with the queen on H3, you have so many attractive diagonals. It goes to F5, goes to G4. Sometimes returns back to A6 with the queen on H3.
No.
Yeah. And if we
bishop
come back
F4 on the board. On the board.
That must be a mistake, right?
Ah, wow. That's a very, very nice solution. So first you make sure that this queen is not coming back.
But you're giving up F8.
You're allowing, but it's not the worry. Queen E4, king H2, you go to H7. I'm just following computer.
This is not an easy line.
King H7, you said this bishop was not playing in first place. I do not care.
Bishop
and
F8.
say, takes with the bishop, queen F3, attacking F2.
Oh, this is game
and you
over.
cannot defend F2. And if you go here, then bishop H3. It's not an easy line to find, but will he find it? That will be, a game of a tournament.
Yeah.
Really, like bishop E6 wins. It's not like other moves are impossible. Queen H3 is fine, but bishop E6 just wins.
Yeah, but if you don't mind, queen H3 is the most natural for me, and bishop F5?
and bishop f5. Yeah, but then bishop f5 actually allows f3. If you wanted to do the same thing, you could go bishop g4 to f3.
Of course.
But then white gets the chance to go back with queen e3, and the game goes on.
That was why you played
Black
bishop
is better, the game goes on. But bishop e6 would be just like cut off the queen. Yeah,
Gukesh played bishop d7.
Bishop d7, and then we are back to black being better. So there's there's no disaster for Gukesh. He had a chance to show a touch of brilliancy with bishop e6. Missed it for now, but still a fantastic game so far.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Mira. We're going to jump to Fabi because he was up many pawns over Anish Giri and was...
Still there, 3 extra pawns.
And nothing has changed.
He's just about to promote pretty much and have an extra queen as well. e2 played. So how many checks are there? Just queen takes d6, and we cover queen e6.
Queen e6 looks like
there's queen d3, one more check.
One more spike check.
And then king f7. Your rook cannot help, and that's it.
Yep.
Yes, he's played queen e6. It's a very important win for Fabi to bounce back.
Truly, because he had such a bad loss to Magnus, and a victory against an opponent who, by the way, he has a very good score with. And
he was at 50%.
Yeah. Would bring him up to 50%.
Anish was at 50%.
Yeah. But no, I think...
Rook f5, queen b7, king g6, and no more checks. Just one more move. Probably even king f6 is winning, but...
I like this.
White has the
white squares. Well done, Fabi. Our congratulations to you. I'm going to go to the Magnus game. That was, in fact, a agreed draw some time ago. Wesley So versus Prague, a game we've kind of slipped under our radar for a little bit. This was the Maroczy bind.
Yes, white has been better pretty much the whole game, and now looks like... Can he just take knight h5? I feel like at some point we gotta take that knight.
I know, you just want to just brutalize the pawn structure. Yeah. Prague just seems to be finding moves that keep him in the game. Why isn't g4 trapping?
f3 is hanging for now.
Oh, good morning, St. Louis. f3 is hanging for now. Very good point.
But also, Prague is down to 1 minute against 5.
That's a funny way computer wants to convert this position.
Please.
I would take the knight and then go knight d7 and go into a rook endgame. That's what you would least expect there.
Knight d7.
Knight d7, you force bishop d7,
the bishop's
d7.
Trapped?
Yeah, but then just look at the resulting position. Bishop d7, rook d7. The rook on a7 got stuck. And then you pile on the 7th rank, and then you just collect the entirety of the king side. So that's so clinical. Like, I mean, if you see today's position, it's hard to consider, but the moment you see knight d7, bishop d7, rook d7, if you envision this position, you understand it's over.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the a7 move was bad.
The most weirdest way of proving your advantage, taking this knight that I wanted to trap. I've been trying to play g4 ever since I've shown the position. This bishop, which is awful, forcing it to be traded.
Knight. It was missed. King f2 was played instead, and Ivalber keeps dropping. Maybe it's even now? Did black equalize?
King f2 gives away all the advantage, believe it or not.
It's just triple
and
zeros
now bishop e6, and yeah, it's a zero scarce. Black, after all, is a pawn up. Rook from a7 joins the action. The knight on h5 still cannot be trapped.
You know, I think Yasser Wesley, just like you, just looking at that knight, wants to trap it. That's why he didn't take it.
Of course. I mean, it's so against your judgment. Everything you've trained yourself for. The knight is offsides on h5. You want to trap it, not trade it. But then, like Miro was saying, you just have to realize the structure is so terrible after knight d7.
Wow.
Missed opportunity for
Prague
Wesley.
actually plays rook to d7, which is even funnier. And funnier moves. It tries to immediately exchange the rook from a7. It's a clever idea.
because the rook on d4 was defending f4 in some variation. So I like rook d7.
We have to jump back to the world champion. Gukesh just made a bad move, and looks like his advantage has mostly gone. At least that's what the Valbar says.
Oh.
He closed his queen.
That was
remarkable.
Yeah, because we were so happy about queen h3 ideas and bishop to
f5
bishop f5. But g4, okay, in his mind's eye, to justify his decision to play g4, is he says, you can't stop me from playing queen to g6, bishop to
Maybe
f5,
queen
bishop
h5,
e4.
queen h3 is what he wants.
Yeah. Queen h5?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Gukesh wants to play bishop f5 to e4, right? So he plays g4, but there's something wrong. The timing.
Yeah, it got the question mark.
What is the timing? It's a timing issue. This knight is terrible.
Bishop f4 looks like a good move.
So if we go queen h5 or queen g6 or queen h7,
maybe queen e5 is good. Maybe I become a little bit more active.
Okay, he has played queen h7, so he's thinking in his mind's eye, bishop e4, checkmate.
Yeah, I found it. Queen e5.
Okay.
And when you eventually put on bishop f5, I'll go king g1 first.
Not to get checkmated?
Yeah, and then I have queen g5 check. And I can play queen h4 if needed. You actually have to be careful here. If you go king h8, bishop e5.
Remarkable. Nice.
I think that's what Gukesh missed, that white has this defensive resource.
Wow.
But 19 seconds for Ivan. Can he find it in time?
I gotta say, Gukesh had all the correct moves. It just he had to, shift the moves order, because check, if you'd allow me, check, king g1, bishop f5 first. There is still no bishop f4.
Right.
There's still no bishop f4. None of queen e5 or something works. Just bishop e4, there is no perpetual. So f3, and then you go g4. And then you, open the light squares. And Compy still says black is winning. Yeah, maybe queen h2 is your chance.
f3. F3 by...
I was going to say, can we catch up with the players and see how they're doing now?
Ivan has played f3. He has missed queen e5 and queen g5.
f3, bishop f5, I think transposing to the previous line.
And king to g1.
Oh, so there's another defense. He didn't even need queen e5. f3 works.
It works?
Yep.
Doesn't look like black is winning.
Just when I thought black had made all the progress in the world, he's not winning.
But here at least he still keeps his chances. I think queen e5, queen g5 was shutting it all down.
I see. So if we take
back.
Now, I'm just worried about some perpetual checks, but it is perpetual check immediately. Bishop e4, pardon me, queen g4, bishop g6. We have queen c8 check.
This game ended in a draw between Wesley and Pragg. Yeah, Wesley missed a great opportunity.
He's going to be woeful when he sees the remarkable idea of knight d7. So f3, queen to g6. You were saying that Ivan was way down on the clock. Is that still the case?
Excuse me. I think there's 2-minute difference, and Gukesh has to put time pressure, put Ivan in the time pressure, and that's his only chance, because the engine keeps saying this is equal.
Bishop takes g4. I like the queen e5.
His hope is that in time pressure, Ivan will make a mistake. But so far, he's been playing really well. Should we jump to Duda's game?
Okay.
He's down to 10 seconds, and is he still winning? He's up a pawn. Yeah, he's a healthy extra pawn.
Very, very healthy. How did he do that? Well done. I didn't think his advantage was so strong when we have left it, but okay, this is what happened. Alireza decided to sacrifice the pawn on d4. And Duda said...
To get some activity, at least.
Duda said, no, I'm the pawn up. I mean, I'm thinking Duda should be...
long technical game, right?
Right, but he should convert.
He should. Well, these are the only two games we have left, the leader and the player who's in second.
Our two leaders. But I'm going to go back to the Ivan Saric game because Ivan's got on his running shoes and he's moved his king.
To E1, which computer loves, got an exclamation point.
Nice. So Gukesh has finally established a dominance on the long diagonal, and Ivan said, you know what? That's a scary diagonal. Let me get out of here. Somebody told me a long time ago that Gukesh wanted to put his queen on b3, right?
Yeah, it's still trying to get there.
So his idea is that I shouldn't allow you to get ever over to the queen side. I'll just keep making this kind of blocking motions, yeah? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some kind of fortress for white.
By keeping black's king out of the game.
And Gukesh is also now down to 1 minute. Are there any ideas for him to try?
Not to be a pawn grubber, but that's 2 pawns that white is up, you know. And it's interesting that Gukesh is playing to win, 2 pawns down.
It's because white's playing without the knight on e3.
Exactly, and has been for a long time.
Yeah.
Miro, jump in on this one. If you're in Gukesh's shoes and you need to win the game to win the championship, what ideas come to you to mind?
Honestly, not that many. I'm still looking for the way to include the bishop from f8 into a game.
Right.
Because we said a lot about knight on a3 not participating, but how about bishop on f8?
Also not participating.
You cannot really break the fortress, I'm
Would
afraid.
trade like bishop h6 if it worked?
Yeah, maybe.
Would that benefit black?
Maybe, but...
Check out this
move. But then we
move.
wouldn't have enough pieces to win with.
Bishop to d3, by the way.
Queen e5? Okay.
That's a bit risky.
Well, he still has the check on g5 in his pocket.
But now he can...
Bishop e4.
That's true. That's true. Queen h1 played. Now Gukesh has less time.
Okay, but now can we
now
go
bishop is hanging.
g6? Bishop to g6? Okay, now our king is protected.
Now you come back, right? Queen e1. Yes.
Nice. Nicely done, of course. Oh, he could have played bishop e4, waited for queen g5 check.
That would have been better.
And then dropped his bishop back. Oh, maybe it was time trouble that he slipped.
Yeah, I mean, he only has 10 seconds. I think there's 3 repetition, but we know Gukesh is not going to take that.
I know. And there you go. He declines the draw. He eschews the draw. But eventually, king to c1 to b2, and you'll never, that the king will be perfectly safe on b2. There will be a queen on d2.
You still need to keep the queen nearby, yes.
Queen on d2. Okay, for the moment, I can play queen e2 and just defend the pawn, yeah? Or g5.
G5 is
good move.
played.
G5? Isn't queen f5 a new kind of...
There's like no threats.
No, king
it's
c1.
It's a beautiful diagonal, but no threats.
The king is going to hang out on b2. Oh.
Wow, Duda did not win. This game ended in a draw.
Wow.
Alireza saved this game.
And he saved it quickly because when we left it, it sure looked like there was a lot of play for white. Anyway, I'm looking at Ivan Saric. I'm seeing the queen coming to d2. I'm seeing the king going to b2. And I'm saying, there's no way you can beat me there. I'm just going to have...
That's a very nice fortress. I can't take any of your pawns.
No.
Everything's protected.
It's checkers. Look at white's pieces.
All of them are on dark squares.
Everybody. And like
only
you
the
said,
dark square bishop for black is on.
on f8, but it's like, what is it doing? No, I think Ivan is actually...
Can white be better now?
Thank you. It is 2 pawns.
You can play king a2, and then... Okay, he played queen h2.
Queen h2.
By the way, clock time has completely changed now.
Whoa.
Knight c2, only move.
But that's something that he was advised not to do.
Right, the queen on d2. Queen b3 was the one thing we were saying that Gukesh was aspiring for since the opening.
So knight c2 now only move, right?
Yeah, otherwise we're just mated.
But he's thinking.
But wait a second, but then I go queen d3 and I want to go to c4.
That's very tricky, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking the move queen h2 was horrendous.
Somehow Engine still likes white better. Which is...
Can
he wants to play bishop e5 and go for the mate. Who checkmates first?
Oh, wait, right, you are. Now there is bishop e5. Yeah. Bishop e5. Bishop h7, though.
Oh. But if you move your queen, that'll be g6. That kind
Hold on. If I play
g6 right now.
Yeah, no, g6 is just
queen
wrong.
takes, right?
Yeah. I can play bishop f6. That is so
Bishop
weird.
d6. Wow, what is happening? He's playing d6.
With no time on the clocks, the players are playing by instinct.
Now he can bring the queen back to e2 or something, and black queen is never getting back there again.
I will put my queen back on e2.
Can he start pushing the b pawn? I'm sorry, but that's a pass pawn.
Knight, yes.
Knight, but that allows queen d3 again.
But you're not playing queen c4.
True.
I tell you, with no time on the clock, the players are really challenging one another to come up with some really star moves.
Very difficult position to play with no time on the clock.
I wouldn't want to have to do
Both
that.
of them could blunder so
Queen
easily.
d3, right?
Queen
Queen
c2.
c2.
Played almost instantly, by the way. Queen 8.
To not lose the a4 pawn. It was hanging.
Gotcha. So queen to d2.
And then, or queen d1, he wants to check on g4 just in case. Have it available.
Fair.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit worried for Gukesh because the h8 square is still very weak. 15 seconds for Ivan. What do we do? Just stand queen d2?
Makes sense.
You do want queen 8. Well, maybe you don't want queen h6. That allows queen
There's
e2.
queen f1 once again, right? Getting onto those light squares.
Well, I was just thinking that with the pawn on g5, I would put my bishop on f4, and I would just be a very happy camper and make a draw with
Can
white.
I go back queen h2?
That's what got me into trouble in the first place.
Right? At the very least, there is f6.
And he's done it, and that got him into trouble in the first place. But okay. Threatening mate in
Right,
one.
I forgot that queen d1 was the idea. f6 on the board, bishop f4. Okay, queen d1 now.
Right.
Still knight
Knight
c2.
c2 again.
So we're repeating.
Knight d2, queen d3, but now you don't have the g pawn to sacrifice to deflect my queen.
Exactly. So a ring around the rosies for like 4 or 5 moves, and queen d3 to c4 is still...
I'll have to play knight a1?
Yes.
Oh, that's an ugly knight.
We welcome those.
Yeah, that is not joyful, nor triumphant.
Thinking here.
He's done it.
Queen d3 on the board. Queen d2.
Queen c4, threatening queen b3.
Knight a1 only
Knight
move.
a1 only move.
But that can't be good. If Albert still says equal, it
Because
looks...
of knight a1.
Because of knight a1.
Seriously, second best move is -4. So you have to put the knight on a1 and claim it's a fortress.
But
After knight a1,
And he
there's
will,
nothing.
yeah.
But the knight on a3 is so much superior to a knight on a1. I'm sorry.
He wants to put the king on a3 now, but I still can't come out. I just want to bring the knight back out, but that's never going to happen. Not as long as pawn is on a4.
King f7. Is the king going to b5?
Why not?
Yeah, you put the bishop on e4, maybe go with the king to b5.
Queen c1.
Queen c1. You have to be careful because sometimes bishop b4 will be an idea.
Maybe right now, actually. Bishop b4, takes, king a2, bishop d3. Isn't that mate?
That's frightening.
Oh
no, queen b2.
Oh, come on.
And bishop c4, king b1.
That's unfair.
Yeah, you always have a perpetual check. Bishop b4 is definitely...
Is he going to do it? No. Bishop d3?
Threatening bishop b4?
He will wait for the right moment, yes. So you got to go queen d2 back?
Or bishop, yeah. queen d2 back makes sense. Queen e1
Now he's going to play king
e8.
He's going to improve his king.
You know, if I'm waiting with white, I'm waiting with my king on a3. I want to go king a3 just and hold that position and say...
Not allow bishop b4 at
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's done it.
A3, right.
I think sometimes you see, when you have no time, the instincts of the players coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this instinct of Ivan was correct, king a3.
Such a beautiful position for black, but unless white makes a mistake, you can't break through.
Exactly.
The fortress.
Exactly.
Well, it's hard to tell. Maybe you need to get the queen on b5, and then in some instances you'd be able to, you know, to exchange the queens, go king c4, and then because of pitiful position of knight on a1, maybe you still be winning.
Mm-hmm. Good luck
That's
with that.
something that I would try for sure, like get the king on b5.
Sorry, Nazi. Clock times between...
They're both very low, 7 seconds against 14.
So they're in the teens.
Teens.
Knight c2.
Knight is back.
Yeah, no,
Not for long. Not for long.
Just checking. Were you going to allow me to play knight a3? No.
You got a second to breathe, and now back to the
No,
corner.
said Gukesh. No breathing for you. Queen c4.
Yeah.
I just don't see how you break through, though.
And 5 seconds for Gukesh.
King a3.
This
Just
is like
keeping.
in soccer when your goalkeeper also starts playing.
Exactly.
He needs to use his king, but no useful squares for the king.
Okay, so queen c1 just to stop.
But that's a bit...
Hold on, knight c2? Knight c2? No.
No, queen c1 is strong. Queen e2 maybe?
I like the way you said queen c1 is strong. I don't know how strong is it. I'm defending with...
strong defensive move.
Yes.
Wow, but now you can take the pawn.
a4.
Now after queen d3, you can take the pawn.
White is
He
better
did
now.
it. He did.
That was a huge blunder. I think he
Gukesh.
forgot about the pawn.
It's so easy to just forget that the king... You think the king is stuck. It's actually attacking.
Ivan's going to play for a win now. I mean, he has
Why not?
2 extra pawns.
King b2, knight b3.
His king hides from checks.
He's got queen d2, and he checks on the second rank and be met with...
Right. Now actually returning the knight to a3 is also good. Like queen d2, knight to a3, you know, without the a4 pawn.
Right, there's no queen b3 check. Knight c2, knight a3.
Check.
Maybe best for Gukesh is just to trade queens here.
But you're 2 pawns now.
2 is a lot. Knight c2, knight a3. He's done it. And suddenly, Ivan Saric could be taking down the world champion.
What an upset that would be.
What a change of fortunes.
I mean, look at the eval bar. It keeps rising. It's completely winning now for white.
You know, when I was playing in old Yugoslavia, in these situations, the audience would just start getting restless and they would be whistling, and the arbiters would be saying, silence, silence, you know, as the crowd really gets excited for their player. Okay, can Ivan with the 2 pawns pull off?
It's still not easy.
Huge upset.
Because you can't immediately start pushing the pawn.
No. Nobody said it was going to be easy. What should we do?
Maybe
Miro.
knight on a3 is not actually well placed.
Can we go queen h2, the old standby idea? Queen h2, g4, g5, and make a pretension that black's king is exposed? Queen?
Or you can do queen c1, and on the check, just cover with a knight. He's played knight c2.
Okay, that's all right, but where's the knight really going? No, for a moment there, I'm more interested in...
Maybe e3. You can go to e3. You can allow checks.
Check on b1.
And you can cover with the queen on
Okay,
a2 or b2.
fair. Okay. Knight e3, queen b1 check, king a3.
It is scary to allow it, though.
It is a bit scary.
It feels wrong.
But for the moment,
Yeah, now I cover queen b2.
Yeah.
Or in the current position, he could start with queen e1, just to kick the black queen out of the first rank, and then move knight e3.
Well,
You won't let me.
No, I'm not that cooperative.
And he's done it.
Oh, by the way, Queen G2, Bishop to D2, perhaps, with the idea of knight E3? No. Same ideas.
But we have Queen D3 now, 93. Okay, he repeated a few times. Really?
No, Queen F1 is an actual
I think
rule.
he's taking the draw, but he is winning with 93.
He's
It's
winning.
incredible that he's winning with 93. And
Wow, I think Ivan just hadn't realized that
He had chances.
he had real chances of winning that game. Wow. Some very lengthy rounds. Our pleasure to have centuries. Let's throw it to Zagreb and Cristian. Over to you.
Somehow that feels like the right result in that one, because Gukesh was also completely winning at one point in time, and it wasn't that difficult. In fact, he was trying to do this thing for so many moves. Throughout the middle game, he was trying to include his light square bishop. That was the key to this position. Of course, the knight on a3 is stuck to the defense of the advancement of the pawn on a4. All you have to do is find a way to get the bishop to e4, or at least construct something along the light squares. And the way to do so is just cut the action of the queen on e8. The queen on e8 looks beautiful. Sure, it traps the bishop on f8, pins the bishop on f8, but unfortunately, after bishop to d6, unfortunately for white, you're just simply getting checkmated. Queen to e4, for example. If you try to hide away on the light squares, first of all, king to f1, that would just simply allow bishop to h3, which finishes the game. So you have to do something along the lines of king to g1. I can continue giving you checks. You have to hide on the dark squares. The same idea. If you go on the light squares, I'm going to do this discovery check, sacrifice my light square bishop, and pick up the queen in exchange. Obviously, you don't want that. And if you go king to h2, you're just simply going to get checkmated. After king to h1, bishop to h3, it does not matter that you take the bishop on f8. I just simply escape with a king. King goes to h7, and there's no way to stop me from delivering the checkmate. So this was the way to do it. My guess is that he did not see an immediate response to this king to h2. Perhaps this is why he rejected the move bishop to e6. But all he had to do right now is get off this pin. Queen captures that bishop on f8, and right now this beautiful, and by the way, this is a tremendous move, bishop to h3. I'm threatening to give you a checkmate. If you take on h3, now I give you a check. King goes up to g4. I continue attracting your king further and further closer to my position. You take on h5, and now after queen to f3, you go king to g5, f6, and you get checkmated. If you go g4, now I can continue with queen to f6, and the king is trapped. It's a beautiful variation, a very long variation. Obviously, it's a big, tense moment, because bishop to e6 does allow bishop to d6 and the capture of the bishop on f8. But if he would have seen that, Gukesh would have won that game. For the moment, back to the studio in St. Louis. We'll be here to watch the final round of the rapid portion.
Thank you, Cristian. And let's take a look at the standings as Gukesh and Jan.
Not much has changed. Gukesh still in the first, Duda in second, and Magnus in third. But Duda, he was close to winning, and he could have caught up with Gukesh.
Absolutely.
We got him closer.
We reached that point where we check in with our friends at Q Boutique, celebrate the running of this year's Grand Chess Tour with the souvenir shot glass, logo and glasses, dishwasher safe. Available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs.
It looks like a fun mug. But as we go to break, Anastasiya talked to Fabiano Caruana, so take a listen and we'll be right back.
Fabiano, welcome back to Zagreb. How would you estimate your result in Romania, and what kind of a mindset are you bringing here to this event?
Yeah, I think the first event was kind of neutral. Like it was okay. I mean, I more or less maintained my rating, gained like one rating point. Was fighting for first, but unfortunately didn't. Just made too many draws. 8 draws is a bit too many to get first place. Although some years we have had +1 share first, but this time it wasn't enough. And so we saw that 3 of the players who shared first there, Two of them did also very well in Poland. Prague and Maxim, they got second and third. And so they're like currently kind of front runners to qualify for the final, it seems. I think this will be a very important event in that sense, and also because Rapid and Blitz counts for the same points as Classical. The interesting thing is, of course, we have Magnus here as a wild card, so he's normally considered the favorite, and Wesley So, and he can be kind of, he can shake up the standings quite a lot, especially if, he's going to be fighting for first. That's usually the case, and the question is, of course, if he gets first or not, and who will be in good form. I hope that I'll be in good form. I still am the defending champion from last year. I don't expect it'll go quite as well as last year. That was a bit of a special tournament for me. Everything went perfectly, but I do hope I can play well.
Fabi, you dominated this event in the last year. You scored 27 points and won it like 5 rounds to spare. Last year, you said that in the final day in Zagreb, you said that it was all about chasing Magnus' record. This year, Magnus is actually playing. So what kind of a chase could we expect this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think Magnus is always super motivated. Of course, everyone is, but he's always bringing as much intensity as he can. And traditionally, he does very well in this format. This Rapid and Blitz, he's of course the most successful player. So he had the previous record, which I tied, from I think it was India in 2019. And then he also had like sometimes 26.5 points. So not quite there, but almost touching that 27 points, which is like you have to do well in Rapid to get to that place. It's because Rapid is worth double. That's where like I also made the majority of my points, scoring 7.5 out of 9, and then it already feels like maybe you can touch that sort of score. I don't know if he's thinking about records. I'm not. I'm just thinking about playing well in the tournament. I mean, I achieved something last year, which I'm very proud of, and I'm not thinking about any score like that for sure. But playing well and hopefully getting a good score in Rapid, and then we'll see what happens in the Blitz.
Actually, if you could repeat one of the Magnus records, which one you would pick?
Well, his World and Rapid titles, I don't know how many exactly he has, but it's something like 15 World Rapid and Blitz titles, probably combined, something around that number. Whatever it is, it's definitely a record, and that's probably what I would take.
The Grand Chess Tour is not only about the games, it's also about the very special atmosphere. And you know that we have always the simultaneous exhibition and the opportunity for players to chat with each other and have some time together. Of course, also Giri is joining you from time to time. So, do you kind of value these moments? And what are your actually relationship with your colleagues from Grand Chess Tour?
I would say in general, good terms. I saw Anish was also asked this recently, and I think it's kind of a similar answer to what he gave, which is, generally speaking, good terms, but usually quite professional, not like super friendly. So I wouldn't say I have close relationships with many players who I often play against. I think Levon would be an exception, where we know each other quite personally well, and I know his family, and we spend a lot of time together. But besides that, I wouldn't say there's too many cases. Like, definitely friendly terms, but not what I would categorize as like friends or good friends.
I've seen you many times chatting with Giri. What you are normally talking about?
It's always very interesting to talk to him, especially considering how many important parts of chess history he's been a part of. I mean, the World Championship matches, but also seeing like the vast span, first from the point of view of the world #1 and the world champion, and arguably the greatest player of all time. I think we usually say it's like either 1 or 2. And also because he's seen chess from so many different perspectives. So it's really interesting to talk to him. I've never trained with him or gotten advice. He's never given me advice. We've also competed on some occasions, which I always find interesting as well. Although he's of course very far from his peak level, which was dominant, but still he shows sometimes some glimpses of those moments when he was clearly the best player in the world.
Fabi, you spent all your life under the spotlight, competing on the very top level. What has chess given you as a person, beyond the titles and trophies?
I think it's given me a lot of motivation. It's like clear goals, which I think are important for everyone to have. Some things to work towards. And also, I think it's opened up a sort of world where I've seen things that people very often don't see. Travel to places that most people don't get a chance to travel to, and met people that are normally you might not meet, and very interesting people. And so those are the things that I take out of chess, especially as privileges.
Fabi, what is your mindset going into the day one of Rapid? Are you trying to make a statement from the very beginning of the tournament?
I think the first Rapid day, it's more like acclimatization, because nobody knows their form, right? Coming into the first day, maybe some of us have played more recently or less recently, but nobody knows exactly how they're going to play. So first you want to see am I in good shape? If I'm not, then I'm trying to kind of study things. If I am, then hopefully it continues. But the first Rapid day usually doesn't decide things. It very often comes down to blitz, although the Rapid, because it's worth double, does end up usually playing a big part. But I've had times when I didn't have such a good Rapid. For example, in Poland 22, I think I scored like 50% from Rapid. It was not a good score, but then the first blitz day put me into like very good contention for first place because I scored 8 out of 9. So, just because you don't have a good Rapid, I think also we've seen it with Magnus. Like he lost first round against Wojtaszek in one tournament in Poland. Maybe it was 23, yeah. And he was really struggling. Like a lot of games he was struggling, but then the blitz came and he put up on the pressure a bit and he was able to win the tournament, I think. Maybe it was actually 24 because I think it was who was chasing him, or they were chasing each other.
Wei or Duda? There were two times.
Yeah, you're right. It was Wei and there was also one with Duda.
Yes, exactly. This I remember too.
Yeah, they all blend together, but we've seen it also with Magnus where he has like maybe not the best Rapid, but then he puts pressure on the blitz.
Thank you so much, Fabi, for joining us once again, and all the best of luck for you in Zagreb.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We only have one round of Rapid left. Let's take a look at the current standings before we look at the pairings.
It's been the story of Gukesh.
Yes, he's doing wonderfully. He is in first with 12 points, Jan Duda in second with 10, and Magnus only point behind Duda in clear third.
As we can see, Magnus will not be able to catch Gukesh, and we've talked about what it means to go into the blitz with the lead. Tell us about the pairings for this, the final round.
Let's see who the leaders are playing. Gukesh is playing Wesley So.
Big game.
Big game. Duda is facing Pragg with the black pieces, and Magnus against Anish Giri.
Pragg is hung around. I mean, he's having a bad tournament by his standards, certainly, but with a win, he could certainly improve his chances, shall we say, as the players get...
This is their last chance to get those 2 points from the win.
Exactly.
Which gives you a big jump in the standings. Again, players are at the board except for Magnus. I see in front of Anish, empty chair.
Mira, I wanted to say that we're seeing a different Gukesh. Gukesh is pushing the envelope. We saw him against Ivan Saric pushing, and even when he had no time on the clock, he was pushing against Anish as well. Is this the world champion coming out and saying, okay, I'm here, guys?
Sending the message, delivering the message.
Yeah, as he has really impressed, not only with his win streak, but like I said, he is the one pushing the action. Everybody's ambitious, but we're seeing a different ambition.
They've started. We have some moves on the board.
I'm going to stay with Gukesh for the moment against Wesley So. We see knight f3 and the early fianchetto, Bent Larsen, queenside fianchetto. Bent Larsen liked b2, b3, but he also liked knight f3 and b3. And even when he was really feeling it, he played f4, knight f3 and b3. But knight f3 and b3, is it becoming more and more trend, Miro? Queenside fianchettos?
I'm not sure if on move 2.
On move 2.
To be honest, like knight f3, b3 is not yet a separate opening, right? You will transpose very likely. You'll go e3, you'll develop the bishop on b2, and you'll go c4.
Right.
And d4 eventually.
You're right.
So it's not necessarily an independent opening, it's just that, well, somewhat different moves order.
Yeah.
Really depends on what Black's going to play.
But Wesley's taking his time. He's figuring out what setup he wants to play.
One of the benefits of move to b3 is that Vichy, I think, most importantly, established that g7, g6 on move 2. It's a very, very decent move. He played it in the World Championship match against Magnus, his first World Championship match in 2013. C7, C5, E2, E3, and inviting a Nimzo Indian a tempo down, knight
C6.
Knight C6, bishop B5.
I don't think... Actually, white does play bishop B5 here sometimes.
Right.
E6 to not allow that.
So, hold on.
Quickly responded with C4.
If the Petrosian system, A2, A3 against the Nimzo Indian works, then A7, A6 for black?
Well, hard to tell.
That's crazy. C4, is this an invitation to party? Can we play
D4?
D4?
Will he play B4 after that, or that's spending too much time? You already played B3.
Right, so
be down at
D4, it
tempo.
would be like a Blumenfeld gambit where I've gifted you a move, A6.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was a big gift or not, but C4, it is an invitation to D4, is it not, Miro?
Yes, it is.
Can it be ambitious?
Opening-wise, it's not very popular, but yes, D4 is the main move, and this weird-looking bishop A3, in fact, is also theoretical.
Theoretical, too.
Yeah, because apparently it's awkward to defend this guy. It's funny to say, but how do you defend this convincingly? Like
So if you play
E3,
E6?
E6, you don't want to be playing E6. You want to be playing knight C6, E5, and that's why it's kind of a clever timing to go bishop A3 before the knight developed. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how it's going to develop this game. And Wesley is early surprised. Seems that move. Well, move 4, move 5.
Move 4, move
Gukesh
5.
has this preps and sidelines, and it works very well in rapid because you take so much time to figure out what to do. Then you have in time pressure.
Absolutely.
The devil of the surprise opening can really be crucial in rapids, especially. I'm going to jump to the game of Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek for a moment. That's a Joko piano with bishop to G5. Check this out, some really high finessing ideas here.
I think if we did a statistic, most common opening in this tournament, that would be the Joko piano.
Fair, but I just wanted to say, how many people in this position would voluntarily play the move bishop
Without
H4?
waiting for H6?
Without waiting for H6. But now check this out. Nodirbek has played knight E7. Like he's been waiting. And now if you take, we understand the delightful point of king H8 is you have made room for rook G8, rook G7.
Black will take advantage of that open file.
And F5 on black's agenda. Remarkable. I'm just going to quickly go to the game of Magnus and Anish. What have we got here? Another Caruana?
No, it was first move knight C3. Did you see that? First move knight C3. It didn't start with D4.
No.
Yeah.
Knight C3. It's funny, I think it was an article I read by Hans Ray that started, after move 1, knight C3, white will have to fight for equality. Knight C3 and white has to fight for equality. There you go. The knight is misplaced.
What a strange development, right? The knight is on G1. That's supposed to be on E2.
Or the knight's supposed to be on F3 and the knight's supposed to be on D2. This looks okay for Anish. Magnus is just trying to mix things up. I'm going to go to the game between Pragg and Duda. Very, very important game
for the standings.
For the standings, as Duda has played a nice tournament thus far. Check this out.
I think he's disappointed he missed the win in the last round.
Yeah. And he had that opportunity, of course, against
He was much
Magnus.
better.
I think this is a nice point for amateur players out there, is oftentimes we say, bishop checks can be ill-timed. Like you don't want to play a check that improves the opponent's position. But in this particular case, encouraging white to play C3 is actually in black's favor. If the pawn were on C2, the bishop's diagonal would be a little bit more open so that you could play knight E5 and maybe F4.
Now white is forced to eventually push C4.
Which he has done. And this is all very standard stuff.
Yeah, I think this is still theory.
Once again, why is this game so important to our standings?
Duda is currently trailing the leader, only 2 points behind Gukesh. And Prag, he's slowly coming up. He's at 50% now, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so he wants to go into +1.
Exactly, and he could tie Duda going into the Blitz tomorrow. We'll have 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow. Hanging pawn structure. Normally, I like the hanging pawn structure when there's a lot of pieces on the board, and therefore I would prefer white.
Yeah, and all white pieces, minor pieces, are well placed.
Absolutely.
That's the best time to have hanging pawns, right?
Absolutely. Now, having said that, I think that this position's still rather balanced, and black hasn't done anything wrong. The problem is that from black's perspective, if you try to do something really active, you know, you start, I don't know, looking to play e6, e5. Trust me, you're not going to play e6, e5. If you try to figure out some clever way of putting your knight...
So maybe queen a8 and
queen
knight
a8
e4, right?
and knight e4. When you look for the active stuff, it doesn't really work. I like this move rook c7 a lot, though, preparing to play the double rooks, queen a8.
Yeah, queen on a8 will be pretty good.
Okay. And then finally, what other
Fabi's game.
Fabi.
Against Ivan Saric. I think we have the King's Indian defense.
Oh, my goodness.
Not the first time in this event.
Yeah. I was going to say, Ivan Saric is actually bringing some joy to my
Excitement.
heart. He's the one who's playing Knight Dwarfs. He's the one who's playing King's Indians, and he's basically in for a scrap. The combination of the moves F3 and H3 are rather unusual to my eye. Yes, you play F3, but then you follow it up with H4,
So it's a
or you
mixture
don't.
of Zemisch and Averbach systems?
Yeah.
Both of them?
But usually choose one, not both. I'm thinking if I'm Saric, I'm actually quite happy. Queen can come to...
The Evalbar disagrees with us.
I know.
It could be because, you know, as soon as the engine sees the King's Indian, it's like, white's better.
Right. It just stops. It it turns itself off. You can't play this. But as far as King's Indians are concerned, this looks like a very decent one in my experience. And finally, Miro, I'm going to just toss it to you. The floor is all yours. Where would you like to take us?
Well, to be honest, to return to Gukesh's game against Wesley So. And I was thinking, like, what's the point of Gukesh specifically playing this sideline against Wesley So? And then you realize Wesley So's repertoire is tailored to make draws with black in some really long memorized forced lines.
Right.
So that, like, forcing him to play maybe an equal but very unbalanced position with no clear guidelines. That's maybe the best you can get against Wesley So. All right, so just a little bit of development. After bishop a3, queen to b6. Oh, yeah, g3 played, knight c6, bishop g2. And I imagine now black spent too many tempi to play the normal kind of Benoni setup. Yeah, we are talking Benoni defense reversed, right?
Right.
So let's say to go e5, and then white would say take, and you take with the c pawn, so that's the Benoni structure. But then let's say bishop takes, king takes. Computer's still not too pessimistic for black. But eventually, you look at it and you think, maybe it's too much. Maybe finally white has a very good Benoni, right? So, and of course, yeah, I've made some mistakes here. Well, bishop g4, h3, bishop to h5, got a question mark from the engine.
But
and then white's move castle. I'm not sure how good this engine is, to be honest, because it says like castle misses all the advantage, which was possible to achieve by first taking on d4. cd4 and now castle, and that's for some reason is much bigger or much better than castling here. So castling here and now e6. Let me try to understand the difference. ed4 and now black captures with the knight. And then if I take this immediately, now taking with the knight, white will not castle, but go g4 first. Okay, at least starts making sense. g4 first, bishop g6, and then it's going to take take and go f4 and hunt for this bishop, and I guess that's... So you see, Wesley So doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, small.
The engine doesn't know what to do, and obviously I don't know what to do for black, but yeah, castle short, looks so normal.
Of course.
So natural, and it's gotten the question mark from the engine, but I don't think it does it justice. It's a normal move, and white's still slightly better here.
Thank you.
It's a fantastic outcome, considering you are playing Wesley So.
Exactly.
So by move 10, you have original and perhaps slightly better position. Normally, you have an equal position after move 30.
And Wesley has 30 minutes,
absolutely,
right?
Yeah. Wesley, just recall those, Berlins or whatever he plays.
We know that Gukesh is in the lead, but how's Wesley doing in the standings? And
He's close. He was in third place for a while. We have highlighted Magnus, but it's Wesley we're talking about. He's sharing fourth with Prague, and if he wins, taking down the leader, he would jump into second or third place.
Exactly, and second place, especially if Duda were to lose, Wesley would be very, very happy about that. Remember that day one, Wesley got 2 victories, 1 loss. He lost to Magnus. So at one moment, Wesley was doing really, really well. Check this out.
He took on
E3.
He
took on E3. Normally speaking, you're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to go D7, D5. That's a 1 tempo. That's fine. D5, D4. That's 2 tempos. That's very, very ambitious, and you're putting a lot of energy, or you're wasting energy. You're losing time. But to then make a third pawn move, that is not considered.
With the black pieces, you can't afford to do this.
So what is... The moment I wanted to play F2 takes, a commentator's curse. The moment I wanted to play F2 takes and play for D4, with or without G4.
That's also interesting, but I also like Gukesh's move, D takes E.
Why did you like Gukesh's move?
Because black's so behind in development, I think I can punish that.
Okay, so let's say tempo. Yay, I make a tempo.
Rook D8.
Queen
C1 maybe?
Queen C1, knight F3. Knight C6? Pardon me, knight C3, E6. I'm sidestepping knight A4, or...
Maybe my queen should be on E2.
We're going to go back just to E2. Okay. Knight F6, knight C3, E6, rook D1.
G4?
Then or G4. Just, okay. Hello.
Rook D1?
Rook D1, bishop E7, knight A4. You could drive me to A7, right?
Yes.
It's not like my queen has any great shakes. This is nice. Now I like it for...
95?
Yeah, now I like it.
Look at that.
Yeah, now you definitely have an advantage here. So that is why you like to play D2 takes E3.
Yes.
So you want to challenge me on the D file. Makes sense. I didn't like Wesley's decision, Miro. I didn't like Wesley's decision to take on E3.
And right you are.
Yeah.
So D3 is certainly a mistake, and then your attempt to take with the F pawn is not bad.
Right.
It's an original attempt to play the Blumenfeld structures to go D4. But interestingly, D takes the simple recapture is better, and white has significant advantage. And even without looking at the engine, I would guess so, because I've played similar positions where black doesn't play stupid moves. I'm not calling the moves Wesley played stupid, but he had to go like saying A, he had to say B, queen B6. So like for this structure, you would prefer rather having knight on F6, pawn already on E6 and not moving the 8 pawn.
Right.
And even then, white is slightly, has slight pressure. So the line you were discussing, like rook D8, Queen E2. I was impressed with what computer said. Okay, it just goes knight C3, knight F6, G4. Okay, doesn't want the rook D3 goes to D1. Doesn't matter what rook. Bishop here, and then pretty much, this is exactly as you said. Captures on D8.
Yeah.
Knight D8 was the move. Yeah. Knight D8. Knight E5. And +2. You said I start liking the position, but it's moment to stop liking this position for black because, and you say, okay, I cannot play like that. It's +2.
Right.
So somewhere around here, I think Yeah, rook a d1, this is what it was attempting to do, kind of to disturb.
Not to get
maybe
queen
trade and go queen a5. Yeah, but still, bishop b2. And even, let's say, you failed to win immediately, but you went knight h4, traded. You have a pair of bishops, you start pushing the pawns. Like, white is...
for choice.
Yeah, white's for choice for sure.
Yeah.
It's a really good opening outcome for Gukesh.
Impressive. It's so hard to get an advantage against the top players, and Wesley in particular.
If he wins another game, he will really extend his lead, especially if Duda and Magnus don't catch up with him.
And we're gonna have to jigger those predictions after the rounds, because Gukesh is just like 7% or 8% chance of winning. I know we've got 18 rounds of Blitz coming up, but
yeah, if
this is what we're talking about.
Wins, he will move on to the Blitz with 14 points, and it will be very hard to catch him.
Absolutely. I've got a game between Alireza and Nodirbek on my screen. That was this crazy bishop takes f6 line that we just saw. d4, c6, takes, queen e2, b5, rook b8, g3.
White is doing too much. It seems that way.
Strange moves going on here. b4.
Like playing g3 while black still has the bishop on c8.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see his idea. He must have something prepared.
Could he be thinking, I want to castle by hand, put my king on g2, maybe put my bishop on c4?
But king on g2, I still have some rook g8 and knight g6 and ideas there.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. No question about it. The one thing I would say in favor of the move g3, when you play the move rook g8, you're doing it with tempo. When the pawn is on g3, you can go rook g8. I could snap off a pawn because it's not a trade. Miro, jump in and tell us what the engine eval is in this position, because it's very imbalanced.
What was your take? Black slightly better, right?
I think so.
You're absolutely right. And there are a few curious things about this position. So to start with, if you allow me, this, which looked incredibly weird, right. In fact, they were following the game. So there is one game in a database which was played bishop g3, and apparently bishop g3 is not a good move. But anyway, so they were following the source. Bishop f6, gf6. Computer immediately shifts to strong preference for black, and in fact recommended some d5 with crazy lines, and quite possibly black is better. And I did not investigate all of it, but by going with the intuition, I actually like to play d5 here while white is still uncastled. And even if white castle is kind of bailing out in some lines, rook g8, bishop h3, already you feel there is an initiative. So d5 is a calmer move. But even then, like what we have, black has no problem. The king still to find a safe place.
Right.
So, well, black's just better. Knight g6 is what it says. I imagine if you go king g2, there could be some tricks. Rook g8.
He has played knight
rook g8, and f7 is not really hanging.
No.
There is a little double attack.
So king h2, just to continue?
I imagine, king h2, and then, you've got to be inventive. Queen to d7, targeting
That's
this
annoying.
one. By the way, king h2, white already lost. King h2, queen d7.
Annoying.
So it's very easy to misplay this position. And again, one could question Alireza's preparation, or Nodirbek maybe, in fact, had this prepared. I haven't seen much, to be honest. This idea of king h8 early and knight e7, allowing to take on f6, that's not what people typically do. So anyway, this one looks very promising for Nodirbek, who is yet to win his first game.
Both of these players still need to win their first game.
No,
Alireza
won.
Must have won his game.
I mean, and again, they're fighting to get out of the basement.
Yeah, Nodirbek in the last place.
And once again, if you win the Rapid, you've got a 42.3% chance, which means take second place, and you've got a better chance of winning the This graphic is wrong on so many levels. What do you think? We're going to tear this one up, and we're going to say, Ben, you got to come up with a better graphic.
Memory, every time I commentated, everyone who won the Rapid event won the Blitz.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We showed a list of all of the times, and it was a long list of players who have won the Rapid and Blitz by winning the Rapid, and somehow that graphic was just not kind.
Let's check with Magnus. Did he manage to get an advantage in his game? Started with knight c3.
Just before we move away, after the move h3, h4 in the Alireza game, he's inviting bishop g4. a6 is hanging.
Oh, well.
But wait a minute.
Complete mess. So his idea with g3 was not king g2. He just played h4.
Yeah, h4.
To you,
and he played, it was not engine approved, but then since it's on the board, I realize it's a very attractive move for a practical player. Because now, in order for black to retain the advantage, you have to play h5. And how many of us would consider playing h5 when you have a king on h8, when there's a king? But apparently it's very important to stop white's h5, because if you don't go h5 yourself, say you go bishop g4,
for example,
then white pushes h5 and becomes really awkward.
Knight e7.
He's played it.
Knight e7, rook h4. I'm going after, like, unpinging my knight. By the way, something that I don't quite understand, like bishop f3, you don't have the piece to capture with, it seems, because the bishop is hanging. But of course, you can take with the queen, because this one doesn't really work. Yeah, rook g4, knight g6, and then you just take hg, and it's a checkmate.
Yeah, Nodirbek realized this and played h5.
So Nodirbek played h5, and now after h5, apparently black is better. And, you know, having a second thought about this, you can actually put the king on g7. So it's not like the king is in a big danger there on h8.
Yeah, so for example, knight h2, king g7 is just
knight
like
h2, I guess.
d2 is
There's bishop h3 as well, but like a lot of disturbing little moves.
Right.
I'm guessing you finally have to go to g2 with white. That's my thought was, and then after rook g8, you are still lost. You actually have to go back, sorry, not to g1, but to f1. All in all, white's position is terrible, but black has to find precise moves.
Right.
So I would lose this with both colors. That's a short explanation.
Thank you for that explanation there, Miro. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check in with Magnus. Fabi was better, we know that.
Magnus versus Anish Giri. Let's have a look. What have we got? That was the very strange looking, I want to say Karo Khan. If you look at this position and you say this is from a Karo Khan with e takes d5, you would agree. f6, king f7, rook e3, rook e8. I thought he was making pretensions of playing g5. I thought that Anish wanted to play
g5, g4,
rook h8, and then g5, g4.
Instead, he's chosen e5 plan.
Okay,
he's breaking in the center.
He has played rook e8, rook e1, e5, g4.
G4 so aggressive.
Okay. Well.
Okay, he'll be playing against the isolated pawn for a while.
Yeah, I was about to say, isn't this a little bit more enjoyable for Magnus?
He played queen e2.
Queen e2. I mean, this guy looks a little bit weaker. These guys look a little bit weaker than this guy.
On the other hand, it doesn't seem like enough to really, because rooks are coming off too.
Both rooks, or just a single rook? Just one pair, and
maybe both.
Maybe both. Yeah, it looks like.
Rook e3. I'll play rook e5. My rook is fantastic in the center.
True. True.
My blunder in c4? No, I'll be fine.
Yeah, true. I think you're doing good.
Magnus has anything.
And for the standings purposes, Magnus, this is a pretty big game. Magnus wants to give himself a good chance in the Blitz. He wants to be close to Duda and Gukesh.
Absolutely, but looks like he'll be drawing. But we have breaking news. Fabi is now not just better, but completely winning in his game.
over to
Miro?
you.
Yeah, I think, well, Fabi kind of provoked Ivan for, well, going after it, right? So when your opponent kind of gives you something for free and you usually think, okay, there must be a catch, but here it felt like Black found a tactic, e4, and then, yeah, of course, like pawn takes, knight takes, like, well, your usual King's Indian combination, you're very happy until you realize that there is this sneaky bishop d4 move, and what you're left with is queen on a6 not doing anything, and knight f6, a huge, humongous threat, takes bishop d4. There's no move. So you went for, you went after the exchange, and there is no move. Bishop d4, queen d4, you just resign.
f5.
Just resign. Yeah, f5, but then it's a check. You have to take, and not only your pawn down, but everything collapses. g6, yeah, there's absolutely no way back.
The queen on a6
that's a lovely finish of a tournament for Fabi.
Yeah.
2 wins in a row.
2 wins in a row in a very convincing fashion.
By the way, our leader Gukesh is also now much better.
All right. When we left it, we have just seen the recapture. D takes e3, what you favored, Nasi, and it looks...
f5.
F? Okay, that is so artificial.
It's just admitting that things have gone wrong in the opening.
That is... No. That is bad.
5.
Oh, boy.
I mean, I'm guessing he's going to play knight f7 next.
Well, e6 is hanging.
No, queen is there. It's so... You don't expect the black queen to be on b6. So
no, what is the it's completely random that you put... Okay, from White's point of view, White wants to play knight f4, targeting this bishop, targeting the pawn on e6. And you were saying knight f7 to try to deal with both threats, and you want to recapture with the bishop.
It's unpleasant. By the way, he didn't play this. He played h6, just kicked the knight back to f3.
h6. You know, in my mind's eye, the bishop was on b2. So I've been calculating bishop f6 and knight f4 variations. The bishop's on a3. Apologies. I'm going backwards. Why did he play knight? Just a second. What's going on?
To make black play knight d8.
So I like... Wait a minute.
You don't like knight g5?
Yeah, why aren't we playing knight e2 and knight f4?
It's a good question.
I mean...
But maybe when you do, Can I play e5 here? And on queen f5, bishop g6? If you go queen e6, I have bishop f7 and repeat.
That is funny.
I think that was maybe Wesley's idea.
Gotcha. So
and Gukesh didn't fall for it, so...
So you could play e5, knight h4.
I guess I'll take on e2 and then play g6.
Okay. All right. I still kind of favor White a bit here,
but... you have 2 bishops.
But still. Okay. None of this happened. Sorry, let me just refresh the current position. He's played h6, knight f3. Kind of the pieces are misplaced here, Miro.
All of the pieces.
All of the pieces.
Okay. If I may,
please,
explanation for knight g5, which, by the way, computer approves. High-grade move. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's look at this like this, without too many variations. White went knight g5 and went back, so spent 2 tempi. Black went knight d8, but he will move the knight for the second time.
Right.
So 2 tempi.
Also
and then black played h6. So by playing this sequence, I moved the knight twice, you moved the knight twice, and I forced you to play h6, and otherwise you would have castled or used this move somewhat more useful. Yeah. So knight e2, indeed e5 would have been better. Knight g5 was clever, knight d8. Okay, the real alternative to knight e2, which, by the way, not a bad move, would have been e4. And that's, if you look at it, it's the perfect time to open the center, right? I mean, black is still uncastled. And again, no fancy sacrifices of any thought, just knight f3 and fe4, knight e4. There is no discussion who is better, right? It's discussion how much White is better. And is he winning already or is just a cuted man?
Right.
Right, knight e2 gives some of it back, but still up to 1 pawn in White's favor. That's what computers got to say. Knight e2, knight's going to go to f4.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
And time
very
advantage.
Unpleasant still, in the time advantage. And
Twice as much
everything
time
goes
for Gukesh.
Everything goes for Gukesh. So nice, really nice play. It's time, I guess, to start talking how many points is possible to cover during the blitz. To kind of recover. So there's a leader, you are 5 points behind. Can you still win?
Well, I remember Magnus coming back from just, some enormous deficit. And he just catches
2
at
years
the end.
ago in Croatia.
Yeah, that was just remarkable. But when we were talking about
9 out of 9.
Yeah, but when we were talking about probabilities and coming into day 2 with that probability chart and the idea that Gukesh had no chance, and now he's in first place, and he still only has an 8% chance of winning, and Magnus still has a large. But the format scoring, of course, is.
Yes, in Rapid they get 2 points for a win and 1 for a draw. In Blitz they go to normal, 1 for a win and half for a draw. So catching player who is 5 points ahead of you in Blitz is not going to be as easy.
Not at all. Sorry, I just had. Did Wesley just make the most unbelievable move of all time? Queen C6, like walking into
what?
Walking into an attack.
That's a playable move. If you ask me about 10 candidate moves, that would not be on the list.
Queen to C6.
Queen to C. I mean, I've never seen that kind of a move. Just like
can
forcing.
This be, again, like when I say a move like this, I start questioning the technology of relaying moves. Can it be Knight C6, please, not Queen C6?
Queen C6?
Because then we don't know something about this game.
I'm glad you said that you questioned the technology. I was questioning my eyesight. I mean,
it definitely says Queen C6, but it makes absolutely no sense, to be honest. Yeah, okay, like Compy says G4 is winning, but so does Knight H4 and Knight E5. And like if you miss one line, then I can believe that, say, elite player, one of the top players, goes after some line that looks strange to us, ridiculous to us, because he was relying on some calculation and this particular line he missed. Here, anything works for white. So there is absolutely no chance.
Shocking.
That's absolutely shocking if Wesley really played Queen C6.
I think Gukesh looks shocked.
I want to go to
Fabi's
game.
I think he's
playing,
the final
and we
touches.
do have Knight H4.
Yeah, C6 is the move.
Wow. And this was this amazing combination by Ivan Saric, E4, and winning in exchange. No, the counter by Fabi, as Fabi says, check this out. I'm the one who's actually winning.
I was like, how did he avoid the checkmate? I forgot about F6 move,
F6.
only move.
Rook F7, and that covers G7 as well. Castles, now he's threatening the discovered check. Rook to G7. Position. And Saric is just barely hanging on. But I'm thinking
Queen
Knight
H4?
F4. Oh, pardon me, Queen H4.
Queen H4 is not bad.
That's brutal. That is a very, very, very direct. By the way, this guy is also hanging.
Not even paying attention to
Not
that.
even paying attention. Okay, break it down for us. So give me your candidate moves.
For white?
Yes.
Queen H4, Queen E3, B takes A4.
B takes A4. Knight F4, Knight E6. Yeah. Just too many good moves.
Honestly,
that's the
probably
problem.
King H2 is winning.
King H2 might be winning. Queen H4, okay, we understand checkmate in one move.
You have to play H5, only move.
I'm crying.
You resign after Queen G5 now.
That's it.
I'm crying.
So Rook H7, but that's not the move you are willing to play. No, Queen H4 just ends the game.
Ends the game. Queen H4, nice. All right, let me see we see the players at the board. Ivan Saric has his hand in such a way as to say, oh my goodness, what have I done?
Why did I fall for that trap?
Why did I? Yes.
Yeah, Fabi started with a loss today, but he's going to finish with 2 wins in a row.
And Ivan didn't even flinch. He had seen Queen H4 from afar and knew it was a winning move.
Yeah, we might just say resignation right here. I mean, there's one check, Queen B6 or Queen A7, but it doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it's a spike check.
The black queen is still too far away to defend the king. Wait, as I'm saying that, can the queen come to e3?
Yeah, but you go knight d4, right?
Oh, you're not even letting me do that.
Ah.
But then after h5, you don't have queen g5.
Oh, yeah, right.
So
You
king
have queen
H.
f4, though.
So you actually do go king h2, and he has already played it. And queen e3, then
Knight
we go
f4.
knight f4. We combine
Yes.
all the ideas.
Yes.
Including king h2, which you've mentioned, which was winning. I checked with the computer. Instead of queen h4, king h2 was winning.
Wow.
And then the beautiful point of knight f4 is suddenly revealed as well. It's like, no, knight.
It's so
all
funny that bishop's just hanging on a4. Nobody cares.
nobody cares.
Yep.
So queen e3, knight f4, then we expect a handshake. As Ivan's.
Even, did he lose the game? No, not before this. He lost the game in the morning.
Yes.
Earlier.
Right.
And then drew Gukesh.
From a completely topsy-turvy game that Cristian felt that the result was right.
Fair.
While we thought that the final position was winning
For Ivan, yeah.
for Ivan.
There's just not enough time to figure out how to win it.
Judgment there. Okay, we are expecting a resignation, but it seems, yes, we were waiting for queen e3, we're waiting for knight f4, we're waiting for rook h7, sorry. I think
I want to checkmate with two knights now.
True that.
So maybe that's the only danger that is left in this position. The white kind of starts finding a fancy way of checkmating.
Instead of just winning.
Well, knight g6 has got to be a great start. Like, hello. King g7 only move.
Knight h5, I guess.
You can't take the other knight.
King g8.
I just queen g4.
The
rook's hanging on
What's
c8.
wrong with taking the rook?
We're trying
Or the
to
bishop.
win without taking any pieces.
We forgot about the bishop a long time ago.
Queen g4?
Queen g4, right?
Queen
G4 's not
g4.
bad.
Queen
With
g4.
or without knight h5 check, yeah.
Yeah, maybe with the check. Like, let's go.
Yes.
Knight h5 check.
Knight h5 check, king g8, queen g4. That
Queen
looks.
f6 and queen f8. Maybe that's the recipe.
Oh.
So many
Queen
moves.
f6.
Oh.
This is,
Guess
I think that's the maximum the maximum threats you can have with this position.
queen
Exactly.
e8.
Queen e8, and this is where you
Then you take.
then you
the bishop.
concede to capturing material.
And Ivan said, "Look, I've seen enough." And for Fabi, a beautiful way of finishing the rapid.
Let's
Take
jump
us to
back to
Wesley.
Gukesh. Yes, Gukesh very close to winning. What happened in that game, Miro? Did Wesley make more mistakes? Or after queen c6?
I don't dare to call them mistakes anymore. It's clearly he's trying to provoke something. He understands the position is not great, right? So he did play queen c6. Well, let's maybe look at your board, Yasser. I can give you like what the computer has to say.
Sure.
Well, over here, any move you would consider would be good.
Bishop.
I know you're not
F6.
blundering pieces here,
Yeah,
right?
bishop
So
takes
knight
F6.
f4 is good, queen d1 good, queen e2 good. So I'm not even sure what was the idea for Wesley, like with queen c6, queen e7, because g5 clearly he was relying on g5. But how do you go wrong with white? Your knight is hanging, you capture the bishop, right? It's very hard to do anything else. G takes, and I guess if you start returning maybe and give black time to take on g3, it's not like a dream position, but maybe you still got it. But bishop b2, rook f8. Black couldn't even castle.
Castle, yeah.
Couldn't even castle. That's an absolute disaster now. Knight f4. You can take g3, I guess. White just takes back. But what's the next move?
No,
Black?
it's terrible.
You
The
can't
rook-
castle long. I mean, imagine you've done an impossible and then you've castled long. And then you have castled into my bishop on g2. So even then you're not going. Thank you very much for trying. Yeah.
Welcome.
No, that's just terrible.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
in the position I have on my screen, I'm seeing G3, G4 as not a latent threat, but a threat that I'm ready to pounce upon. No, this has gone terribly wrong.
Yeah.
And clock times, I mean, Wesley's provoking him, but is he provoking him to think?
No, 10 minutes for Gukesh and 6 for Wesley. So even on the clock, actually, that's what Gukesh has been doing extremely well this event. He's always ahead on the clock. Time management.
That's a skill.
And actually, if we think about it, every time he played Rapid and Blitz, he was always in time trouble. That's where he was losing points.
Yes.
So that's what he improved.
Made a big improvement.
Huge improvement.
By the way, for those of you joining us late, I have to say that in a very unusual opening, or defense, if you will, Wesley made one of the most confounding moves I've ever seen a 2800 player ever made. He played the move queen on b6 to c6, literally putting his queen in an ambush for a discovered attack. And every attack, every attacking move, knight e5, knight h4, we're winning.
All good.
So it's sort of like it's a bad move. And what did he miss? Because everything that white chose would have given white a huge advantage. But let's pause our analysis and throw it to Zagreb with Fabi and Cristian.
Fabi, first of all, congratulations. A great bounce back, back-to-back victories after that defeat in the first round of the day. How would you assess your performance? Are you happy with the performance in the rapid portion going into the Blitz?
No, of course not happy. But all things considered, I guess 50% is not bad. I mean, considering some of the games I played and definitely wasn't in the best shape, I felt. Some games were good. It's like weird. I had some like very good games and then some disappointments. I mean, this game against Gukesh was, of course, the low point. That was my worst game in the tournament because I just had such a nice position from the opening, and was juggling all sorts of good possibilities. You know, probably spending too much time calculating rather than trusting my intuition a bit. And also against Magnus was disappointing. I mean, it was a very tough game, but he let me back into it at some point. You know, and I even had like some sort of winning opportunity to play f5. It's not. Maybe not winning, but it's an opportunity to try to win instead of, just going for, I guess, the path of least resistance, giving my h1, hoping that I have some checks. And
what do you do in those low moments whenever you lose a game that you know you had some chances, especially that one against Magnus towards the end, you had great chances with f5, but what do you do in those moments to bounce back?
I've had worse tournaments, so I've had lower moments for sure. I didn't feel so bad after losing to Magnus. I mean, maybe it's just, you know, that I've been here before, having an event where things aren't really going my way, but still, I do know from experience that you get chances, usually, you know. Very rarely will it be that you don't get any opportunities. It was also fortunate that in the next game, Anish basically gave me a dream right out of the opening. I understand he wanted to get a sharp fight, but he chose probably the wrong variation to do so. And after that, I felt fine again. You know, it's like cancels out, I guess. You know, one bad break, one good one.
Yes.
So overall, not thrilled. I mean, it's been a poor rapid portion, but 50% is not a disaster. It is a really strong field. You know, it's very tough.
And you, in fact, finished in a very pleasing manner, I would say. Take us through this game and the critical moments and the aesthetic finish.
I actually wasn't really happy with my position at some point because I thought like I shouldn't allow knight d4, but maybe I thought, okay, knight c5 is usually something like this. I see the engine like this, which didn't realize that this would be totally fine for black, but yeah, the King's Indian is a very tough opening. Knight b4, it didn't make sense to me. And then I wasn't too happy, but then, you know, wait, queen b3 is possible? What? Oh, I'm not trapping the queen. Why did I think I was trapping the queen?
Wait, so how are you not trapping the queen?
Yeah, just there's, yeah.
Oh, there's no rook b1,
no,
there's no rook a2.
It always has a square. It's actually, I thought I was trapping the queen. Okay, that's also a bit embarrassing. So queen a6, it kind of makes sense because he's forcing, like he's going to play cd and he's forcing me to take with the e-pawn. On the other hand, I think this was a good move that I found, and his queen gets stuck. But here I still wasn't too happy because I thought he would go for this type of position. He told me that he didn't want to go for this, but I wasn't actually sure, like, you know, this kind of thing. Yeah, something like, let's say we get this position. What do I really do here? But maybe, yeah, maybe it's long term. I get some b4 eventually. I don't know. I wasn't 100% convinced about this. Yeah, when he allowed b3, I was like very happy because suddenly his queen really gets shut out. And now bishop f5, queen. I wasn't sure e2 or d3. I was actually thinking e3 maybe. But now knight d7 and g4. But yeah, then he allowed me this. At first I thought maybe I would play like some queen e3 or something, which also looks good. But then I saw this bishop d4 and it's just resignable. It's super nice. It feels really nice because like all black's pieces are out of the game. Every like variation flows, and yeah, his queen is just completely out. It's basically a cautionary tale for what happens if you sideline your queen in the middle game.
I have to ask you. We're looking at the game of Gukesh versus Wesley. Gukesh seems to be playing a very good tournament so far. He will be most likely leading going into the Blitz. Yesterday, Giri also made some interesting statements. He said that perhaps the era of domination from Magnus is coming to an end because of the way Gukesh is playing. What's your take on that?
Okay, I think I mean, Gukesh is a really strong player. We already knew this. He's a top player in the world. He's the world champion. Like, okay, it's not a big surprise that he can have some really good runs. So I don't see it. I also think that he's been underestimated in Rapid. Like, I never felt he was an easy opponent at all in Rapid. I mean, obviously not in any time control. Classical has been traditionally his best. But I always felt like, you know, in Rapid he's underestimated, and in Blitz he's definitely shaky. But, you know, he hasn't had bad results in these events in the Rapid portion from my experience. You know, usually not going away with victory, but still a top player who's capable of winning many games or potentially winning a tournament. So it wasn't shocking to me. On the other hand, I'm not going to be like, okay, Gary wanted this maybe a soundbite, or maybe he has a flair for the dramatic. But I wouldn't read so much into a few days of Rapid. Also, like, I think I had a better score last year, and I don't remember anyone saying, like, I don't remember these comments last year. You know, I think I had a higher score. But yeah, I mean, he's been very impressive also because his wins have not been the result of like opening prep, but just good practical play and putting pressure and good calculation. And so he does deserve the score fully. I mean, I think in the last game, maybe he got a bit lucky that Ivan went for the draw in the position where he's 2 pawns up. I mean, he could definitely try, but at some point, you know, it gets, I've seen this from like both sides. It does get into people's head when someone has a huge score. Like I think during the Sinquefield Cup in 2014, it was really getting into people's heads as well. So it definitely, it makes you think like, I don't want to be the next one to lose, you know?
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts on that, Fabi. We'll see you tomorrow at the Blitz. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Fabi. The soundbite of the year. Mm-hmm. The era of dominance for Fabi is about to begin. Nice. Let's jump into the game of Gukesh and Wesley So. Gukesh captured a pawn. I didn't particularly want that capture, but he has maneuvered his knight to g3, blocking the g file and saying, I want to take the pawn. Knight c6.
Do you take the pawn or play rook d1 first and not allow black to castle?
I love the king on e8. And I'm thinking I would play rook to d1 myself, just not to keep that king.
He's
remember the initiative. Ooh, he took the pawn.
But he makes the top engine moves. You know, he's thinking like the engine. We're thinking like humans here.
Yeah, I like pawns. I can't complain about that. But the king in the center, Miro, jump in on that. Just your human gut reaction between rook d1 and knight f5.
Well, it really depends. Rook a d1, I would play if I felt fancy.
Fancy?
Yeah, like I want to play a good game. But this one, if you continue the line for a couple of moves, bishop f6, rook a d1.
And knight takes,
then,
sorry.
But now white to move. Position. I just take on f6, the position we have.
Knight takes castles.
Yep, bishop f6, bishop f6 and rook d1. I'm going for
a second
opposite colored bishop's position when I'm up 2 pawns. And I claim that the king is...
You're making a very good argument
so
here, aren't you?
If, let's say, if black chooses not to trade, that I have outposts on d5, d6, and so on.
But did we have to take on f6? Why did we trade our good bishop?
This I do not know. It's just the feeling. You were asking like intuition. I feel like at this point I want less pieces. I know I have enough. I grabbed enough material. I want less pieces, but I don't know if it correlates with what engine has to say.
Right. I like being 3 pawns up in a bishop's of opposite color position because I know I can never lose such positions.
Yeah, well, to be fair, rook a d1, according to the machine, is just as strong.
As bishop f6 and queen e4. So we are seeing
really dominant.
A very, very nice performance by Gukesh. But if you don't mind and just devil's advocate, rook a1 to d1, how did the engine evaluate? Give me a score.
Similar. +3, close to +3.
And what could black do as a reaction? Because it's not like there's much...
Okay, if you want a funny line, I can give you a funny line. Black insists on castling long by going knight d4. e4 and castles long. It says it doesn't change. It's a lost position, but it doesn't change the evaluation much.
It's still about
that's a kind of second move of an engine, which gives you an idea how bad it is.
The line that Miro suggested, he took on
f6
f6 and one rook d1.
He's
very happy with all the extra pawns.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. I mean, queen takes e4 will deal with kingside threats to begin with, but also open up this diagonal, and that will be a third pawn.
Queen e5?
Queen e5?
Can't take on e4 yet.
I guess
well, I'll take on h4.
Okay, I will take on b8.
I'll take with the bishop.
But then I can take on e4. Can I?
Or one where?
He wants to play knight d6 check.
You have rook g2 though.
Yeah.
Queen takes g2. Queen f5. Yeah, this is definitely not something you want to do.
But
you might be winning.
I like this position if I could actually maneuver my knight to g4. Knight takes h6 is a tempo. He has played queen e5, by the way. Knight takes h6 is a tempo against the rook. And if I can play knight g4 blocking the g file, well, there's my extra pawns. A basket full of extra pawns.
You're not worried about bishop c7 here?
I didn't see it.
Guys, I've given up one move away from victory. Like in our line with rook g2, I could have gone queen g4 and computer says it's absolutely winning.
It's absolutely
at the very end. Yeah.
So white should take on e4.
Rook takes d8.
Yeah, rook d8, bishop d8. Just blunder, quote-unquote blunder on this rook g2 trick. Go take queen e4. Rook g2, queen g2, queen f5, queen g4.
How many pawns?
Lots. At the moment, 3. We're going to lose 1 on h4.
But then king g2, rook h1, f4.
We'll win h6 too.
By the way, knight h6. Gukesh is saying...
Knight h6 is a good move as well.
That's a lot of pawns. And when the knight gets to g4, the beautiful thing about the knight on g4 is yes, I was about to say, it just covers up the g file and makes queen takes...
Wesley's trying his last chance. He sacrificed on g2.
Yeah,
some
everything else was just hopeless.
I mean, after knight g4, we're still very safe, right? Queen f5, queen e2.
Pause. There's rook g8 check. I'm looking at knight f7 and I'm going, no, knight g4. What are we doing? Queen f5.
But you don't let me go to... You can't even play f4 here. No. E takes f comes with a check. Let's not blunder that. Queen e2.
Queen e2. Yeah, this is just, ugh.
Yeah.
F3 or f4. So we think Gukesh has too large an advantage material. I think rook d5 might also be a move.
That's a nice move too.
As well. Let's just jump to Firouzja's game, Alireza versus Nodirbek. We thought that Nodirbek was in the driver's seat earlier. Remember when he was playing h5?
Yeah, now Alireza has an extra pawn, but it's still going to be required some good technique to win this. It's not easy.
All right, and Magnus versus Anish. That was a major piece ending that wasn't thrilling us, and we thought Anish was close to drawing.
Yeah, it still looks like a... Wait, did he find a way to win that pawn? The isolated pawn?
Magnus, yeah.
Are we going to see the same thing he pulled with Wesley?
That would just be remarkable. That was just such a masterpiece. So hold on, check, rook f3.
Yeah, then you're losing the d4 pawn.
And
right?
that's, yeah, but I'm winning the b2. Normally speaking, you're not supposed to be happy about this, but...
It only lasts for a move, so...
Right.
You can't give me f6 here. But in the current position, Anish also has this move, queen a7, attacking f2.
Also provoking the same rook f3, right?
Oh, yeah. You still have rook f3.
So, but makes sense. If I'm going to play queen e7, I might as well force you to play rook f3, queen e7, do something like this. Although, whose king is more vulnerable? I would feel...
Black's a little bit.
A little bit.
We want to play queen c6, rook d3.
Okay, that's too technical. Let's jump to something more tactical.
I think we should go back to Gukesh. The rest of the games will...
If you don't mind, I'll just take a gander at Prague versus Duda. Remember, 2 bishops by Magnus versus Wesley.
Yeah, but here it looks very equal.
Okay, we're going to go back to the world champion, Gukesh. And let me just see what we're left.
His king is completely safe. He has so much extra material. Just expecting resignation any move now.
Queen f4 check.
That's it.
A handshake.
Wow, Gukesh, what a win.
Yeah, but I don't know. Wesley's move, queen c6, historians will ponder that move and wonder what happened. Was there a blackout in Zagreb or something, but impressive. 7 victories. Hold on, how many victories? 5 victories, 6, 7?
He's doing amazing.
He's doing amazing.
If he continues like this in Blitz, yeah.
6 wins, 2 draws, 1 loss. He lost the first game.
Oh, right. He started with a loss.
He started with a loss.
So long ago, I forgot.
Yeah, and then he went on a Cinco.
Yeah.
Crazy. All right. Over to you, Miro. Where would you like to take us?
Well, not much to discuss, to be honest. I'd suggest Magnus because, well, it does seem to be slightly more promising for white. King f7, this last move, computer doesn't like as much. The point is clear, right? You take d5, you cannot really take it with the rook. That would be unfortunate. Rook d2.
Oops.
And if you trade the queens, then of course black
makes it easy draw.
Yeah, captures one b2, and that's a rook endgame. However, well, machine says white can go king g3 and say anything you can do, I can do better, because apparently taking here now loses to rook e3, and this might be hard to realize. Rook e3, it's +5. Don't ask me why. I imagine queen e6, queen e8 is a threat.
Or maybe rook e6.
Yeah, or rook e6 is a threat, and then collect everything along the 6th rank. So say, queen a7, queen d8 is another threat. Queen d8 to e8 and rook to e7.
That's not
actually
easy,
you can fall for.
Easily.
Right? You can fall for king g3, and you'd think, okay, what's that? The control over the e file is very important. So what computer does for black is goes rook e5, but that you're going to go backwards, b3, and it's one of those like annoying positions that you know it should be defendable, but there is no way to make progress in terms of exchanging something.
And you're always trying to force.
So you'll be hovering around and just like defend your weaknesses. Not the strategy you want to go after when you're facing Magnus Carlsen. Defend your weaknesses and suffer. No, that's not my favorite type.
No. And let's see, catching up on the game, after king f7...
We didn't see king g3.
We did not. Magnus fell for the attractive rook f3, forcing the rook to retreat, queen c5. And Magnus has reestablished his queen on d4, but I don't think that is really so frightening anymore. Rook e5.
Maybe he wants to reroute his rook to a1. That's the idea, but it takes rook e5, rook d3.
Rook e5, rook d3.
Yes. I have a long way to a7, but very long. Queen d7 got a question mark.
Queen d7.
Why is it so bad?
I just don't know what the queen is doing there. I think black wants to play rook e4. No, he can't.
Right.
F6 is...
See, rook d3 is on the board. Rook e5 now.
Rook d1, rook a. It's picking up speed.
Yeah.
I mean, because, yeah, here we go. He could have started with rook e4, then rook d1 to a7. And you're absolutely right there, Miro. This is not the position you want against Magnus. Other players, maybe, but no, he will just
torture you.
And well, actually now, it was a moment where you couldn't really stop rook a1, right?
Right. Now it's too late, right?
Yeah.
But isn't it so dangerous? I mean, rook getting to a7.
We are about to find out.
How dangerous is it?
Also, he could play rook e7, right? Just not let you go anywhere on the
Yeah,
e5.
okay, rook e7 is probably a good idea.
King h6. Okay, it's getting warm in the kitchen here. King h6.
Maybe queen b4 now.
Queen, you're allowing d4 check, but
I forgot
queen
about
f8. But queen f8 is
yeah, it's a threat. And if you go back with the king, then rook a7 and mate.
Right. Queen b4.
Queen b4 is a very tricky move. I think d4 is probably just losing the pawn.
Exactly. But I have to...
you have to drop back rook e8.
Oh boy, okay.
But
I feel I'm going on the back foot, right?
But now you're threatening d4, so I will probably have to return. Or king g1, okay.
Just asking. I still not exactly sure what I want. Do I want queen d4 and rook a7 again?
He's played
queen b4. Clock times, if you don't mind.
Minute and 40 for both of them.
A minute 40, and they will be relying upon increments. And we do have rook e8.
And king g1. They've played both of those moves.
It's been such a rare opportunity for me. I feel like over the days I've never been able to say this. These guys are good. Finally, we've guessed a few moves. It hasn't been our turn. Whoa, f5. Now that
this cannot be.
No, that's asking for trouble. I don't believe that.
But how do we punish it?
Exactly. How do we punish it? The first thing that kind of comes to mind is to go back with the idea of rook a7. But I understand that if I go queen d4, you could potentially play queen c4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but then
so maybe you take on f5 first, then you go queen d4.
Okay,
so
he has taken.
Check.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and now Magnus is eyeballing rook a7.
This is much better now.
So now queen e6 is the only move, computer says.
Only
Otherwise, well, you're not lost, but only move to remain kind of more or less balanced. Otherwise, yeah, just bad.
Didn't we call this game a draw like 25 moves ago?
Right.
Queen e6 was found.
Okay.
Only move.
By the way, exclam, according to our computer.
Now what do we do? Rook a7.
Well, the problem with the desirable rook a7 is I can see that Anish, desperate to trade queens, and should he do that, should he manage a queen trade, I think he manages to draw.
Absolutely, but rook d1 played.
Rook d1.
Going after the pawn.
Reminding.
Do you play rook d8 or do you welcome sacrifice the pawn and go for the rook endgame? That's what he's going for, f4.
f4.
Actually, h3 singing.
And
this ended in a draw. Wow, Firouzja was better but didn't manage to convert.
Both of these players are looking forward to the blitz.
Yes.
I think that's the way to put it. f4? Really?
H2.
That looks so strange. F4.
You know, we judged that F5 move, but maybe it wasn't so bad.
Well, it's strange because it really is exposing the king, right? And
it's also somehow exposing White's king. Now Queen E5, for example.
And if I take the pawn, and you go Rook E2 at the end, he's played Queen E5.
He did play Queen E5.
So
yeah, take and Rook E2.
And I get the B5 pawn, but you get my F2 pawn. I don't like that.
Yeah, White's king is going to be very passive.
Okay. When my opponent has a more exposed king, I'm not interested in trading queens.
Queen D3?
Queen B6 check.
Rook E6.
Can
Queen
I take
D8.
the pawn? Queen D8.
Yeah, you can still try, but White's king is also not that safe. You can risk too
Strangely.
much.
You're right.
What's the time? Both of them under a minute.
Under a minute. And again, you know, in these moments, it's so easy for us to sit back. We're in studio. It's really nice. We're chit-chatting away. But the pressure of the ticking clock and keeping calm, you know, it's so difficult.
And this is the last game of the day. They're tired.
Yep.
Oh, he just took it.
Took on E5.
Whoa.
This must be a draw.
That was, I'm sure Anish was greatly relieved when he saw that queen trade. It was like, he must have jumped for gleeful joy.
No, his queen was very good on E5. I think Magnus will still try to win this one.
Of course. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to force, in fact, what I'm trying to do is force a draw with black, probably wrongly, but imagine I played B4.
Take?
You take. I play Rook E4.
Nice.
And I just want to play.
Yeah, that looks good. He played Rook E2, then B3 followed. Which pawn do you go after?
B4.
I guess you're going to go after the C pawn now.
Yeah, it takes.
Okay,
takes.
so he has an extra pawn.
Yeah, but because
behind, yeah.
Because the pawns on the king side are split, it means that your king is never going to get to the queen side in time.
Hang on a second. There is one idea. If we quickly run all the way to B7, sometimes this position, because black pawns are so advanced. So you go to with the pawn to B7.
So black king
and
has
when
to
the king is like on G7, H7, then you try to come up with your own king. So this could be one speculative idea.
Not a bad idea.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, B5. And I wonder if black is in time to... Okay, I have an engine to check. But
I mean, Evil Bar says a draw, but...
Yeah, of course, but that's...
It's easy for the computer, but you start to...
Not super obvious.
Yeah, you start to
I guess
see
black will put
ghosts.
the rook on... Cut your king off. When you go king F1, I'll play rook B2, and then I stand with my king G7, H7.
But I will go to
You
D1.
still go, right?
Yeah, the king escapes. That's like king gets to C1 and goes up the board.
Okay, so at some point when you go too far...
Hang on.
King F5, B6.
Okay, he's going to head back.
We're about to see this one.
Yeah. So what we are discussing is putting the pawn on B7. So we're threatening to give a check and make a promotion, so the king has to remain on G7. And now that everything is frozen, we start to bring the white
F1.
king all the way over and eventually disturbing.
How is
the
this a
rook.
draw?
And then we'll
Starting
put the
to
king on
question
F5, right? So we wait. King H7, King G7.
Yeah, it looks like white king can hide from checks eventually.
So the white king is released.
But maybe not. I'll start the checks from the side.
Check,
Sure. Where do you hide?
check. No check. So here. So what I want
Rook
to do.
B6.
Pardon me?
Rook B6 check.
What I
King
want to
F5.
do is play H4.
Oh, put me in Zugzwang. King G4.
No, it's not Zugzwang yet. I'll play something like this. And This one?
Wait, but
It's still a draw, no?
this one is a draw, right?
Yeah.
Why is this a draw?
How do you win?
Rook b4.
Rook b4 and stand
So
with the king.
with the pawn on f5, it's a Zugzwang. With the pawn on f4, it's a draw. And you just shuffle king h7, king g7.
Wow.
But Magnus is going to find some idea.
He's going to
He's
squeeze.
going for this line, kings on e4
Well,
already.
actually,
Okay, so the players have reached more or less our analysis position. And now Magnus, at some moment Magnus needs to play h4, right? Where will
Yeah,
his
he has
king
to try
be?
that. Mhm.
His king should be on g4 or... And I could play it with f3. I'm not sure. By the way, I think it was Nodirbek who did that. He moved his rook and nearly left his rook hanging.
He moved his king and
He moved his king and almost left his rook.
Oh wait, and there is one more idea to it. Like you could go now, say king e6, intending some rook d8 and go into pawn endgame. And that's something that black has to take.
But is that
into
actually
account.
winning here?
No, I don't know. It's just that, I mean, one more idea to kind of, rook d8, and when you take some, rook d6, rook b7, rook d7. These are also sometimes winning.
Be careful. You may have a...
This might be losing this particular one. But if black is running, I'm just like highlighting what ideas are available.
The players have reached our analysis position.
Okay.
And I have put the pawn on f3, and then I followed it up with h4 Miro. Do you see a better
well,
chance
at the
for
very least, I can go rook f8 here, rook b7, king g5, and black will have to defend theoretically drawn 2 pawns down position.
That's easy to lose.
Once again, might not be your favorite thing to do.
Especially against Magnus.
And easy to lose in time trouble, for sure.
So there is rook f8.
Yeah,
rook f8 is a...
Needs
By
to
the
be
way,
played.
just completely blanked out about that possibility. Okay, f3.
But now
So
check
he
king
is
g7.
going after...
So we've got king h5 and rook f8.
Well, I'm not quite sure what he's doing.
But f3 was not necessary for that. You can go rook c8 right now. You'll still win the f4 pawn.
He'll still win 2 pawns. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was thinking after king h5, you still have to play king h7.
Oh, yeah. So you can return with the same rook f8 idea.
Yeah, there you go. So he thinks his pawn is better placed on f3 than on f2 in the 2 versus no. I must say that the 2 versus none ending, I mean, I know that theoretically this is a draw. I've never had to play it. I've never had to defend it. And Anish is going to have to defend this against Magnus. And it's like one player in the world you don't want a theoretically drawn ending with. It's this one.
Yeah. And there were cases, right? Some top grandmasters have lost this.
It's easy to lose. It's easy to lose a position where you're 2 pawns down.
It's actually shocking. Why is this a draw? I mean, I know why, but if you don't study theoretical endgames, you'd think that it'd be impossible to save this.
Right? But there are ways. There are ways. Check. What has happened in the other games, by the way?
We still have one game left. Duda is playing Prague.
That's the 2 bishops.
Yeah.
Duda was ever so slightly worse, but probably it's...
It looks equal as well, yes.
Yeah. So the usual... I thought you put this rook on pre. I saw rook b5 on my screen. Don't ask me why. So the usual idea in these endings is that you harass the pawns from behind you. Rook check, rook h1, or rook f1, depending on where white's king goes.
G5. He wants to defend it with the rook.
Okay.
That's the question, because now you have to choose where the king is going.
I'll go king f6.
King f6?
Sure, why not?
And then some rook g3, and I'm hoping to go
pause.
Yeah, yeah. No, I know, yes, you won't lose this one.
But no,
At least
no,
like
no,
king,
no, no.
king g4, I can imitate still.
Of
like
course.
King g4, and I'm intending to, to move the h-pawn, h4, and this is maybe the moment. Or you're just waiting.
I'm just
He went to h6.
He went to h6, sorry.
h6, and then there is like this tricky
Oh,
little
look at
g8 move.
Look at this little fancy. So he's saying, go ahead, put your king back on h7. And then when I play rook g3, I'm maybe threatening king g5. We'll see king h6.
King f5.
King f5.
Anish is not going for the king move. Might play rook f1 or something.
Rook f1?
Yeah.
No.
He
was reaching for his rook. He was reaching for his rook and then played his king.
g3. Yeah, now we can start giving checks from the side. Rook a1. King g5?
Right. It's kind of funny. I feel like I've succeeded in doing something in terms of cutting your king.
Cutting off the king, and then immediately...
Yeah, bringing the king back, putting the pawn on h4. Aren't I clever?
Mm-hmm.
I think this was what you wanted.
Check. Oh, he wants to cover with the pawn. King g6 now, probably. Hesitating, but yep. Check.
Move 90, by the way. So we do get very long rounds today.
Yeah. Is it our lucky day or what? I mean, we get a 100-move game once a tournament. We got 3 of them in the same day.
Mm-hmm.
And just at the time that you've developed a cough too.
Yeah.
So it's like perfectly timed, guys.
Yeah.
Well done.
King h5.
I guess rook c1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this will be a while. K2, b1. I really think Magnus is going to reach like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Don't ask me why, but this move rook to b1, this last move by Magnus reminds me of a game of Boris Golko. Boris Golko had white and pawns on f2, g2, h3, and a rook on f1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and his opponent, black, had pawns on f7, g7, h7, and a bishop on g6, and was blind. Golko was playing against a blind player who had, so he's just an exchange up, and the man had his braille set, and Boris played rook on f1 to b1, and he suddenly saw the hand, get so excited, and the bishop took the rook.
Nice.
And Boris asked himself, who was the blind player in the game? It was pretty bad. Rook h2. Obviously still theoretically drawn. And the question is...
when it's no longer.
How many players do you reckon have drawn this, percentage-wise? Have drawn versus losing? Because we know somebody's lost, and we know a lot of players have drawn.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
It's probably mostly
worldwide, you think?
Yeah, just kind of a global.
If you forget about say, ratings, say club players playing this, it's a winning position for White. Yeah, so White has more dudes.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, but like on Grandmaster level, I'm
my
thinking
question.
every 5th game you lose, maybe every 3rd game you lose.
So 25% chance of winning, 20% chance. King f5, okay.
Some progress.
Some moment of truth coming up here. Rook to g, no rook g3. Again, Anish is looking to check on the sides. So we check first, right?
Okay. And maybe we can put the rook on e-file so we can always cover the checks.
Fair. By the way, Magnus will be so pleased that he squeezed this position out of the isolated queen-pawn game, right? He'll be thinking
it's
to
his
himself,
absolute best he could have gotten.
by far. Like he's really, really worked hard to achieve this. And again, he's trying to wrong foot Anish. I noticed that twice now Anish has moved his king to the H file, as if that's the right square to go. And I wouldn't
Well, engine agrees.
And the engine agrees.
Well, engine says there's no wrong square to go to.
Yeah. But there was some method, if I remember the old endgame books correctly, you were advised to go in front of least advanced or further advanced pawn, and then I wouldn't remember which one. Yeah, but see.
You can't rely upon these rules and guidelines because every position has an exception, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Always go to the short side, long side, short side.
Short side and the long side.
Yeah.
All I know, if you get the pawns, you don't care with black if the pawns are advancing, but if they advance too far, all of a sudden it's lost.
Care.
On the sixth rank, if white goes h6, f6, and doesn't lose any of the two immediately, it's winning.
Right.
That's the only thing I know.
Magnus has slowly plotted up the board.
Maybe his goal is at some point give up h-pawn if black's king is not in front of the f-pawn and try to win that, right? But maybe black shouldn't even take. King h7 quickly played.
King h7.
Again, this king going to the h file. Okay, you wanted to put the rook on the e file so we could block it.
Now rook h1.
Rook h1.
6, okay. Yeah, I wanted some king f6 and f5, but it's still a draw if you know.
How about no king f6?
Yeah, you can try, but it's still a draw.
And finally, Duda, Prague versus Duda ended in a draw. Our congratulations to Duda.
I have a theory.
You have a theory, please.
For Magnus's game.
Oh, before we say anything, let's jump to Zagreb.
Cristian is with world champion Gukesh.
Thank you, guys. I am here with the world champion Gukesh and the leader of the tournament going into the Blitz section. Everything seems to have been working your way. No losses since the first day, since the first game, and you finished on quite a plus. How content are you with your result?
Yeah, it was, obviously, it was a very good result. Today I just felt like I had a bit more chances than I used, but okay, it was still rapid. Yeah, you can't use all the chances. So, overall, yeah, pretty happy with how I played.
I have to say, despite the result, a draw in your game against Anish, I was very impressed by your mentality. You really wanted to keep the game going, despite the fact that, perhaps you were even worse objectively, but you still wanted to fight. Tell us a bit about this psychological aspect of your game that is sometimes undervalued.
I think it's that in that game specifically, it was that I was pushing the whole game. And towards the end, I also noticed that he was being too indecisive, was not really ready to take his chances. So I thought I'll just push for a bit. And yeah, I think we were just making moves at some point. But yeah, I was also kind of pissed that I didn't make the most of the earlier position I had. So, yeah.
But you definitely did in your game against Wesley So in the last one. And in fact, he played this very unusual a6 early on, but it felt like you were pretty much prepared for this one. Was this some sort of residual preparation from the World Championship? Or?
I'm not sure if it was the World Championship, but yeah, for sure it was my prep.
You knew what to do
I
in
knew
this one.
what I'm doing, but I don't think it was the World Championship. But anyways, a6, I think it's one of the lines that exist. And there's some kind of weird Benoni.
Yes.
But yeah, I think Queen b6 I kind of remember, but I think it's not very accurate. And then after, yeah, he could probably just go e5 or it's normal. It's slightly better, but nothing big. And quickly after all this, I think I just got a huge development advantage. And yeah, f5 was quite creative, but just weakens the e6 pawn a lot. So I was happy that I found this knight e2 idea. And yeah, it was, I don't know what he missed after queen c6, but yeah, anyways, the position was just too uncomfortable, I think. And yeah, overall, yeah, it's really nice to get a dominating game like this.
Absolutely. Now we still have this final game pending between Magnus and Anish, we know that Magnus can generally pull streaks, especially in the blitz portion. How do you see that one playing out, that endgame? Do you think Anish is going to hold it?
Yeah, I mean, like FNH, I think, like it's not common knowledge, but like it's at least easier than like rook bishop versus rook, for example. So, and a player like Anish, I think, should be comfortable. I mean, I know it's Magnus, but it's still FNH. So,
how are you going to approach the blitz portion? Any special preparation with your second, or just all the same?
I think so far I've been playing good chess, so the strategy will be to just continue playing good chess with good time management, and hopefully things will work out.
Plenty of games.
And also, just one thing that I wanted to mention is it was a bit funny because like before I came to this tournament, one of my cousins, he told me that I was going to beat Magnus. And then we made a deal that if I beat Magnus, I'll give a shout out to him in the interview. And
so he reminded you.
Yeah, I forgot yesterday, and he was quite upset about that. So just to give a shout out to him.
Now, obviously, I don't want to put you on the spot, but Gary had some praising words for you. He said that after these dominating victories back to back against Magnus, it feels like his era of domination, let's say, it's coming to a close. And perhaps yours is starting. Any thoughts about Gary's statement?
That's very nice to hear, but I prefer not to think in those terms. I still see myself as a player who is working hard to improve every day and just taking one game at a time, one tournament at a time. So I'm really glad Gary said that, but yeah, I think there's still a long way to go.
And that's exactly why your success is speaking for itself. Thank you very much, Gukesh, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian, and thank you, Gukesh. Pay your debts. A deal's a deal. Shout out to the cousin for the victory over Magnus. Magnus, 2 pawns ahead against Anish. Giri, an interesting comment by the world champion saying this position is easier to draw than a rook and bishop versus rook. I'd probably have to disagree with him.
I would disagree as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a mistake. I see the eval bar. It's winning now for white.
We
See,
sure?
maybe
See?
Gukesh was
We
right.
sure?
Oh,
F5
blunder.
Rook b6 was winning, or just any rook move.
Yeah, moving the rook on the 6th rank was winning. But do we trust this engine again? I mean,
Yes.
I'm
When it goes to
confused.
It's
+4, I
table
trust it.
base. It's table base, isn't
Yeah,
it?
at this point it's table base. Yeah.
It's
Oh,
incredible.
wow. So
Wow.
I
So
was rushed.
just that. So yeah, I'm just saying it's. I've always felt it was easier to draw with the king and rook against the king, rook, and bishop.
Because it's sort of quantifiable, right? I mean, you know... Well,
These are the drawn positions.
Yeah.
And this is a lost
like
position.
too many things.
And you could just see that
I mean, it just happened so fast.
Yeah, both Anish and Magnus missed the moment. There wasn't the moment.
absolutely missed it. Yes. Will it happen again?
Yeah, sometimes it happens. Like we saw
But I think now
Duda
it's-
versus Magnus. They were both. Ooh, king h6. You were saying watch out for h6, f6. Don't let the pawns get too far advanced.
Oh, Magnus will be furious if he doesn't win this and realizes he missed the win. Missed the moment.
Yeah, I think both players. Okay, by the way, I mean, suddenly you got only 30 seconds and you have to start to find only moves in your Anish. This is not easy. Are we supposed to play king h7 now?
Rook a5. Again, it's winning. After rook a6, king f7, it's winning. I don't know why. King f7, king...
So instead of rook a6, was king h7 the
Rook
right?
a7 or rook a5.
Only.
I don't know if only.
Rook e6 is once again.
Oh, he missed the win again.
And rook a7. So rook a7 is the right, or rook a5 with the right defensive setup.
So he pushed Anish to make him the right move.
Wow.
By playing rook e6.
Wow.
F7.
So once again, if I play the move rook e7 here, is it rook a5 then forced?
No, now rook a6 is fine too.
Now rook a6 is fine because after king here, you can take this pawn?
You go king g5.
Gotcha. I understand.
Twice already.
Two?
Missing a win, Magnus.
Wow.
And now it seems easier for black, right?
Suddenly.
Yeah. I think the worst is over. The hardest part is over.
By the way, the win was fantastic. Now I realized after rook a6 check, king f7.
Just a second.
And
Show us how it wins.
And
so
if you go
rook
king
a6,
g5,
king f. Oh, sorry.
If you go king g5, there is h6. And then what happens if rook takes on h6, you go king g7. So it's almost like a study-like.
Oh, geez.
King g7, and it allows you so that if the rook moves, you go f6 now. And you're just in time. And if the rook takes, it takes without a check. We had the king on f7, that would have been a check. Yeah, so here, and if rook goes to, say, h3, h1, then you can go rook f2 and f6 and f7. So it's understandable how Magnus missed it, but, well, he keeps getting chances. After Gukesh said, that's easy draw, and it has been already a couple of times.
And king g5 is the key move right now, and that's an easy one to find. That one should not be difficult.
Yeah, this is now.
But how much time?
Anish is down to 14 seconds.
It's so
I mean,
hard
even
for me
king
to tell by
h5
the
is a
clock.
draw.
King takes h5 is a draw. Yeah.
Even king takes h5 is also.
h5 is a draw.
But now don't take on f5.
No.
That's losing again.
h6?
No, it's not.
Like king takes f5.
The engine.
You're gonna have to do, yeah.
Yeah, that was the only move. Now you go back to g5. Yes. Rook b5. Push h6 by rook a7, yeah.
Right.
King is close enough. Wow.
Jeez.
Rook a7 check, they agree to a draw.
Well, there's supposed to be 3-time repetition. The arbiter is going to come and say, excuse me, gentlemen, no draw offers.
I don't think they care.
But, wow, yeah. They're going to ask them to make some rook moves.
Yeah, Chris is not happy.
Not happy, not happy. No draw offers in the Grand Chess Tour. Make your 3-time repetition, guys. Wow, dramatic finish there, Miro. I mean, there was chances for, and that was a big miss.
Absolutely.
For Magnus.
And you know what? It's 1 point, right? Draw versus win. It's 1 point. It could be at the end of a day or at the end of a tournament. It could be this 1 point that will prove very costly.
How many times when I was trying to get my Grandmaster title did I miss the Grandmaster norm by a half a point? I mean, and you know,
I've done all of those, like half a point, half of, or a couple of points of ELO performance. Remember, there was this niche also that you show the performance of 2600 and then you get the game. Yeah. We're ready for the standings, huh?
Yes, we are, as we have a clear leader.
World champion extends his lead now. He has 14 points, 3 points ahead of Duda, who is in clear second, and Magnus is still in clear third with 10 points. Then 2 players sharing fourth, that's Fabi and Prag.
Both of those players having a good day today, and Gukesh's line score.
Very well done.
Very well done.
Started with a loss, won 5 games in a row, then 2 draws and another win.
Good finish.
Wonderful finish. What's our remaining schedule? Tomorrow, we move on to the Blitz. They will play the first 9 rounds. On Sunday, they will play the last 9 rounds. And if there's a tie at the end, we'll see playoffs.
Wow. And break down the Blitz.
So there will be a total of 18 games. They will play each other twice with both colors. And time control will be 5+2.
It's a long time for Blitz. But back to Zagreb and Cristian and Anastasiya.
Well, I have to say, guys, this was an incredible, once again, day of chess with a lot of exciting chess, coming from a lot of players. I mean, Magnus almost scoring +2 after yesterday and that disappointment after his loss against Gukesh. So definitely a nice bounce back for him. Fabiano with back-to-back victories after losing against Magnus. And of course, Gukesh is the story of the tournament right now. The world champion is just proving himself and proving that he's at the top of the field in all rapid blitz and of course classical. Well, we'll have to wait for the blitz, but I have a feeling he's going to be doing quite well. How about yourself, Anastasia? What were you doing around the playing hall?
I was, of course, watching the games without engines. I was trying still to understand what's going on there. It's always a pleasure to be at the playing venue with spectators and just follow the game, become a real chess fan. And actually, I was really impressed today by the local hero, Ivan Saric, who was fighting like a lion, actually, today against Gukesh. This game was really amazing. They finished last, and the whole audience were applauding to the both players who gave such a great show today. So I think he was, I mean, the last game he lost almost without fight, probably because he was really tired after the previous game against the world champion. And I mean, it's not a joke to play against those top players. I think he's doing really well so far. If I'm not mistaken, 7 draws out of 9 games. It's quite a good result for him. Of course, I'm looking forward also, Cristian, for the day tomorrow. Blitz is going to happen tomorrow. And what I know for sure, we are going to have 2 clashes between the world champion and the former world champion Magnus Carlsen. I'm sure the whole world is still waiting for them.
And Gukesh is now leading by 3 points, but behind him is Duda and Magnus as well. You can never relax. And I remember in Poland, just a few years back, it was Magnus and Duda that were fighting all the way until the end in that blitz portion. So these two are blitz specialists. Definitely Gukesh cannot relax. It's going to be a weekend of fire. Chess here from Zagreb, Croatia. Guys, back to you in the studio. But first, before we end this segment, how are the predictions looking like, guys? Can we see the predictions right now?
We weren't allowed to choose Magnus. We weren't allowed to choose Magnus.
Okay. I'm not very happy with the way Fabi has been playing, but back-to-back wins.
He finished well today, 2 wins in a row.
Right. But you could be proud.
Well, there's nothing to be proud. Once again, guys, it looks like I made the right prediction, but you forced me. You didn't let me anyone else. It's you all were wrong. It's not that I was right. But yeah, so far happy with how Duda's playing. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you so much for joining us. Join us tomorrow for the Blitz, and our congratulations to Gukesh as we say good night from St. Louis.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.